Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter Guardian of Mages Heir of Dark Shadow? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Set after The Prisoner of Azkaban. When a meeting with the goblins goes awry, Harry learns more about himself than he has since the wizarding world came knocking. Who can he trust? Who has betrayed him? Why are the people that are meant to protect him disappointing him at every turn? Fix It FIC, where Harry gets the parent he should have always had, learns that the people he trusted were lying to him, and the people he hated aren't as bad as they seem. Also, he becomes a werewolf. Just thought you should know. Words in underline. Excerpts taken from the book's words in italicize. POV's thoughts parseltongue. Original characters and places do not belong to me. Do not republish this story on other sites. I do not give my consent or permission. We don't condone abuse of any kind from the comments. Genuine criticism and suggestions are always appreciated. But I've already finished the beginning chapters, so the main storyline is non-negotiable. The Goblet of Fire, Guardians. Harry took the map and grinned. You told me Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs would have wanted to lure me out of school. You said they'd have thought it was funny. And so we would have done, said Lupin, now reaching down to close his case. I have no hesitation in saying that James would have been highly disappointed if his son had never found any of the secret passages out of the castle. There was a knock on the door. Harry hastily checked the map to see who was outside Lupin's office and saw the name. Albus Dumbledore floating beside a set of patiently waiting footprints. Without a second thought, he stuffed the map in the pocket of his school robes, and the jovial atmosphere plunged into the cold of the Black Lake. He reached out, his fingers closing around Lupin's patchwork brown cloak, his green eyes pleading behind large round glasses. Find me on the platform at King's Cross Station, Harry begged, his voice low in the hopes he wouldn't be heard by the elderly wizard on the other side of the door. Please, meet me on the platform, Harry said, his grip tightening on the worn material hanging off Lupin's bony shoulders. He ignored the nagging voice of his aunt, screeching about how rude the gesture was. A niggling thought in his head cautioned that Lupin would shake him off, look at him with disgust that Harry would dare to touch him as Vernon had so many times. Finally, after another insistent knock on the door and a curious and worried look, Lupin nodded. Harry sighed and released the man, stepping away until his back hit the desk, and he forced his body to relax. Come in, Lupin called, and Dumbledore entered. Harry leapt off the Hogwarts Express, grinning broadly. Sirius's letter was clutched tight in his hand, and Hedwig nuzzled his mess of pitch-black hair from her seat on his shoulder. He waved off his two best friends, his heart twisting as it always did when he watched them happily hug their parents, the sweet reunion straining at his grin, and he felt guilt build inside him for the reaction before he turned and left the platform. He passed through the brick wall illusion that hid the gate of platform 9 3/4 into the Muggle side of King's Cross Station, his falling-apart trunk trailing behind him with a sharp squeal every few seconds from the lopsided wheel. The sight that greeted him made him equally nervous and amused, wiping away the guilt from moments before. Uncle Vernon looked very odd and well-dressed, neat attire bulging at the seams beside the sickly thin, tall form of Remus Lupin. It was amusing how Uncle Vernon feigned polite disinterest while secretly scorning the thin man's shabby clothes, believing him to be a regular, lower-class, normal person. Harry took great pains to hide his smirk at the knowledge that Uncle Vernon was unknowingly conversing with a wizard and a werewolf. Yes, I'm a professor, Lupin said politely, likely answering whatever question Uncle Vernon had asked him while the large man nodded along. I earned my masteries about 5 years ago, I believe. Yes, I considered acquiring a degree myself, but running a business is quite time-consuming. Harry rolled his eyes at the absolute polycock coming out of his uncle's mouth. What did you say your mastery was in again? Harry chose that moment to interrupt. Professor Lupin, Uncle Vernon, he raised a hand. Lupin looked up and smiled brightly upon seeing Harry. Harry had to take several moments to blink as he wondered if any adult had greeted him so warmly before this. "Harry, I was wondering if I'd forgotten the arrival times. It has been over a decade since I came home from Hogwarts on the express. So this is your uncle, is it?" Lupin turned his eyes towards the portly man, the amber orbs revealing the youth hidden by the graying hair and pallid complexion. From the moment Harry appeared, Uncle Vernon's face had steadily been trying to mimic the visage of a plum. "Yo you!" He pointed a sausage finger at the thin man beside him, as if he'd just admitted he was a heinous murderer. "You're one of those dash," he spat, his voice rising as his whole body shook with rage. Lupin stepped back, shock evident from the complete 180 Vernon's temperament had accomplished. "I beg your pardon?" Lupin asked, bewildered. "You're one of those," he shouted, pointing at Harry as if it explained everything. "Freaks." Spit flew. People walking past them started to look at them strangely. Some glanced from Uncle Vernon's giant frame to Lupin, who looked like he'd been to war and back before settling on Harry. Harry, looking more like a 12-year-old child than a month away from being a 14-year-old with darker skin and Middle Eastern features, highlighted their evident difference in nationality. Harry swore he heard a few people who passed behind him mumbling about racists. Harry had to agree it was undoubtedly a type of racism Uncle Vernon harbored against him since the day he'd been left on a doorstep. Thinking back on it, Harry realized there was likely more than just his identity as a wizard, which his uncle hated him for. Uncle Vernon was ignorant to the glares he received as a station guard began to approach them. Harry, aware of the trouble coming to find them, quickly stepped forward, getting his uncle's attention. "Uncle Vernon," he quickly interrupted, holding up a placating hand even as it shook in the face of the man's anger. He kept his voice stable despite his heart thumping hard in his chest, attempting to betray his facade. Memories of this same anger being cast on him so often had his back flaring in phantom pains. "Professor Lupin will take me away, so you won't have to see me again." That caught both men's attention. Vernon's face slowly returned to his normal skin tone, while Lupin's mouth dropped open in shock. "I promise that as long as you tell anyone asking that I'm still at Privet Drive, I won't return. If anyone comes knocking, you can tell them what you like. You can tell them you've grounded me in my room for the rest of the summer because of what happened to Aunt Marge. Or you can tell them I'm deep cleaning the house. I don't care. If you get any letters from anyone, write my name on them, and they'll find me, and you won't ever have to see my face again." Uncle Vernon didn't say anything for many minutes, scrutinizing Harry like he was slightly more interesting than a bug on the side of the road. "No one has to know you're not there? You'll never come back?" Vernon asked, skeptical. His pudgy finger was still held before him as Harry watched the thoughts swirling in his mind. Harry paused at the first question. Why did it matter to Uncle Vernon if anyone knew? He quickly rid himself of those thoughts when freedom was so close. Harry nodded, maybe a little too eagerly. "The only way they'll send me back is kicking and screaming. I'll work out my situation so if I ever turn back up, I'll pretend to be there a few days and leave again. Promise. All you have to do is sign this paper, and all legal rights and responsibilities over me are no longer yours." He knew he'd won when the man's porky face lit up in satisfaction. "Deal." Uncle Vernon shouted with a disgusting grin as he swiftly took the envelope Harry held out for the man, read through the parchment inside, and signed it promptly on a brick column. When Harry checked, he found each spot meticulously signed. Uncle Vernon left the station, moving faster than Harry had ever seen the colossal man move and laughing maniacally. He didn't look back once. It was silent once the man's presence had finally disappeared. Harry refused to look Lupin in the eyes and put the large envelope back in his trunk with a carefulness not seen in most his age. Harry winced when he sensed the man beside him open his mouth, likely to ask the many questions he had inside his head. "Sorry, Professor Lupin." Harry quickly grabbed the reedy man's jacket arm and herded him onto the streets of London before he could talk, surprisingly without protest, dragging his trunk behind them. Compared to the medievalesque wizarding world, the Muggle world was a clash of modern noise and speeding cars. It was jarring after the months spent in a castle without electricity or motorization. Magic was convenient but far quieter than the constant buzz of the Muggle world. Harry quickly dragged Lupin towards a small cafe outside the station, noting the comfy looking private booths and promptly choosing a secluded one. Hedwig had hastily launched from his shoulder before they had entered, so he didn't receive any strange looks like he usually would when wandering around Diagon Alley or London with a domesticated snowy owl perched upon him. They didn't talk, though Lupin's curiosity was evident in the tilt of his head and the imploring look he gave the dark-haired boy opposite him. Harry's smile was stiff as they ordered tea and scones, waiting patiently for it to be served before the sounds around them became muted. He felt like they were suddenly in a bubble and glanced around in awe. Harry grinned while nodding enthusiastically, thinking of how useful the spell would be, given his and his friend's penchant for getting into trouble throughout the school year. Lupin smiled, likely thinking along the same lines. Harry wondered again about the man's supposed pranking days with Harry's father, but the thought died at Lupin's suddenly serious expression. It wasn't the scary expression Harry was familiar with on adults. It was more concerned and worried, like Harry had seen Arthur Weasley give his children. Harry felt a bubbling warmth, never having such a look cast upon him before a parental gaze. "What's going on, Harry? Who was that man? And why did he walk off so quickly and shout all those things? Why did he sigh away his responsibilities like he's been waiting for the chance?" Lupin asked so earnestly Harry had to swallow hard. He felt guilt curl in his gut and knew he'd done a horrible thing to the man who'd been helpful and kind since they'd first met on the train. "I won't go back to the Dursleys," he began, his head lowered in shame but determination strong in his voice. "I won't go back there another summer, and neither you nor anyone else can make me." He looked up, vibrant emerald eyes glaring defiantly into Lupin's amber, slamming the guilt behind a thick door in his heart. Harry thought the amber orbs shone briefly but blamed it on the sunlight streaming through the window of their booth. "All right, I understand. I won't send you back," Lupin said placatingly. Harry knew he didn't really, but he appreciated the acceptance nonetheless. "Now, tell me how this all started." Harry cleared his neck, preparing himself for a long talk. "When I visited Gringotts last year, I asked the goblins if I could visit my vault and take out more money, as my limit was 100 galleons, and I had another week before I could take any out from the previous year's cutoff. I wanted to use the money for Hogsmeade and Christmas presents. They said I couldn't without a guardian present as I was underage. I asked why, and they said I was supposed to attend a meeting to finalize some things about inheritance and that I had been ignoring their summons, and they were quite cross with me. I didn't know what they were talking about, so they gave me this letter." Harry pulled a letter from his trunk, smoothing it out on the table before handing it over to Lupin. "Dear Mr. Potter and his guardian/carers, it would be appreciated if you could attend this meeting at your earliest convenience. May your gold ever flow, Master Blordak, manager to the Potter family finances." He let Lupin read the letter, watching the man's eyebrows raise incredulously. "Have you been ignoring their letters?" Lupin asked. Harry almost snapped something that would certainly not get the man to help when he noticed his voice didn't have the usual amount of accusation Harry was accustomed to. He bit his lip and reconsidered his wording. "No, I didn't know they were sending me letters," Harry admitted, returning the letter to his ratty trunk. "I assumed Uncle Vernon or Aunt Petunia were receiving and burning them, but when I told them my guardians were muggles, they laughed at me and said my magical guardian should be receiving the letters, not my muggle ones. They were irritated when I told them I didn't know I had a magical guardian. So they told me to leave and return with my current guardian to get it sorted out. If I turned up with Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon, they would take every penny they could get from my vault, citing the expenses of raising me, though they barely spent a pound on me. I was going to ask Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall to attend the meeting with me, but neither would sign my form to go to Hogsmeade stating they weren't my guardian and therefore could not permit me, so I figured they wouldn't be able to attend the meeting either. I went to the school library to find out more about guardians. I discovered that if a child has no magical guardian or does not know who they are after becoming orphaned, their muggle guardians can sign away their legal rights to a witch or wizard, essentially overriding any previous magical guardian's rights and instating the new witch or wizard as the child's new guardian in both magic and law. Legally, I am under Petunia and Vernon Dursley's custody in the Muggle world with no other known living injury relatives besides my underage cousin. By wizard and Muggle law, My godfather is incapable of taking me into his custody and would be rejected by magic. The only stipulations required are for a law-abiding citizen to have met the Muggle guardians and for both parties to sign the documents I gave Uncle Vernon of free will and consent. Uncle Vernon only needed the motivation to sign and the knowledge of who would be taking me in for magic to recognize it. Harry placed the folder of documents on the table, pushing it over to the werewolf opposite him. I don't expect you to bring me into your home and raise me. I only need you to act as my guardian and accompany me to Gringotts. Since I entered the wizarding world, someone has controlled my accounts without my knowledge or consent. The goblins told me the limit was placed a year before my Hogwarts letter arrived. It is almost the perfect amount to get the initial first-year school supplies with spare change for ordering Christmas presents. I never met anyone who claimed to be my magical guardian, nor did I speak to anyone about my accounts. I'll find accommodations for the summer, and I won't be a burden to you. I promise. I just need you to be my guardian on paper until I reach the legal age. Please, Professor Lupin. Harry looked up into the man's wide amber eyes, mouth slightly open in shock. Harry understood the reaction. He wasn't unaware of his substandard grades in most subjects since starting at Hogwarts. He'd become accustomed to dumbing himself down for Muggle primary school lest his cousin get worse marks than him and receive punishment for. He'd been sorely disappointed when he'd learned how far behind he was from his peers. Yet, no matter how much he wanted to study, he felt like the world was trying to oppose his efforts. Either the material didn't make sense, he was missing a vital part linking everything together, or something distracted him. It wasn't difficult in the rowdy Gryffindor common room or the library, where students were whispering about his defeat of Voldemort, him being the heir of Slytherin or Sirius Black's escape. Getting away from the Dursleys had been a dream for longer than Harry can remember. If his younger self had seen how slow his research had been, he would have been scorned 100 times by a tiny Harry. Lupin took the parchment in his large, scarred hands, the long fingers tapping softly on the table as he read through the document he'd had to bribe Madame Pants to magically copy for him from a prominent legal tome that had taken him months just to get through the relevant chapters on. Not to mention acquiring the potion he'd had to soak the damn thing in to prove Vernon and Lupin were signing of their free will and consent. He'd known he could never brew Veritaserum himself, but luckily, the Weasley twins could get their hands on about anything for the right price or a promised favor. Lupin's mouth pursed as he turned the parchment over and placed it carefully on the table. "Why do you want me as your guardian?" he asked finally. "Me specifically. I suspect there are quite a few who wouldn't hesitate to offer themselves as your guardian. Why would you want someone like me?" He didn't look upset or like he would reject Harry's proposal, so Harry considered the question carefully. Harry took a sip of the tea cooling in front of him. He hummed, letting his finger skim the rim in a touch so soft it was feather-light, and looked up at the man. He could see the doubt swirling in those eyes and a great deal more emotions he couldn't identify. "You're the first adult who helped me when I asked for it," Harry admitted, keeping careful eye contact. "I understand you had to keep secrets from me, but you never lied and never dismissed my desire to learn the Patronus charm despite how advanced it is. When I asked a question, you answered me honestly or told me when you couldn't. You didn't disregard my concerns, and even now, you are still hearing me out after I misled you into this situation. You're the best teacher I've ever had, and I don't know if I've ever learned and enjoyed learning so much in my whole life." He finished, flushing slightly at the honesty. Embarrassment curled in his gut, but he ignored it as best he could. Lupin appraised him for a long time, enough time for Harry to finish his scones, covered in a generous helping of sour plum jam, clotted cream, and most of his tea. He took the still warm teapot from where it sat between them, making himself another cup quietly. "You don't care that I'm a werewolf?" Lupin whispered, startling Harry. "What?" Harry said, carefully setting down his cup before he dropped it. "Most children your age wouldn't be sitting where you are right now," Lupin began, relaxing back in his chair. Harry saw the man's ruse in the tightness of his shoulders, the tick of his jaw, the sound of his foot tapping on the floorboards. Harry stared into those amber eyes as Lupin continued. "Most children are scared of what I am, what I could do, what I'm capable of doing to them. Not a single child would willingly put themselves in the custody of a monster." Harry shook his head, his bright green eyes looking into Lupin's with something so raw, he felt his chest crack. "You aren't a monster," Harry said. Lupin didn't scoff or dismiss Harry's words, for which Harry was grateful, but he saw the flash of disagreement before it was hidden quickly. Lupin stared at Harry with so much vulnerability in his eyes that Harry wanted to turn away. Something stopped him. He didn't know if it was the idea that if he looked away, the professor wouldn't believe him, or if he wanted to see the emotions that took over the man's face. But he kept their eyes locked. "I want you to be my guardian, Professor," Harry said. He let the words hang for a moment before finally turning his gaze to his cup and taking a long sip. Lupin fell into a bout of silence again before suddenly saying, "All right," startling Harry slightly. A drop of tea splashed onto the saucer. "All right?" Harry asked, his teacup clinking as he set it down. He tried not to let his apprehension show as Lupin took a breath. "All right, I'll be your guardian," Lupin agreed, smiling softly as Harry slowly let himself smile with relief. He hadn't expected him to decide today, but this worked out much better than he'd hoped. But Lupin broke in, freezing the expression on Harry's face. A seed of doubt sprouted within his gut. He should have known. No adult did something without something in return. "We're going to do this properly," he said, and Harry's brows scrunched in confusion. "You are going to live with me during the summer?" Lupin explained, making Harry's eyes bulge in surprise. "What?" But Harry began but was stopped by Lupin raising a finger to wait. "If I am going to be your guardian, I will be responsible for your health and well-being. During the summer, we'll work on your homework and studying, and I'll teach you how to defend yourself properly." Lupin tapped his finger on the wooden table as he spoke, making his points final. "But I don't want to be a burden to you," Harry said, worriedly biting his bottom lip. "I'm good at looking after myself if that's what you're worried about. I'm independent. I'm sure you are very self-sufficient, Harry, but you are not and won't ever be a burden to me," Lupin responded calmly. "Then, why?" Harry asked hopelessly. No adult had ever done this. Sirius' offer from a week ago was the only thing that came close, and that wasn't a realistic offer. Not when the man was still a wanted fugitive on the run and had serious issues he needed to work through. He doubted the man had grown up since he'd been thrown into Azkaban, barely a few years out of Hogwarts. "It's a selfish reason," Lupin said, startling Harry. He looked into the man's eyes and saw something somber there. "I should have fought for custody of you when everything fell apart. When James and Lily were killed. When Sirius was taken to Azkaban. I'd heard from Lily how horrible her sister was to her. But whenever I asked Dumbledore, he soothed my fears and told me how well you were doing with your relatives, that you were somewhere safe and that the fewer people who knew where you were, the better. I admit that the destruction of my pack in a single night broke something in me, and I spiraled for a long time. When I came to my senses, Dumbledore refused to tell me where you were. I sent you many letters but never got a response. And so when I saw you on the train, I thought you wanted to ignore me, that you were upset with me when you didn't talk to me like I'd hoped you would. I accepted that. Only when you had tea with me the first time did I realize you had no idea who I was. I confronted Dumbledore, but he only said you would have been heartbroken. I dropped it but feared he might be right and that you were doing well without me. So I kept a distance as best I could while still trying to help you. Then everything happened with Peter and Sirius, and you discovered I was a werewolf. I thought you would hate me, find me repulsive, but I was wrong. I nearly killed you, and you still wished me to stay, to teach when I'm a dangerous beast. To take you in when every full moon I'll have to leave you alone to keep you safe. I want to make up for years of neglect and abandonment. You are my pack. If you don't mind being on your own during full moons, I'd be overjoyed to take you in." Harry was holding back the tears glistening in his vibrant green eyes. The man in front of him had been suffering and punishing himself for nearly 13 years. "You tried to find me?" Harry croaked, his voice clogged with emotion. Lupin's scarred smile was sad but genuine. "I never stopped trying to contact you, to find you, no matter how long I was left unanswered. You were why I agreed to Dumbledore's proposal to be the defense teacher. He promised I would be teaching you, so I agreed. He said you were happy but wanted to keep your distance from me as he said it was too painful for you. But now, I have many doubts." Harry opened his mouth to ask about these doubts but closed it. He didn't want to open that can of worms if the guilty look in Amber eyes was anything to consider. Okay, Professor, Harry said. I understand and accept your reason. I'll stay with you after we're finished at Gringotts. Lupin nodded his head and extended a hand for the folder. Harry pushed it over and retrieved the pen he'd kept from his stash of stolen goods from Dudley's broken school supplies. Lupin read through the documents much slower and more meticulously than Vernon had. He raised his hand to sign as Vernon had when he paused and glanced at Harry. Harry hadn't realized he'd been leaning against the table, tapping his fingers incessantly, and quickly stopped. He crossed his arms so they were leaning on the table and tried to stem the emotions rising to his face. Lupin matched his gaze with Harry's, as if trying to read Harry's mind before nodding to himself. Oh, and Harry, Lupin said. Harry questioned, eagerly looking at the documents, his feet swinging impatiently. Call me Remus. The pen dipped, and Lupin started signing. A half-hour later, they walked into Gringotts side by side, Lupin holding the folder carefully like glass. Harry walked behind him, dragging along his trunk with 10 different thoughts swirling in his head. A stray thought rose amongst the others. He wondered when the trunk would finally collapse. They approached a goblin stamping documents behind a podium, the small name plaque reading Teller Garbtor. Harry was about to open his mouth when Lupin touched his shoulder. Harry resisted flinching at the sudden touch as he lifted his gaze to Lupin's, a question in his eyes that Lupin answered with a subtle shake of his head. They waited a minute, silent and patient, even though Harry wondered why they'd not announced their presence before the goblin looked up from his work and scrutinized them over his thin spectacles. How can I be of assistance? Teller Garbtor growled, his voice rough like rocks. Lupin removed his hand from Harry's shoulder and gave him a nod. Hello. I would like to speak to my account manager. Master Blordak. I received this letter from him. He removed it from his trunk and slid it onto the counter. Yes, sir, Harry responded, taking a barely noticeable step closer to the man, hackles raising at the goblin's expression. Very well, Teller Garbtor grumbled dismissively, swiping his clawed hand across a strange mark on his high desk. He spoke quickly in a harsh language Harry suspected to be gobbledygook, the language of the goblin race, to a small goblin that popped into view from around the back of the desk. Follow this young one to Master Blordak's office. He has been expecting your visit for quite some time. Good day, Teller Garbtor said. They were dismissed as the teller resumed reading and stamping various documents before him, just as the other goblins did while not hounded by busy Wixen. Harry stumbled through words of gratitude as the young goblin rushed off toward a pair of large stone doors behind the podiums of tellers. Harry and Lupin quickly followed, their longer legs helping them catch up to the short steps of the goblin. They walked past door after door, various names scribed on the plaques flashing past. The little goblin carried on, the doors becoming older, more stylized and worn as they sped down the never-ending hallway. Finally, they stopped in front of a door in a circular room at the end of the hallway. It was surrounded by other doors that were boarded up and the plaques removed. The thought that he should not have been so trusting of the goblins passes over him before the thought jumps out of his head as Lupin sets a hand on his shoulder. Harry glances back, seeing the wary look in the man's eye and the determination to see it through beside him. Harry feels something alien settle in his chest. He furrowed his brow as he turned back to where the little goblin had knocked on the only unblocked door, perplexed at the feeling growing in his body. Before Harry could think more about it, a harsh word came through the thick, dark wood, and the little goblin opened the door, bobbing his head to them and scuttling off. Harry gulped, taking strength from the hand on his shoulder as he stepped through the doorway. He's met with a stern-looking goblin sitting behind a desk made of a light wood Harry doesn't recognize. The grains amongst the light-colored wood seemed dyed injury red. Harry thought it was slightly morbid but still quite nice how it was carved and varnished as he walked further into the room, hearing Lupin's soft steps following him. Sirs, Manager Blordak began, his voice solid and complex with what Harry was coming to realize was a distinct goblin accent. I'm to believe you are my client accompanied by your guardian. The goblin didn't ask. He stated the facts, gesturing for Harry and Lupin to sit in the seats opposite himself. Harry nodded, not looking into the goblin's beady eyes as he sat. He sank into the cushion beneath him but did not let himself lean back. He kept his arms on the armrests to hold himself up as he answered promptly. Lupin sat on the chair beside him. Yes, sir. I was given your letter last summer, but I could not contact you properly as my magical guardians had not revealed themselves to me. My muggle guardians, I don't trust them to keep their hands out of my vaults, Harry said. Yes, sir. We have the documents for confirmation. If you approve and lodge them, Prof. Remus will be my official guardian by law. Is that all right? Harry said quickly, taking the folder from Lupin and handing it over. Master Blordak took a moment to read through the documents, noting the signatures and the distinct scent of Veritaserum that wafted when the folder opened. Harry bounced his knees, the heel of his ratty old trainers tapping soundlessly on the plush red rug. Can you swear on your magic that this Vernon Dursley was informed of who would be taking guardianship of you and that he was of sound mind and health? Master Blordak asked, causing Harry to furrow his eyebrows at the strange words. Your magic is being held in proxy for the truth of your words. The Veritaserum is necessary, but it can be worked around. If what you have said is true, state the following words, Master Blordak said, making Harry nod his head quickly, hating the feeling settling over him. I swear on my magic that Vernon Dursley's mental, physical, and spiritual state is accurate, that he was informed who would be taking me in and gave his complete consent. So mote it be. Harry repeated the words and felt a second where the magic pushed against him before backing off, and he breathed a great sigh of relief. Very well, Master Blordak said, nodding his head and pulling out a quill to sign a small witness statement at the bottom of the document. With a tap of his long, sharp claw, the documents disappeared, and Master Blordak looked back up at them. Congratulations, Mr. Lupin. You have been given guardianship of this young man. Lupin blinked before looking at Harry, who was grinning widely. Next, we shall prove your identity? Master Blordak interrupted, causing Harry's smile to falter. Prove my identity? He asked. Of course. I cannot discuss the House of Potter's financial and political situation with anyone without verifying that they are not imposters. Do you think me incompetent, child? Master Blordak raised a bushy eyebrow. The goblin spoke again while pouring the potion into the bowl and adding the berry. Prick your finger and allow 7 drops of injury to fall into the bowl. No more and no less. He laid a thin silver dagger closest to Harry and Lupin on the desk. Harry barely took a second of confused hesitation before he picked up the dagger and unflinchingly pricked his finger. He squeezed the tip until 7 drops had landed in the mixture with satisfying plinks. Very good. Now repeat the following. Revelar hereditatum meme. Take out your wand, Master Blordak instructed, and Harry furrowed his brows. He looked to Lupin, who seemed equally perplexed. Sir? Won't the trace be alerted that I used magic outside of school? Harry asked, looking back at the goblin. The goblin looked at Harry, his sneer looking more confused than upset. The goblin turned to Lupin but found the same confusion in Harry. So he took a great sigh, 2 long fingers coming up to pinch the bridge of his nose. The trace is a myth, he stated bluntly, startling the 2 wizards with twin looks of shock. What? Lupin spluttered, almost falling out of his chair from how far he was leaning. The goblin's expression seemed to age as he sighed. The trace was a lie created by the Ministry and a few of the pureblood families in the Wisengamot to discourage the use of underage magic outside of school. Most of the older pureblood families know and supervise their children's magic use at home and even hire tutors over the summer. The lie was mainly intended towards children in Muggle homes to protect the statute of secrecy. The Ministry relies on having Ministry officials monitor those homes and report it to the improper use of magic office so they can decide whether it should be classified as a slap on the wrist or a fine. Those times when the Ministry discovered your use of magic at your relatives were only discovered because they were reported. I do not know if there were any wards or charms placed around the house to detect such magic, but there should be nothing on your person that the Ministry can use to track your magic. Harry took in a deep breath. Someone was watching me. He felt a shiver crawl down his spine. Someone has been watching me. He felt his chest constrict and had to pinch his inner forearm to keep his focus. He didn't look at Lupin even as he felt the man's gaze. Yes, Master Blordak said bluntly. Most likely. Harry nodded and tried to control his breathing again. He ignored the looks he got as he took his wand out from where he'd locked it in his trunk and turned back to the forgotten potion on the desk. Revelar Hereditatum Meme. He chanted and watched as the berry sank into the swirling pearly pink mixture before a deep purple bled into the liquid. Master Blordak took the bowl and, without preamble, tipped it onto the large sheet of parchment. Harry jumped back, thinking it would splash, but the liquid spread like a large puddle before sinking into the parchment, leaving it cleanly blank. Harry shuddered at the memory of a diary that absorbed any liquid it touched and responded. He controlled himself enough to prevent taking a step back when words rose from the parchment in the shimmering violet color of the potion. He didn't try to read what it said from his angle. Instead, he watched the goblin as his eyes roamed down. Minute twitches in the eyebrows and a tightening around the mouth, the only giveaway to the goblin's sudden displeasure. A horrifying thought fluttered through Harry's mind. Am I not Harry Potter? He glanced anxiously at Lupin, finding the man looking between Harry, the goblin, and the parchment worriedly. Harry didn't understand why, but he felt marginally better at the display of nerves, never having anyone to worry on his behalf in the past. Herr Potter, the goblin began, startling Harry into turning forward and taking his eyes off his new guardian. Your identity has been verified, so I may now introduce myself. I am Master Blordak, manager of the noble and ancient house of Potter and the most noble and most ancient house of Peveril, the goblin said. Harry nodded slowly, agreeing with the question, though he had no idea who the Peverils were. And what's this about heirs and noble and ancient houses? Harry asked, making Lupin look at him just as strangely as the goblin was. Harry felt very small and ignorant. Master Blordak growled and spoke. I've not received any letters or appointments from Gringotts. I've only visited a few times. When I was 11 with Hagrid, in my second year with Mrs. Weasley, and again last year while I was staying in Diagon. The other goblins gave me your letter and said I had to bring my guardian, but I wasn't exactly on the best terms with them, so I had to wait till now. Harry could slowly feel frustration emanating from the goblin across from him as he continued. The first letter I received was my Hogwarts letter, and besides the letters from my friends, I've only received one from the ministry because of Dobby. How am I supposed to respond to something I've never received? Harry hadn't realized the trinkets around the room vibrated until he finished his rant and felt Lupin's large palm on his shoulder. He pushed back the memories of his uncle's hand in the same place, shoving him into walls or onto his knees as pain exploded along his back. He took in a deep breath and let the touch comfort him even as he swallowed down the bile creeping up his neck. Your guardian should have received those letters and attended the appointment with you, Master Blordak argued. Harry resisted, rolling his eyes. He felt like he'd had this conversation 100 times. Aunt Petunia is a muggle. If she got any letters, they're likely burnt now. She would have never come to Diagon anyway, let alone Gringotts. And I have no idea who my previous magical guardian was. They never introduced themselves to me, so I don't know where to start. Master Blordak gave a great sigh and shook his head. There is nothing we can do now. Wait here. I need to make some inquiries regarding your results. Read your test, and we will continue our discussion when I return. The goblin left Harry and Lupin in the large office full of sparkling artifacts. Harry took the parchment, angling it so Lupin didn't have to look over his shoulder too much. Inheritance test. June 27, 1994. True name, nil. Given name, Harry Jameson Evans Potter. Known name, Harry James Potter. Parentage by injury. Mother, Liliana Joy Potter née Evans, deceased. Father, James Fleamont Potter. Deceased. Family via injury. Adoption. Not applicable. Creature inheritance. Not applicable. Godparents. Lord Sirius Orion Black. Incarcerated in Azkaban. Escaped. Ineligible. Lady Alice Fiona Longbottom, née Fortescue. Long-term hospice care. St. Mungo's Janice Thickey Ward. Ineligible. Magical guardian. Liliana Joy Potter, née Evans. James Fleamont Potter. July 31, 1980 to October 31, 1981. Sirius Orion Black Alice Fiona Longbottom, née Fortescue. October 31, 1981. November 1, 1981. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. November 1st, 1981 to June 27, 1994. Remus Lyle Lupin, June 27, 1994. Present-day titles: Conquests, Warrior, Basilisk Slayer, age 12. Heir Potter Peveril Black Slytherin houses heirships by injury. Heir to the most noble and most ancient house of Peveril paternal bloodline. Heir to the noble and most ancient house of Black paternal bloodline. Heir to the noble and ancient house of Potter paternal bloodline. Heir to the noble and ancient house of Slytherin maternal bloodline. Injury relations to the noble and ancient house of Gryffindor paternal bloodline. Injury relations to the noble and ancient house of Ravenclaw maternal bloodline. Houses heirships by conquest. Heir via inherited conquest to the once noble house of Gaunt Vaults. Vault 3 Peveril Heirloom Vault. Unaccessible until emancipation. Vault 4 Peveril Monetary Vault. Unaccessible until emancipation. Vault 386 Slytherin Heirloom Vault. Unaccessible until emancipation. Vault 685 Potter Heirloom Vault. Unaccessible until emancipation. Vault 686 Potter Monetary Vault. Unaccessible until emancipation. Vault 687 Potter Trust Vault. Maximum withdrawal of 100G per year. Vault 710 Black Heirloom Vault. Unaccessible until emancipation. Vault 711 Black Monetary Vault. Unaccessible until emancipation. Vault 712 Black Trust Vault. Recurring deposits into Vault 687. Vault 812 Gaunt Monetary Vault. Empty. Vault 1783 Lily Evans Vault. Accessible upon 11th birthday. Accessible heirlooms before adulthood. Cloak of Invisibility Peveril Grimoire. Potter Grimoire Black Grimoire. Peveril Heir Ring Potter Heir Ring. Black Heir Ring. Slytherin Heir Ring Properties. Peveril. Hallows Cottage Unplottable Charm. Seance Manor Unplottable Charm. Number 333 Old Way. Diagon Alley Unplottable Charm. Potter. Potter Manor Unplottable Charm. Brewery Town House. Number 7 Godric's Hollow Fidelius Charm. Black. 12 Grimald Place Unplottable Charm. Etoile Manor Unplottable Charm. Slytherin Hogwarts Dungeons The Chamber of Secrets. Basilisk's Refuge. Unplottable Charm. Core Family Magic. Silver Core partially blocked. Peveril Inheritance. Peveril Necromancy blocked. Restricted. Mage Sense blocked. Peveril Family Magic blocked. Potter Inheritance. Potter Family Magic blocked. Potter Hair Curse Black Inheritance. Black Family Magic blocked. Slytherin Inheritance. Parseltongue blocked. Partially broken. Parcel Magic blocked. Slytherin Family Magic blocked. The Last Living Will and Testament of James Fleamont Potter. Wards currently in effect. Male Ward. Keyed to allow letters from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Professor McGonagall, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, Sirius Black, Ronald Weasley, Hermione Granger and the Weasley family. Cast by unknown. Reliance Protection Ward. Keyed between Harry Jameson Evans Potter and Petunia Dursley, née Evans. Cast by unknown. Broken. Injury Protection. Keyed to Harry Jameson Evans Potter from Tom Marvolo Riddle. Cast by Liliana Joy Potter, née Evans. Basic Health Scan. Harry James Evans Potter. Overall health. Very poor. Extreme foreign contamination. Immediate healing is required. Extreme potion regime is recommended. Immediate cleansing is recommended. Diagnostic ritual is recommended. Physically. Scared tissue 50. Bones weakness 45. Fatigue. Pain 45. Malnourishment 60. Blocks core block. Cast by unknown. Deteriorating because of Basiliscus corrumpebant elixir. Silver core. Blocked 80. Partially broken. Currently 65. Family magics. Blocked 100. Partially broken. Currently 85. Parcel magic. Blocked 100. Currently 100. Parseltongue. Blocked 100. Partially broken. Currently 50. Mage Sense. Blocked 100. Partially broken. Currently 85. Peveril Necromantic Magic. Blocked 100. Restricted. Currently 100. Focus. Blocked 100. Partially broken. Currently 60. Compulsions. Cast by unknown. Opram Defectibus Attention Deficit Compulsion. Fidesium Maxima. Strong Loyalty Compulsion keyed to Albus Dumbledore. Confido Maxima. Strong Trust Compulsion keyed to Albus Dumbledore. Molly Weasley. Familia Amare Familial Love Compulsion. Keyed to the Dursleys. Broken. Albus Dumbledore Molly Weasley. Odium Maxima, strong hatred compulsion keyed to Severus Snape Slytherin House. Impedimenta incrementum, impeding health growth curse potions. Falsum nutrimentum, nutrient weakening potion. Toxins/venoms/poisons. Basilisk venom, neutralized by Phoenix Tears Basiliscus corrumpebant elixir parasites. Soul Shard Tom Marvolo Riddle, contained by Liliana Joy Potter, née Evans. Currently 75 effective, weakening, restricting necromancy magics. A diagnostic ritual is recommended to check the patient's complete health status. Harry reread the pearlescent words until they became engraved on his eyelids. He hadn't realized he'd stopped breathing until he felt a large hand encase his shoulder and shake him. A voice called to him, as though from very far away. Contrary to what the gesture was meant to do, Harry flung himself away from the looming figure. "Get away!" he cried, pressing himself into the stone walls of the office, feeling the world spin around him. "Harry?" He shook his head, his fingers slipping into his hair as he pulled at the jet-black strands with a viciousness he was accustomed to. He took comfort in the pain and cried out when someone tried to stop him. "Trust him. Trust Dumbledore. He knows best." A voice like a haunting symphony rose in his head. "No, no, 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 no. He lied to me. They all lied to me," he screamed as a rattling sound invaded the room. Distantly, he was aware that his magic was creating havoc in the office, but he was focused internally. His mind was suddenly consumed with the awareness of a roiling mass of disgusting magic, like thick tar, encircling something that was trying desperately to escape to respond to Harry's anger and distress. "The blocks!" Harry realized and heard someone screaming. He fell to his knees, his scalp aching from his grip on his hair. He squeezed his eyes shut as his glasses slipped from the bridge of his nose. The vertigo did not abate with his sight loss, and he found himself expelling the tea and scones he and Lupin had eaten at the little cafe. He wanted to curse Albus Dumbledore. The test had not said who had put those blocks on him, but he knew of only one person who had had access to him that fateful night. He knew only one powerful enough to put so many blocks and spells on him that put the man in his favor. He wanted to destroy the man even as a voice whispered in a sickly sweet croon. "Trust him. He protects you. He knows best. He only wants to help you. Shut up," he screamed as the voices rose in volume, their words coating his mind even as he shook and screamed, desperate to be in control. "He lied to me. He controlled my entire life. Shut up," he howled. Suddenly, two arms wrapped around him, stable and strong despite the tremble that shook the owner's frame. Harry inhaled to scream, to fight, his mind flashing images of large boys holding him to the ground, legs plowing into his most vulnerable places as he took it all quietly and obediently. His skin prickled as it always did when others touched him. Then he caught the smell. It was a mixture of things Harry could identify with such clarity. He instead let out a broken sob into a broad shoulder but refused to release any tears. He inhaled deeper, taking in the soothing smell of parchment and books, the muskiness of bark and pelt, and the subtle bitter sweetness of chocolate. Harry shook in the strong arms, holding tight to a firm chest, lean and muscled despite the hard edges of bones. Harry let go of his hair to grip the patchy tweed jacket in his fingers like he wanted to rip it. His body trembled worse than when he was faced with Dementors. Harry stuttered into Lupin's shoulder. He felt a large hand settle onto the back of his head, combing through his hair in a way Harry couldn't remember ever experiencing before, and found his words. "What did he do to me?" he keened, voice hoarse and defeated. He wondered if he should feel embarrassed, gripping this man's shoulder like a child. A more prominent voice that sounded oddly like Hermione told him he never got to be a child and should take the opportunity. So he let himself be held even as he refused the relief of tears. He let the man grip him tightly as if he thought Harry would disappear. "I never knew my name," Harry whispered, his entire being broke upon the realization. "Harry Evans. I was never Harry Potter." His voice cracked, and he buried his nose into the jacket, tucking his face into Lupin's neck as a traitorous tear slipped past his ironclad defenses. He greedily inhaled the man's scent, trying to ground him as his head pounded angrily. I'm so sorry, Lupin said, and Harry shook his head. You didn't know, he said, his voice crackling like embers. It's not your fault, I know. I'm sorry, Lupin said, and Harry sighed. I was at your naming celebration, Lupin admitted quietly. Harry lifted his head and moved back slightly to look him in the eye. He found intense golden irises staring back, and wet trails ran down scarred bony cheeks. My naming celebration? Harry asked. Lupin smiled. It was small but relieved. Your mother insisted. It was a joint naming with your classmate, Mr. Longbottom, as he was born a day before you. Neville? Harry whispered, eyes wide. Lupin nodded. Our parents knew each other? Your mothers were best friends and shared a dorm with a few other girls from our year. They were your mother's bridesmaids. They're all gone. Now Lupin didn't break eye contact, but his eyes dimmed with grief. Lily was Neville's godmother, just as Alice is yours. At the celebration, they held the godparent ceremony, where each parent chose a single person with whom they trusted their child more than anyone else. Lily wanted it to be Alice and me, but James chose Sirius, as was his right, and that was that. Lupin shrugged. So, you're my honorary godfather? Harry asked, a slight tug at the corner of his lips. Lupin smiled and nodded. Something like that. Lily insisted that everyone call me Uncle Mooney whenever you were around until one day you kept babbling, mooey. She never let me live it down. He grinned as Harry saw the young man behind the curse and scars. Lupin was handsome with short brown hair, bright amber eyes, and a tall frame. If only he could get a decent night's sleep and rid himself of the grief and stress weighing down his shoulders. A good year's worth of meals couldn't hurt as well. Lupin's expression was soft as he continued, his voice reminiscent. They named you Harry Jameson Evans Potter. James let Lily give you both their names, with the condition that your middle name follow the Potter tradition. She wanted to name you after her father, Henry, but fell in love with Harry, Latin for dark-haired, because you came screaming into this world with a head of pitch-black hair. She thought it was hilarious. He laughed, his eyes squinting. They were debating what nicknames to give you but could never come up with a decision. They called you whichever name they felt at the moment, wanting you to choose what your known name would be when you were a bit older. James liked Harry while Lily loved Hodry. I was always partially to Hottie, meaning leader or guide, in your paternal grandmother, Euphemia's native tongue. Neither of your grandparents lived long enough to meet you, but they would have both been honored by your name. Harry had remained silent, tucked in Lupin's arms as the man talked, and his heart slowed down. The werewolf's deep cadence silenced the voice in his head, and he found himself leaning against his shoulder like a small child would. His skin itched at the feeling of another person's touch, but it was dull and muted as he soaked up the foreign warmth of affection. He kept his eyes on Lupin's stubbly jaw as it moved and felt the vibrations of his voice through the man's chest. His glasses were foggy, and his eyes stung. Hottie, Hodry, Henry. I had so many choices, but someone chose Harry. The most English muggle-sounding name there is? Harry asked derisively, even as Lupin chuckled. Yes, well, the child usually chooses their name upon their 7th birthday in a ceremony. When you continued being known as Harry Potter at school, we all thought you had chosen it. Many figured your carers had called you that, and you had accepted it, Lupin said. Harry ducked his head, not wanting Lupin to see the torrent of emotions in his eyes. He wondered if his known name could have been Boy or Freak if he hadn't been told his name when he started primary school and his relatives had to reveal his name. He wondered if they had been told his given name and had decided to call him a typical English name instead of one linked to the wizarding world, or had they been told that was his name as well. Suddenly, they heard the creak of a door opening and looked up to a group of goblins entering the office. Harry pushed himself away from the comforting embrace even as he had to scold himself for wanting to absorb more of the man's warmth and affection, even though he was unused to it. He found that he wanted more once he tasted what parental affection was supposed to feel like. He shook his head and turned to the goblins and the room. It was wrecked. Various bits and bobs had been thrown across the ground. Beside where Lupin was rising to his feet was a small puddle of something vile that made Harry burn bright red. I'm sorry for the mess, Harry murmured. Master Blordak was at the front of the group and looked around the room dismissively before waving a clawed hand. Harry watched as everything thrown from shelves was returned to their rightful places. The chairs were fixed from where his magic had shredded them, and even the puddle had vanished. Harry suddenly wanted to be able to do that, harness his magic with so much ease that he didn't need his wand or words. There is no need to apologize, HEIR Potter. We understand that what you have learned today is beyond anything you, or we, could have imagined, Master Blordak said as he sat down behind his desk. With a small pop, 5 more chairs appeared in the room, making a circle that faced Harry. They sat down when Master Blordak waved, and Harry and Lupin followed. HEIR Potter, Mr. Lupin, I have brought the heads of the ritual and curse-breaking departments, Master Spearbeak and Rickshaw respectfully, and their seconds in command, Bloodgore and Steelclaw, along with our head healer, Matron Ragnarok. With your consent, we can set up a ritual to remove the blocks, compulsions, curses and potions within the hour. One is already being set up as we speak. Harry swallowed around the lump in his neck and nodded his head vigorously. Yes, he said desperately. Please, please get rid of them. All of them, he pleaded. Master Blordak inclined his head, of course, HEIR Potter. However, we must also get consent from your guardian, as you are underage and still a minor. Mr. Lupin, will you consent to this for HEIR Potter? Lupin was already looking at him when Harry turned to face the man. He could see his reflection in the werewolf's amber eyes. He could see the desperation in his reflection as Lupin's eyes traced Harry's face. Lupin breathed through his nose. What will happen to him? He asked, not taking his gaze from Harry. Harry blinked at the question, his brows furrowing. What does that matter? He asked, bewildered. I don't care what they do as long as they get it out of me. He growled, glaring at the man who didn't flinch. There's nothing wrong with you. You don't need this. Trust in Dumbledore. Harry shook his head at the whispering in his ear. Stop that, he snapped, making the goblins around the room give him varying looks. Before Lupin could say anything, Master Blordak spoke again. The ritual will invoke magic to strip him of all magic, not his own. Due to the number and estimated length of time the spells have been on him, there will be extreme pain. They have likely mutated, and there have been cases in the past where people have been overwhelmed and died from the agony. As long as HEIR Potter can hold out for a few hours, the strength of his will should keep him alive. What's the rate of survival? Lupin asked. 40%. Lupin frowned at the words and closed his eyes tightly. It looked like he was waging a war in his mind even as Harry reached out and took the man's hand. Lupin's eyes snapped open to show them glowing again. Harry was careful not to show how uncomfortable the feeling of ants crawling across his skin made him. He looked pleadingly up at his ex-professor. Please, Remus. I don't care how much it will hurt. I want to be free. I want to know who I am under all these spells. Please. Harry saw the moment Lupin broke. He closed his eyes and let out a pained sigh that confused Harry. Is this really what you want? He asked. Harry nodded. It is, all right. Remus agreed, and Harry's face erupted into the most gigantic smile he thought he'd ever had. Never had the thought of pain made him so happy. Harry followed and was subjected to several long minutes of silence before they entered a room similar to the hospital wing at Hogwarts. But instead of brick and wood, the walls were made of thick stone. He was directed to sit on the empty bed and took a deep breath, letting the matron wave her clawed hands around him as she muttered in gobbledygook. She frowned and growled, something Harry couldn't hope to translate as the sounds were like rocks being thrown at one another. She turned her attention to a cabinet stocked with different colored potions, pulled out a single one and set it on his bedside table. You are severely malnourished, little wizard, and many bones have not healed correctly. I'm surprised your bones aren't dust with how brittle they are, but I see you've been given skill grow within the last 2 years. It's helped with the worst damage but has not fixed the underlying issue. You are far below the necessary weight and height percentile for your age group. Once this procedure has been completed, you will be under my care until I deem you healthy enough. Is that understood? Matron Ragnarok spoke with a growl and a hard stare so reminiscent of Madame Pomfrey that Harry could only nod feebly under the steely matron's glare. Yes, ma'am, Harry said, taking the potion handed to him quickly and downing it, not desiring further ire. He gagged at the thick sludge, tasting like metal shavings and dried coriander. I wish to start working on your care plan. However, giving you anything now would be a waste due to the ritual, so this body-fortifying potion must do the job. It should last a few hours in the ritual before it is wiped away, allowing your body to last as long as your resolve to survive does. What little magic that has forced itself through the blocks is the only thing that is keeping your body from breaking down, and is likely the reason you have not died in your sleep a dozen times through your childhood. As he looked down at himself, Matron Ragnarok's words hit him like a hippogriff. His too large second-hand clothes swamped his skeletal frame, making him look like a homeless child playing dress-up. The rope tied around his waist, holding his pants in place, didn't help the image. Some of his fingers were bent slightly as he raised his hands to examine them, not paying attention to Matron Ragnarok chanting around him. He'd always known that these fingers were the reason behind his atrocious handwriting and wondered if the matron could fix them. He decided he would ask her after she undoubtedly kidnaps him after the ritual and straps him into one of the many beds around him. All right, little wizard. There's nothing more I can do without wasting our time. Giving you anything else is wasteful. The ritual will waste energy, clearing it from your system when it should focus on the important things. Change into these and we'll go to the ritual chambers. They should have finished setting everything up by now. Matron Ragnarok interrupted his thoughts before handing him a folded pile of eggshell blue bathrobes. When, he reminded himself. He found a single mirror in the corner of the room, and when he turned to call Matron Ragnarok back, he saw a small boy in the two-piece linen bathrobe and ankle-high pants gazing back at him. He looked closer to 12 than 13, nearly 14 in a month. His jet-black hair was wildly sticking up in every direction, longer than he'd ever let it grow. He debated if it was time for a trim, but the longer he looked at it, the more he wondered how it would be longer. Would length tame the wild curls? It almost covered his mother's eyes, glowing a vibrant emerald green hidden behind unattractive round spectacles, barely held together by spellotape. He'd always known he was skinny and weak, but to see himself with the knowledge that this had been purposefully done to keep him this way, that some had known and placed these potions and curses on him. Harry felt like vomiting again, even when there wasn't anything left inside his stomach. Tying the knee-high robe at his waist, he followed the matron in a pair of pale blue slippers she left at the foot of the bed that Harry imagined was what clouds must feel like as she led him into the bowels of Gringotts. Harry felt sweat bead on his forehead when they passed through the ceiling-high doors of the ritual chamber. A cavernous room stretched in a circular shape, the walls dug out slightly to show small alcoves holding strange little objects covered in symbols and writing he couldn't identify from where he was. He shook his head. Two groups stood out to Harry as he continued his conspicuous observations. The larger group consisted of goblins facing two elderly goblins and a single wizard in dark blue robes looming over them. Half the goblins wore gray robes, while the other half matched the wizard. They seemed to be discussing the ritual as the two older goblins, Harry recognized as the heads of the ritual and curse-breaking departments, pointed about the room as though explaining what would happen where. The other group were 5 goblins sitting in a dugout hollow of the wall behind a visibly shimmering ward. They wore the white cloth of the healing department, and Harry breathed a bit easier. Harry noticed Remus leaving the dugout and quickly approaching him when he saw they'd entered. "Are you ready?" Remus asked as he stopped in front of him. His hands twitched while his eyes darted around Harry's face, looking for any sign of fear, any sign of doubt. "I'm ready," Harry answered determinedly, his eyes hard as steel. Remus let out a tight breath and nodded. He hesitated, body twitching before Matron Ragnarok approached them from where Harry hadn't noticed her talking with Masters Spearbeak and Rickshaw. "Little wizard," she began, clawed hands on her waist as she glared up at him. "I'm going to be blunt with you, so I hope you take no offense." She waited for him to nod and continued. "We can't give you anything for the pain, and trust me, child, there will be immense pain. The ritual is designed to cleanse as many foreign magics and substances from the vessel as possible, so anything we give you now will be useless and take up a bit of magic that could have been used elsewhere. We will constantly be monitoring your condition throughout the procedure, and should your heart give out, we will stop the ritual and proceed to resuscitate, Harry nodded, not acknowledging her last statement. You are aware of the mortality rate? She questioned. Harry nodded. It's all right, ma'am. I'm used to pain. Please, get rid of whatever they did to me, he said quietly, his voice echoing solemnly even to himself. I don't want it in me anymore. His voice cracked, but he didn't care. He placed a hand over where he knew that creature was clutching its claws, hoarding something from him. I want to be free of it. We will, child. Trust us. She took his hand, ignoring the involuntary flinch, and patted it warmly. Despite feeling the prickles along his skin, he felt warmth spread through him. He bit his lip, nodding as he wiped at his eyes. He smiled unconvincingly to the two and turned at the approach of 3 sets of footsteps. HEIR Potter, a white-haired goblin, began croaking, eyes hidden beneath prominent bushy eyebrows. Harry recognized him as Master Spearbeak. We require you to relinquish yourself of all possessions. Anything that could even slightly affect the ritual must be behind the healer's ward, including your clothing and glasses. Harry blushed brightly at that, feeling his ears and cheeks flame with embarrassment. He felt Remus place a comforting hand on his shoulder and turn his head to find the man, who gave him a sympathetic grimace. Once this is over, we'll never speak of it. I promise, he said. Harry's answering grin wavered but showed the depth of his gratitude. I understand you wizards think quite highly of your privacy and decency, but goblins have no particular opinion on the matter. You'd be a far brighter shade of color if you stepped foot in our grottos, young wizard. Let me tell you that the elder goblin went from professional courtesy to a cantankerous grandfather so fast it nearly gave Harry whiplash. Slightly pink with mortification, Harry nodded along with the elder's words. The tall wizard behind the goblin had his navy hood up, casting his face in shadow except for his mouth, which was twitching with restrained amusement. Harry thought he saw a flash of orange and something white dangling from the person's ear in the dim light, but chose to ignore it, his mind already swirling with 100 different things he couldn't perceive. The voices were still badgering him not to go through with the ritual and not to trust non-human creatures, but thankfully, they were not targeting Remus. He didn't know if it was because Dumbledore had wanted him to have some connection to his father through him or whatever other sick, twisted mind games the man was playing. Still, he took comfort in the only person the mutated compulsions weren't attacking. Gratefully, the new wizard and goblins left him to undress in relative privacy. Remus was taken back into the dugout, safekeeping Harry's glasses, for which he was thankful. A white shimmer indicated the safety ward, and the man sat with his gaze turned away from Harry. He felt no one watching him as he let the robe fall from his shoulders and slipped out of the pants and slippers, handing them to Matron Ragnarok, who kept her gaze on Harry's bright red face. He was then led to the middle of the ritual circle, his vision blurry. He felt disoriented and more vulnerable than he'd ever let himself be before anyone. Still, the goblins demonstrated a strange assurance that made Harry believe they wouldn't betray his trust. He was unsure about the Cursebreaker. He assumed the wizard in the navy robes was, but he figured if the goblins thought he was a necessary addition, it was the right thing to do. He chose not to think about his guardian for his sanity. This was more than he wished to show anyone, let alone his previous professor and honorary godfather. He kept his back turned to the dugout, forgetting the spattering of scars across his back. Ranging from old scars his skin had slowly healed to varying thicknesses of white lines. He did not catch the look on the faces of those around him as he stood in a body emaciated from malnourishment and abuse, far smaller than his peers. The goblins drowned out a sound like a subvocal growl as they spoke to one another, and the final preparations were completed. Sit with your feet stretching this way, Master Sharpbeak directed, his blurry claw pointing towards what Harry identified as a black candle in the middle of a symbol surrounded by squiggles. He did as instructed. His feet pointed to the candle as the goblin held a bowl in Harry's line of sight. Place 5 drops of injury in this dish. With each drop you must repeat after me. Harry was handed a small dagger and did as asked, pricking his finger. Harry repeated the words instructed to him as his injury dripped audibly around the room into the shallow dish. Maiden, drip, mother, drip, crone, drip, magic, drip, death, drip. Allow me strength, protection, and honor, he whispered. The pressure heightened, and phantom hands brushed against his arms, legs, back, and forehead, carding through his hair and scratching his scalp tenderly. One hand felt cold, peaceful, and final, promised relief and mercy from pain and suffering. Harry liked the feeling, felt familiar. Another hand was vibrant with life and warmth, not the energy of the living, but that of magic and possibilities. It reminded him of the short bursts of heat he'd feel whenever he cast a spell or did accidental magic. The last was strange, ever-changing from aging, shifting, maternal to admiring. Harry had never felt anything like it. He tried to place the feeling but came up blank, and he accepted the touches that didn't prickle at his skin. He imagined his mother might have done this for him were she alive. Brushed his hair away from his face, patted his back and held him when he was sad, stroked his cheek when she just wanted to look at him. A tear tracked down the side of his face before he quickly wiped it away, watching blurrily as Master Spearbeak hobbled away with the bowl containing his injury and tipped a small vial with a purple substance into it. We ask the deities to honor a child of magic with a safe cleanse. The master stopped to pour some of the mixture on each of the 5 candles around the circle, pausing to let the flame spark a different color as if acknowledging his words. We ask the maiden, mother, crone, magic and death to heal this child, for he is shackled. We beseech you, he is innocent. The flames flared unique colors of dawn blue, sunshine yellow, dusk red, enchanting violet and ashen silver with black flecks. Lay down, HEIR Potter, and we shall begin. Harry complied with the elder goblin's wishes, stretching out as a chant began around the room. It echoed hauntingly across the walls. You must stay awake, HEIR Potter. You must fight the magic attached to your core and your mind. The more you fight, the more we can remove from you. Harry nodded, staring up at the ceiling that blended with the walls to reach a point directly above where he lay. The chanting began. He felt immediate pressure build on his chest, directly over his solar plexus, like a lance was being pushed through his skin. He gritted his teeth as the feeling intensified until it pierced his body, searching for something within him. The roiling tar spun in his chest, and Harry was choking on his breath. The lance reached for the black sludge and grasped it in blinding white claws. Harry flinched when the tar screamed and writhed inside him, black talons sinking into his body as the thing tried to remain within Harry. He held in his whimpers as the pain increased with the tar's struggle. Something so beautiful in its iridescence that Harry nearly choked on his breath. Determination flooded Harry as he reached for his magic. He saw the silver light pulse weakly beneath the sludge, another sliver revealing itself, and Harry reached for it. He called for his magic to expand, to fill his body and attack the disgusting tar leaching off his core. Externally, the goblins and Cursebreaker chanted while watching as the trickle of oil-like substance from the center of his chest started flowing faster, leaking into the ritual circle's crevices before burning into a putrid-smelling smoke. The healer goblins, Master Blordak and Remus watched in horror as the child in the center of the ritual stiffened under the pain. Head tilted back in a silent scream as the liquid continued to drain from him. Harry felt his magic becoming stronger and purer as more of the sludge was ripped from his core. Streaks of silver light flooded him, burning the sludge as it screamed. His stomach roiled as a clump of tar was pierced by his magic, the mass seething as the lance of magic helped eat away at it. A black mist he'd never known existed, fogging his mind, blew away with a wave of magic from his core. He felt his mind clear, as if he could hear after being submerged underwater for too long. All that remained was a small fraction of sludge and something small on his forehead. Harry focused on the sludge, distantly aware of the lance abandoning his core to investigate the fragment in his forehead. The tar, feeling the loss of the lance, attempted to surge up, but Harry clamped his magic down on the vile substance, squeezing until all he could hear was the screams he hadn't realized he was producing echoing around him. The sludge burned away, finally revealing his core. It swirled like silver fluid, with strands of golden wisps floating off to explore his body. He could feel the magic moving through him, could feel the vibrant pulsing of his core and thought he was finally breathing for the first time in his miserable life. The strange magical substance of acid and fire returned from where it watched the action to encompass his core, enveloping it in a warm shield that made Harry breathe easier. He felt something he'd known was missing, but could never identify had finally been returned to him. Like a piece of a puzzle he had long ago abandoned, it was finally clicking into place. He relaxed as magic raced through him, finally free and exhilarated. A small smile lit up his face. Then the lance found his infamous scar. His back arched from the floor as a scream rivaling a banshee escaped him. The goblins stumbled at the sudden sound, thinking everything had finally resolved, when the child had begun to smile until that scream had been unleashed. The wizard Cursebreaker raced into the circle, the chant already stopped. His hood flung off, long orange hair escaping the garment and glowing in the dim light like a halo. Remus stood up and was barely holding himself back against the edge of the barrier as he watched the child, his cub, wail in agony. "Shit, get the healers," the red-haired Cursebreaker commanded, placing his hand over the scar of the small, broken boy, watching his injury leaked through his fingers. The room filled with the smell of ozone and ash as the lance died, and Harry's magic surged around the shard, rejecting the parasite and creating more pain for the child writhing on the ground. Healers rushed around them, and the werewolf dropped to his knees on the floor beside the child's head. Still, the Cursebreaker focused on his spell, directing the ward to envelop the parasite until the waves of determined magic finally stopped attacking it. The ward held, even as the boy's magic refused to stop its assault and the injury slowed from between his fingers to a sluggish trickle. The Cursebreaker fell backwards away from Harry, allowing the goblins to push through to tend to the child that had passed out, while his guardian stared down at the child in horror, eyes blazing gold. Everyone could feel Harry's magic pulsing out of his body, searching for whatever harmed him before returning, curling up like a cat. The smell of ozone, ash, and a floral hint Harry would have recognized had he been conscious. Lilies, carnations, chrysanthemum, and aconite passed over the room in waves of strength that had some visibly relaxing and tensing simultaneously. Harry twitched as his magic roared with freedom, making his body spasm with the energy that had been shackled for years. The goblins ignored the innocent way the magic brushed up against them curiously, knowing Harry couldn't control it in his unconscious state, and let the magic do as it wanted. The two wizards could only watch warily, unsure what to make of it. Harry's magic had spent enough time under the control of others and seemed to be enjoying its freedom at last. The Goblet of Fire airships, words in underline. Excerpts taken from the book's words in italicize. POV's thoughts Parseltongue. Original characters and places do not belong to me. Do not republish this story on other sites. I do not give my consent or permission. We don't condone abuse of any kind from the comments. Genuine criticism and suggestions are always appreciated. But I've already finished the beginning chapters, so the main storyline is non-negotiable. Updating on Sundays, AEST. Harry regained consciousness slowly, his body aching and a putrid odor clogging his nose. The blankets covering him were rough against his sensitive skin, and his tongue was bones dry and tasted like ash. The cot beneath him was softer than he remembered passing out on. As he breathed, he recognized the smell of antiseptic, lemons and earth hidden beneath the putrid odor. Despite all his senses working in overdrive, he couldn't hear a thing. Like a thick blanket muffled the world. His eyes cracked a thin film of dried sleep, his vision blurry as he took in the world around him. He was lying on his back in a white room. He tried to lift his arm to feel whatever was tied around his forehead, but found his arms wouldn't follow his commands. His scar felt like someone had stuck a fire poker into it and left it there. That was only made worse by the irritating itch of whatever had been wrapped around the wound. He was lighter than he could ever remember being. He felt as weak as when the Dursleys locked him in the cupboard for a week as a child with nothing but a few bottles of water. But his mind wasn't weighed down by a fog of darkness and incessant thoughts. He groaned audibly at a sharp strike of pain, and not a second later, there was a popping sound, and noise invaded the room, startling him. What he'd thought were white walls was a curtain, pushed aside by a familiar goblin. Matron Ragnok bustled into the room, her eyes hard as she began chanting and waving her clawed hands around his lax form. Behind her, Master Blordak, Remus, Master Rickshaw, Master Spearbeak, and a group of smartly dressed goblins entered the cordoned-off area. Harry's face lit up at the blurry, tall form of his werewolf guardian, even as he grimaced at the pain when his body tensed as Matron Ragnarok lifted one of his arms and checked his hands. She was glaring at him as though he was a stubborn stain that wouldn't be removed, and with a click of her fingers, a line of potions danced into his partitioned-off area. Harry doesn't get a chance to reach for them, not knowing if he has the strength to do so when Remus already reaches for him. With a strength that belied the man's stringy frame, Remus positioned Harry up the bed, leaning him against the pillows and slipped his glasses onto the bridge of his nose. Matron Ragnarok began handing Remus potion after potion, letting the man carefully pour them into Harry's mouth without a single word between them. Harry wondered if they'd done this to him earlier, but he couldn't remember. He drank potion after potion, gagging slightly at the disgusting mix of flavors and textures, grimacing especially hard at the feeling of the last one, reminding him of the tar he vaguely remembered forcing from his core. After a glass of water to wash them down, Harry felt more alive than he had after waking up moments ago. Master Blordak stepped forward with Master Spearbeak and Rickshaw as Matron Ragnarok nodded approvingly at Harry and Remus, moving to his other side to continue scanning him with a whispered chant Harry could easily block out as white noise. The remaining goblins stayed back, likely not wanting to anger the matron by crowding the area. Harry thought that was a wise decision. Harry felt the pain in his muscles dim slightly and found the strength to finally raise a hand to scratch the uncomfortable itch beneath the thick bandage tied around his head. Remus' gentle hand took his wrist to stop the action, his face amused and admonishing when he got too close to his aching scar. "HEIR Potter, how are you feeling?" Master Blordak asked, watching Harry's eyes glow with unrestrained power that could be attributed to the pepper-up potion within the concoction he'd been handed. Harry could feel the energy running through his arm or leg like a current, crackling and popping with the desire to be released. His body twitched with the flood overriding his strained muscles, settling slowly as time passed, and his heart, which had been kicked up, slowed down. "I feel alive," he whispered, reverently watching the core spinning in his mind's eye, feeling it pump magic through his arm or leg, chest, and head, washing him with a sense of rightness, of home. "My muscles burn, my bones ache, my head pounds, but I've never felt more alive. So light, free." He looked up to the goblins, matching grins taking up each of their faces before the matron spoke up. "I'm not surprised. With the number of compulsions and wards stripped from you, I'd imagine it feels like walking your whole life not knowing you were wearing a blanket over your head, stifling but normal for how long you've been under it, only to finally feel the breeze and sun after removing it. The muscle strain is likely from how tense your body was during the ritual, along with your magic pulsing out of you every second. We'll work on you containing it now that you can feel it. Unfortunately, your head is also due to the ritual, as the magic attempted to fight the parasite willing to harm you to remove it. Your cursed scar opened during the attempted banishment and caused it to bleed quite a bit, so I've given you a injury replenishing potion. Your bones are entirely the result of my meddling," she said. She did not sound ashamed of this last statement. "I apologize for not getting your consent, but I got Mr. Lupin's, who believed this action was in your best interest. I couldn't look at your scan for another minute with that horrid skeleton still inside you. I vanished the bones that had improperly healed and those that had begun to deteriorate or were beyond my capabilities to reverse. I'll put you on a few potion regimes and a strict schedule for the next few months. Hopefully you'll be a healthy, if slightly skinnier and smaller boy of your age by Yule. I estimate you'll always have a slighter frame than other boys. However, you should start growing some inches with the right potions. Here," she handed him a parchment with a schedule written on it. "Health Well-Being Plan, Harry Evans Potter. Meal Plan, Breakfast. Small meal of protein and carbs or liquid substitute, and a large glass of milk. Morning break. Snack of dried fruit and nuts and tea. Lunch. Small meal of protein with lots of vegetables. Afternoon break. Snack of dried fruit and nuts and tea. Dinner. Small protein dish with lots of vegetables and a large glass of milk. Dessert. Tea. Dessert treat. Potion regime after breakfast. 40 immunitas, Immunity Strengthening Potion. 2 TBSP Nutrimentum Auxilium, Nutrient Aid, Draft 2 TBSP. Before bed, Oculus Sana, Eye Restoration, Elixir 1 drop / Iskelagro, 1 TBSP. Nutrimentum Auxilium, Nutrient Aid, Draft 2 TBSP. Exercise, daily. Walk / or run 1 hour. Helps stamina and speed. Meditation, every other day. Reflex training. Drop a ball and attempt to catch it with the same hand, spatial awareness and reflexes. Items like a snitch are preferred. 4 times a week. Resistance training 1 hour. Muscle growth, strength and bones density. Harry read carefully, noting the scheduled potions regime. He asked why he had to drink certain potions at the specified times and why no one had told him about the potion that would fix his eyesight. The matron responded, "The immunity potion is to revitalize your immune system, which has been working far too hard and over-relying on your magic the past years, so taking it in the morning will kickstart it before meeting other germ-ridden children. The Skelligro will be painful after the first hour as it will aim to strengthen your bones and reverse years of poor mineral absorption and stress. So taking it before you sleep will hopefully stop you from experiencing the worst of it. You may wake up with aches like a growing pain, but it will be worth it so you don't break your bones by simply jumping up and down and giving your magic a rest from holding your body together. The eye drops will help with the day's strain and be more effective while resting. No one has told you about it because it is a forgotten potion rarely used nowadays due to its exorbitant price. Not many standard wizards remember the potion, let alone can afford it, so it is not so surprising no one has told you about it. However, I've seen the number of vaults in your possession, and I can confidently say this potion won't so much as make a dent in your wealth." Harry grinned. He tensed, waiting for the onslaught of voices telling him to trust the lying old man. When none came, Harry was happy that he no longer heard the siren's call for trust, love, and obedience. Only hatred and disgust Harry knew were his thoughts and feelings. He looked back to his guardian and found the man already looking at him from where he'd taken a seat on the edge of Harry's bed, still keeping him upright with a firm hand. Harry was surprised not to feel anything at the touch except a warmth in his chest. He attributed it to pain relief and numbing potions likely to be in his system. "Are you sure you're all right?" Remus asked, eyes darting around Harry's face worriedly. Harry grinned, nodding. "I feel great," he said, earning a grin in return. Master Blordak interrupted them when Remus went to speak again with a subtle clearing of his neck. "Herr Potter, I'd like to redo the inheritance test with your permission. Should everything be in order, we can begin to finalize your inheritance properly. It's been a few days, and I assumed you would like to rest a bit before." Master Blordak started but was interrupted when Harry jolted, alarmed. "How long have I been here?" he squeaked, feeling his head pound angrily at him for the sudden movement. The hand on his back began to rub in soothing circles as his head spun. "What time is it?" he muttered, more to himself than the goblins, not expecting the response when it came. Spearbeak spoke up for Master Blordak. His croaking voice, stronger than Harry remembered it from what he now knew was over 5 days ago. Forgiven, Master Blordak promptly brushed it aside before snapping his fingers. A familiar bowl with a pearlescent potion and a little berry appeared on the small table the goblins deposited over his lap. He fulfilled the instructions from the first time he completed the inheritance, watching his injury drip into the potion, fizzling and popping when he chanted as the master poured it on a new, thick parchment scroll. "We shall keep your original test along with the sample of residue we collected from the ritual and start building a case if you wish to press charges against your abusers for willful endangerment, neglect and magical violation," the manager continued, scanning the test before smiling happily. "Very good. All seems to be in order." He handed it to Harry. He waited patiently for him to read it. Inheritance test. July 3, 1994. True name, nil. Given name, Harry Jameson Evans Potter. Known name, Harry James Potter. Parentage by injury, mother, Liliana Joy Potter née Evans. Deceased father, James Fleamont Potter. Deceased family via injury adoption. Not applicable creature inheritance. Not applicable godparents. Lord Sirius Orion Black, incarcerated in Azkaban. Escaped ineligible. Lady Alice Fiona Longbottom, née Fortescue. Long-term hospice care. St. Mungo's Janice Thickey Ward ineligible. Magical Guardian, Liliana Joy Potter, née Evans, James Fleamont Potter. July 31, 1980 to October 31, 1981. Sirius Orion Black Alice Fiona Longbottom, née Fortescue October 31, 1981. November 1, 1981. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. November 1, 1981 to June 27, 1994. Remus Lyle Lupin. June 27, 1994. Present day. Titles: Conquests, Warrior, Basilisk Slayer. Age 12. Heir Potter Peveril Black Slytherin houses heirships by injury. Heir to the most noble and most ancient house of Peveril paternal bloodline. Heir to the noble and most ancient house of Black paternal bloodline. Heir to the noble and ancient house of Potter paternal bloodline. Heir to the noble and ancient house of Slytherin maternal bloodline. Injury relations to the noble and ancient house of Gryffindor paternal bloodline. Injury relations to the noble and ancient house of Ravenclaw maternal bloodline. Houses heirships by conquest. Heir via inherited conquest to the once noble house of Gaunt Vaults. Vault 3 Peveril Heirloom Vault. Unaccessible until emancipation. Vault 4 Peveril Monetary Vault. Unaccessible until emancipation. Vault 386 Slytherin Heirloom Vault. Unaccessible until emancipation. Vault 685 Potter Heirloom Vault. Unaccessible until emancipation. Vault 686 Potter Monetary Vault. Unaccessible until emancipation. Vault 687 Potter Trust Vault. Maximum withdrawal of 100 G per year. Vault 710 Black Heirloom Vault. Unaccessible until emancipation. Vault 711 Black Monetary Vault. Unaccessible until emancipation. Vault 712 Black Trust Vault. Recurring deposits into Vault 687. Vault 812 Gaunt Monetary Vault. Empty. Vault 1783 Lily Evans Vault. Accessible upon 11th birthday. Accessible heirlooms before adulthood. Cloak of Invisibility Peveril Grimoire. Potter Grimoire Black Grimoire. Peveril Heir Ring Potter Heir Ring. Black Heir Ring. Slytherin Heir Ring Properties. Peveril. Hallows Cottage Unplottable Charm. Seance Manor Unplottable Charm. Number 333 Old Way. Diagon Alley Unplottable Charm. Potter. Potter Manor Unplottable Charm. Brewery Town House. Number 7 Godric's Hollow Fidelius Charm. Black. 12 Grimald Place Unplottable Charm. Etoile Manor Unplottable Charm. Slytherin. Hogwarts Dungeons. The Chamber of Secrets. Basilisk's Refuge. Unplottable Charm. Core Family Magic. Silver Core. Peveril Inheritance. Peveril Necromancy Restricted. Mage Sense. Peveril Family Magic. Potter Inheritance. Potter Family Magic. Potter Hair Curse Black Inheritance. Black Family Magic. Slytherin Inheritance. Parseltongue. Parcel Magic. Slytherin Family Magic. The Last Living Will and Testament of James Fleamont Potter. Wards currently in effect. Containment Ward. Containing Soul Shard Parasite cast by Cursebreaker William Weasley. Basic Health Scan. Harry James Evans Potter. Overall health. Poor. Extreme Potion Regime is recommended. Diagnostic Ritual is recommended. Physically. Curse Scar Inflamed Scared Tissue 50. Bones Weakness 15. Fatigue. Malnourishment 60 blocks. Not applicable compulsions. Not applicable potions in effect. Skelegro. Fortier Immunitas Injury Replenisher. Nutrimentum Auxilium Pepper Up. Numbing Potion. Natural Toxins / Venoms / Poisons. Basilisk Venom. Neutralized by Phoenix Tears. Basiliscus Corrumpebant Elixir Parasites. Soul Shard Tom Marvolo Riddle. Containment Ward by Cursebreaker William Weasley. A diagnostic ritual is recommended to check the patient's complete health status. Harry choked on his breath. Cursebreaker William Weasley. Ron had talked about how one of his older brothers worked as a cursebreaker for Gringotts. He'd thought the eldest Weasley was stationed in Egypt, where the entire family had gone on holiday to visit him the previous summer. Why was he in London? Did he recognize Harry as the weird child hanging on to his kid brother for the last 3 years? Harry wondered what the eldest Weasley thought of him and then felt his face burn in mortification. I was naked in front of Ron's big brother for hours. He began physically cringing. He's going to tell Ron about the ritual and how I had to lay on the ground naked for hours. He moaned, face tucked into his knees as his head spun. Knowing Ron, he'd never let him forget it. Remus gave his back a reassuring pat as Master Spearbeak interrupted. Cursebreaker Weasley is under oath not to disclose who or what occurred in the ritual chambers unless given explicit permission by you or Master Blordak, he declared. Harry released a huff of relief and looked back up, noticing the amusement on the goblin's face, and reread the test. Would it be all right if someone could explain all this? He asked, gesturing at the swath of information that didn't make sense to his muggle-raised mind. Now that he was no longer faced with everything wrong in his body, he could focus on the entirely different problem he was facing. What's all this nonsense about heirships, houses, and creature inheritances? I didn't know the wizarding world used titles like that, and why are some of these houses noble or most noble? Why did I inherit some of them from Mum when she was a muggle-born? He paused and took a breath that rattled his slight frame. Why didn't anyone open their will? He tried to stop the hysterical edge to his voice but was unsuccessful. Master Blordak watched him silently, and Harry saw him considering where to begin. A high stool suddenly appeared beside his bed on the opposite side Remus had sat down. He didn't disturb Matron Ragnok as she continued her work and diligently wrote into a folder. He began sternly, but not unkindly, as he gestured to what he was explaining on the parchment. He started from the top, working his way down. Remus looked just as interested in the information as Harry, as if this was his first time learning about it. Master Blordak decided he should explain each part of the test even if it were self-explanatory. Harry assumed the goblin did not want him to ask questions, so he kept his lips firmly shut. A child in the Wixen world is given a name upon their birth by their parents, much the same as when Muggles name their children and record the name on their birth certificate. Most Wixen give their children long and tedious names, so the child is given nicknames until its known name, the one they are most commonly referred to in society, is decided. The parents and child usually choose this between the child's 5th and 7th birthday. It is what Wixen refers to others by and is often a bastardized form of the given name. Your parents named you Harry Jameson Evans Potter, and someone recorded your given name as Harry James Potter, the same name the wizarding world has revered since that fateful night. The master paused, watching Harry's face and allowing him to ask any questions he may have. Harry stayed silent, so the master continued. The true name is what a Wix chooses upon adulthood, and is commonly used afterwards to sign contracts and make vows. It is a binding name in the magical world tied to a soul, but until this name is chosen, either of your names can be used for legally binding contracts. He moved his clawed finger down the parchment. The second origin is through what wizards call infecting. We goblins, however, call it turning. A good example is your guardian here. Master Blordak gestured to Remus, who flinched hard. Remus? Harry asked. Yes, Master Blordak said, nodding as Harry watched Remus' face pale drastically. Some wizards inherit creatures via bites or stings or the ingesting of injury. Mr. Lupin was bitten and, therefore, inherited the abilities of a lycanthrope. You wizards call them werewolves, but we call them the Phaelad. He can pass it on to his offspring as the originating creature. This appeared to be news to Remus as he jolted and stuttered. Really? I could curse my children just by being their father? Master Blordak's brow furrowed. Curse? Lycanthropy is not a curse, sir. And yes, there is a higher chance than if one of your parents had been one. I understand Muggles have developed a science called genetic inheritance tracking or something similar. It explains the process much better. Now, please do not interrupt again until I have finished explaining. Remus opened his mouth as though to argue, but Harry leaned further into the man's side, effectively shutting him up. Remus took a deep breath as he held Harry tighter, seeming to take more comfort in the gesture than the child. He sighed above Harry before giving a nod for the goblin to continue. Master Blordak moved his finger down the parchment again and continued. Your parents chose your godparents in a ceremony a month after you were born, who should have sworn a vow. This is a vow from the godparent for the protection of the wizarding child and a parent's acceptance of this vow. Should the godparent harm the child, the godparent will be stripped of their magic. However, taking this vow has become less used. Some might say it is old-fashioned and has rarely been used in the last century. If your godparents had taken this vow, only they and your parents would have known, as it is a private ritual at midnight on a new moon. Lady Magic decides your titles upon deeds or qualifications. I assume you have earned the revered title warrior as described here, though I am a bit disturbed at the age at which you acquired it. Your houses and heirships by injury are precisely what they appear. They are the noble or ancient houses you are descended from and have inherited from your mother or father. The houses choose who has been accepted into the house by magic, either as the heir or a member. From your father, you inherited the family heirship of House Potter, House Black, and House Peveril and are an injury relative of House Gryffindor. Be patient. I will explain in a moment. From your mother, you inherited the heirship of House Slytherin and have been accepted as a member of House Ravenclaw. There's not much I can say about your heirship by conquest, as House Gaunt is a fallen house and has been in disgrace for decades. Magic abandoned them because of the insurmountable amount of inbreeding within the family. But that is a rumor and has not been verified. We do not have their heir or lordship rings or any current information about them. Some houses have requirements to be chosen as an heir. The House of Slytherin, for example, is a patriarchal house, meaning if you had been born a girl, as your mother was, you would not have met the requirements to be the heir. Ravenclaw, opposingly, is a matriarchal house, but I am unsure if your mother was considered an heir. Different houses have different requirements. However, not all are the same or publicly known. Now, the reason your mother could pass on these two houses despite her status as Muggle-born. It is a widely discussed theory among goblins that Muggle-borns are descended from dormant squib lines and that when two of these lines meet, there is a high chance that a Wixen child could be born. Some squibs know their wizarding lineage, while others are abandoned upon birth in the Muggle world and are left ignorant. Your mother is likely descended from squib lines within the Ravenclaw and Slytherin houses. How, I am not sure. We can discuss later if you wish to procure a family tree from your injury. Gringotts can help you with this for a fee, but it will likely take months. Getting back to my explanation, the different standings of each house depend on magic and politics. The Peveril House is one of the 13 original houses that united to make a deal with the Goblin Nation to establish Gringotts. Those houses, though not remembered by the current populace, are considered by magic the most noble due to their actions and morals, and depending on the era in which the line started, the most ancient. The Peveril House is the last remaining most noble and most ancient of the original 13. What happened to the other houses remains unknown. Lady Magic abandoned them, and Gringotts respected her choices. The Peveril House, however, is barely heard of today due to the members being hunted throughout their reign for their legendary 3 magical artifacts rumored to have been created by Death, the Deathly Hallows. The Peverils were known as the Masters of Death with these artifacts and were persecuted for devilry, more so than other Wixen of that time, and many attempted to steal their heirlooms. As more members were killed, one of your ancestors who had married into the then noble House of Potter created a ritual that has since been lost to us to influence the process of succession to the Peveril line and keep it hidden within the Peveril Potter descendants. Since then, the noble and ancient House of Potter has been the hiding place of the most noble and most ancient House of Peveril to protect the house from persecution and theft. They used what would be considered by modern wizards as a dark ritual to ensure a series of requirements were necessary to inherit the Peveril heirship. Even I, the manager of the Peverils in a long line of goblins who has held this position, do not know what the requirements necessary to be named the heir by magic. However, I have it on good authority that the Peveril Grimoire will hold the answers. It has been many generations since the last Peveril heir was chosen, not since my grandfather was the Peveril accounts manager. What is the number of heirships one person usually inherits? Harry squeaked out, overwhelmed at the sudden information about his family he'd never been told about. Member of the house, the master elaborated on the unspoken question, and Harry nodded automatically. Do you need to take a break, Herr Potter? As you can see, you have numerous vaults that will be accessible to you either upon your inheritance as Lord, on your 17th birthday, or if you were emancipated before then. You have a trust vault organized by the Black and Potter families until you come of age for your basic needs and supplies. Your magical guardian has control of these trust vaults and should have been using the money to assist in raising you. A maximum withdrawal tied to your name has been applied since 1990 of 100 galleons a year. I can have a statement written up of all transactions withdrawn from the vaults, and any others you are concerned may have been tampered with. Master Blordak waited for Harry to decide, accepting his nod before continuing. The vault that belonged to your mother, however, was under her name and injury warded until you came and accessed it. It has strict contractual limits to be under your control upon the death of Miss Liliana. Not a guardian. We can visit it once you are strong enough to move. Harry's eyes sparkled with hope to see his mother's vault. The vault where she possibly kept her things, which could house items made or bought by her hands. He nodded vigorously, and the goblin made a noise in the back of his neck. Harry assumed it to be a chuckle. Your properties can only be accessed with a guardian you trust enough to bring to a place under several wards. You may also access the properties alone if you are emancipated. However, the wizarding world has far fewer things they consider worthy of emancipation compared to the Muggle world, so that is disappointingly unlikely. I will recommend some books on wizarding laws and politics that are more relevant to you later. Now your core. We analyzed the residue taken after your cleansing ritual and have been able to determine that the compulsions, blocks and curses had mutated and, had you survived to your 17th birthday, you would have died. Harry gaped. He appreciated the honesty of goblin conversation, but sometimes their frankness caught him by surprise. Why? Remus grunted, and Harry wondered if that grinding sound was his knuckles in Remus's grip or the man's teeth. If HEIR Potter had forcefully inherited his family magic's hush, I will recommend books about cores and family magics. Later, a few situations may have occurred. The first scenario is that if you had tried to take up all your airships with the blocks in place, the family magics would have either rejected you or forcibly attempted to remove the blocks for you and likely destroyed your core and body. The second and more likely assumption. If you had reached adulthood, sometime after your 17th birthday, upon your core's maturity, it would have attempted to burn the blocks, and caused what surmounts to a magical implosion, blowing yourself and whoever was in your fire range to particles. That's without adding the family magics forcing your lordship upon you without prior acceptance as their heir. I don't doubt that with the number you possess, you could have decimated the entire castle of Hogwarts and its surroundings. However, it's doubtful the imbecile apologies, matron headmaster, cast such blocks with the understanding of how many or how powerful the families you're set to inherit truly are. Master Blordak growled very darkly at this. If it had just been the Potter family, as he likely surmised, it may have only destroyed yourself and anything within a certain radius of you. I suspect he had hoped it would be in the presence of Voldemort. Harry blinked. The only people who had ever said the bastard's name without a hint of fear or a flinch had been Dumbledore and Remus. He wondered if goblins didn't have the same fear of the psycho that Wizarding Britain did. The parasite attached to your head is a different matter, the soul shard of Tom Marvolo Riddle. I have my theories of who Riddle is. However, I believe you already know the identity of who's placed a slither of their soul in your head. More specifically, that famously troublesome scar of yours. The master pointed at said famously troublesome scar, and Harry huffed a deprecating laugh. His fingers reached up, tracing the stinging branching network of lightning that descended from his hairline to reach beneath his right eyebrow, hidden beneath the bandage. When he was younger, he'd imagined that someone had directed a small storm cloud to zap him when he was a baby. Knowing now how close to the truth that was, he grimaced. I should have known he'd be in here. I couldn't look at Quirrell's turban or be in the same room as him without my scar aching in first year. Or when I encountered the basilisk and the young Tom Riddle in that diary. I thought something would carve its way out of my forehead. He brushed his fingertips against the bandage, ignoring the pain. We are unsure how to remove the parasite based on what happened in the ritual. Evil magic that corrupts a soul like this has been forbidden since the Peverells openly used their name. Magic that meddles with death, souls and fate has always been taboo. Our curse-breaking department has prioritized your case but also allocated it as confidential. Even our best curse-breaker has volunteered to focus on your case and is researching how to remove the parasite without killing you. He was the wizard in your ritual and the man who cast the ward to protect you from the parasite. Master Blordak assured him. Harry wanted it gone. He didn't want a piece of his parents' murderer in his head, let alone that of a psychopath he knew the monster was. I'm grateful. Harry bowed his head to the goblin, gratitude rising in him with respect. He could tell the goblins didn't like the wizarding community, whether they protected their gold or not. They'd been struck in the back too many times to put their trust in the arrogance of the wizarding world again. But they were going out of their way to help him. That solidified them in Harry's mind. I am in great debt to the Goblin Nation. If I can do anything within my power and capability to help you, should you ask, I will try to accomplish it to the best of my abilities. I swear this upon my life. He didn't know where the last words came from, but they felt right. Pressure built around them for a moment, and the weight of someone's gaze rested on him. This feels familiar. He felt a whisper against his forehead, like what he imagined a tender caress would feel like, and then the feeling was gone. Remus looked at him in horror while the various goblins around the room looked at him with fascination. Master Blordak hummed and inquired, For a child not raised in the ways of your family, you are remarkably like them. Harry cocked his brow, silently asking for elaboration. Master Blordak grinned a devilish, sharp-toothed smile. Felt right, he mumbled. He couldn't look at the gleam in the goblin's eye without shivering, nor Remus without feeling guilty for some reason. He felt a premonition of years to come, of the goblin cackling to himself in delight. Harry didn't know why, but he could see it distinctly and shivered anyway. The goblin cackled. We can collect any grimoires you wish to take from your vaults after the ritual. However, we are clueless about the cloak's location. It is usually kept in the heirloom vault until the Potter heir's 11th birthday, when they inherit it until their 17th birthday. Unfortunately, your father never returned it upon his 17th, as per the Potter family rules, if he could not inherit the Peveril lordship. We will. Harry cut off Master Blordak. Sorry, sir, for interrupting, but I have it, Harry said as he gestured at his trunk, which someone had moved next to his bedside table. Remus reached in for him and pulled out his invisibility cloak. It shimmered in the strange light of the ward. It was given to me in my first year on Christmas. No one addressed it, only the sentence, "Use it well," was attached to the packaging. Dumbledore told me later that year that my father let him borrow it when they went into hiding from Voldemort. Harry paused as he realized the wrongness of that statement. He let his brain process as much as it could and relished the ability to connect the dots without something distracting him from his suspicions. But why would my father give him our heirloom when they were in hiding? They could have hidden beneath it. They might have lived if they'd hidden under it. Harry's lungs were being squeezed in a vice grip. He tried sucking in the air desperately, but too quickly, it came rushing out with his words, stumbling as he spoke. He kept my heirloom, he didn't return it to my vaults, one of the only things I have from my family, and he kept it. He saw me walking the halls of Hogwarts for months and didn't return the cloak until December. Harry ignored the voices calling for him as he shook. Why would he take it in the first place? Harry felt his vision darken as he tried desperately to breathe. Distantly, he was aware of the curtains being thrown open through the muffled white noise in his ears. His body fell limp onto the pillow and body behind him, muscles going lax and his lungs taking in deep, greedy gulps of air. Silly wizards, a grumble spoke up to his left, which he recognized as the matron. Too impatient to rest, always more work for us healers. His hands gripped the cloak he was still holding, bringing the material to his face and smothering himself. When he felt someone trying to tug it away gently, he found his voice again. Sorry, Harry said, removing the fabric from his face. He shakily tried to lift himself back up, feeling the tremble in his arm or leg as he hugged the cloak tightly to his chest. I'm sorry, Master Blordak, Matron Ragnarok, Remus, he whispered, holding a hand up to his temple as it throbbed. He felt someone's arms, which he hadn't noticed, wrapped around his chest, and his shoulders tightened. It's all right, cub. You've had a lot to deal with in such a short time, Remus said softly, stroking one of his large hands through Harry's unruly hair. Matron Ragnarok spoke up beside them, startling Harry. If I find my patient in such a state again, I'll remove you all from this ward for a week. Do you understand? Harry jumped at the sudden shout and nodded at the matron, even when she wasn't addressing him. Of course, Master Blordak agreed quickly, bowing slightly to the matron, who growled as she left through the curtain. Master Blordak, Harry spoke up after ensuring the matron wouldn't storm back into the room. Can you check my cloak, please? for anything he could have done to it, he requested. It will be done, Master Blordak accented, and with a snap, the cloak vanished along with the tray. His blankets straightened out when Harry hadn't known his legs were tangled up. Stomping on the spark of terror at the cloak's disappearance, Harry sat up again. Okay, so I can take up my family magic, airships and all that? He asked tentatively. That is correct, Herr Potter, Master Blordak assured, waving his hands to summon the goblins standing behind him. Herr Potter, may I introduce the account managers of your airship houses? They shall introduce themselves as they hand over your rings and will be working alongside me in the future to ensure your accounts flourish. Harry noticed that each goblin held a small wooden box of different woods and sizes with unique crests. First was Master Blordak, conjuring a box out of thin air made of the same wood as the master's desk. The grains the same strange injury red on pale white that Harry found fascinating. The goblin opened the lid, where a crest was engraved and filled with gold. It was of a hippogriff surrounded by a wreath of antlers. Within the box sat a small band of gold on a black velvet cushion. This is the Potter Heir ring. What about the Peveril Heir ring? Harry wondered, still confused about the whole situation with hiding the line within the Potter family. Supposedly, Master Blordak should also be giving him that ring, seeing as he was the manager of both houses, but he saw no other box that would indicate one. The goblin smirked at him, rows of sharp pointed teeth in a vicious grin. You'll see, the slim band of gold sat on his palm. The inner band was engraved with the sentence, Sic mors nos tutor. The outer band had delicate antlers carved into the metal, connecting and wrapping around the ring's circumference to meet at the tips. As he slid it on, the ring seemed to expand on his finger, not physically, but he felt the magic reach for him, entering him, searching until it found his core. The magic circled his core like a dance, a wild sensation. Testing it before it seemed to hum with glee and dove straight in, bypassing the shield of acid and fire that had taken residence as his core's guard since the ritual. He gasped as he felt the magic meld with his own, the ozone smell combining with a feeling of warm bonfires and the wilderness Harry associated with the forbidden forest and Remus. His magic surged then, pushing against the ring until it entered it. He watched, fascinated, as the object seemed to shiver, becoming a completely different ring from its physical manifestation to even the feel of its magic. He removed the ring, turning it in his palm and examining it curiously. It was still a slim band barely a few millimeters in width, but what had before been a shiny gold was now a strange, smooth black material speckled with subtle silver accents. Turning the ring in his hands, he felt grooves on the outer and inner band but couldn't see what was written. His magic must have sensed his desire as silver flames and golden embers suddenly ignited within the grooves he could not identify earlier, now more evident than the Potter ring's engravings had been. On the inside of the ring was a different inscription Harry couldn't translate. He decided he'd need to learn more languages if he wanted to understand all these ancient heirlooms he was suddenly inheriting. The glowing engraving read, Domini Summus Mortis. Between the start and end of the sentence was a neatly carved symbol of a circle within a triangle and a line drawn straight through the center of both. Harry thought it was simple and elegant, much like the ring itself. I've seen that symbol somewhere, Remus murmured behind him, but Harry ignored it as he continued his examination. A judgment of him was occurring, not his magic. A familiar phantom breeze brushed against his bandaged forehead, passing through his hair in a caress before the pressure faded, and he could breathe again. The magic settled in his body and core like a missing piece, like finally coming home. Harry knew without needing to be told that the Peveril ring and family magic had just assessed and accepted him. These words, Domini Summa Mortis, and the other one, Sic mors nos tutor. What do they mean? Harry asked, feeling the ring's magic as he imagined it returning to its original form. Like water running over a smooth stone, the golden antlers passed over the flaming bone's wings. Ah, the Peveril motto. Many Potters have wondered about the inscription without knowing its other half. The part scribed on the Peveril ring translates to, We are masters of death, while the Potter ring translates to, Thus death protects us. Watching so many Potter heirs try to figure out the meaning behind their half has been quite amusing for my family. Harry didn't know what to say and was surprised when Remus did not say anything in defense of one of his best friends. He decided not to say anything and looked at the goblin standing just to the left of Master Blordak. This goblin was older and had a far grouchier countenance than even Matron Ragnok. His suit was stark black, and the single jewel on his collar was pure obsidian. The goblin sneered at him beneath bushy white eyebrows that hid what Harry was coming to understand was the goblin race's beetle-like eyes. "Air Black," the goblin addressed him, surprising Harry slightly, as he'd only been addressed as Air Potter thus far. "I am Master Gorjax, manager of the noble and most ancient House of Black." Harry nodded to the goblin as he extended a pristine black box to him. A simple crow-like bird over the words, "Toujours pur." "What does that mean?" he asked, pointing to the words.
"Toujours pur."
"It is the Black family motto. It is French for always pure," Master Gorjax barked gruffly. Harry realized the Black family was likely a stuck-up pureblood family like the Malfoys. He briefly wondered how Sirius had turned out the way he did instead of a darker version of Lucius Malfoy. Master Gorjax opened the lid, revealing the black air ring. It was made of worn silver and engraved with various strange symbols and diagrams he thought he recognized from his astronomy class. He pulled the ring on, waiting for the same wild energy to test him, only for a slow, cold energy to seep into his finger like iced water, entering his body unhurried. Harry watched the power move up his arm and down his chest before finding his core and sniffing it. Harry found it amusing, comparing the Black family magic to the cats the Dursleys' neighbor, Mrs. Figgs, owns and is forced to stay with whenever the Dursleys have plans that don't include him. The black magic seemed to contemplate him a moment longer than the previous two. It hovered around his brightly spinning silver core before deeming him acceptable and pushed its way into his core. It wasn't soft and gentle like the Peveril family's magic and more like a beast with its claws sheathed, whereas the Potter's magic had been a wild animal. The last goblin approached dressed in black with a monocle on his right eye. "Greetings, Heir Slytherin. I am Master Baggrath. I am the accounts manager of Slytherin House. I am quite pleased to meet you as the last heir presumptive was unqualified to take up his lordship when he came to Gringotts to claim it. Nasty business, forbidden magic." The goblin muttered the last sentence under his breath, shaking his head with disgust. Master Baggrath held out the only box encased in leather, stamped with the Slytherin crest Harry recognized from Hogwarts on the top in silver. Inside, on a silk cushion, the Slytherin heir ring sat, by far the thickest of the set. Unlike the metal rings and strange gem-like material of the Peveril ring, the Slytherin heir ring was the only ring made from dark stone. It had a single symbol stamped in the center of the outer band, just visible by the varying gradients of color in the stone. It looked like a serpent with tiny wings tangling into a strange knot. There were weird symbols on either side. The serpent's mouth opened wide, letting out what appeared to be flames, and he remembered Hagrid's illegal dragon egg from his first year at Hogwarts. Was Slytherin House known to revere dragons? They're a type of serpent, aren't they? Or are they reptiles? Are they the same thing? Or is there a variant version of the two? He decided to add that to his mental to-do list of things to learn. Slytherin's magic reminded him eerily, but not surprisingly, of a snake slithering along his body, metaphoric tongue flicking at his skin until it rested over his core. The magic reared back, like a snake coiling to strike, before it plunged into the silver fluid. Harry didn't know whether to feel frightened or intrigued by the snake-like actions and examined his newest ring. He asked curiously, "What kind of patterns are these?" running his fingers along the two symbols barricading the serpent. He expected the Slytherin manager to answer, but Remus answered, peering at the ring over his shoulder. The Triquetra knots, a Celtic faith also known as the Trinity knot," he said interestedly. Master Spearbeak spoke up, continuing the explanation with a nod. "In magic and ritualism, we use many different types of languages, runes and religions, depending on our aim. Your ritual used various languages and runic systems, including some Celtic ones. The Trinity knot relies on the belief of the fate of three: the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, past, present, and future. Maiden, mother, and crone. Life, death, and rebirth." He spoke patiently. Harry nodded, curious about what other runes could represent and how they combined to create different effects. He was suddenly very upset about choosing the easiest electives with Ron instead of the ones he wanted to take the previous year. Their first lesson in care of magical creatures had been exciting and interesting until Malfoy ruined it. Still, he wasn't interested in divination, especially when Professor Trelawney seemed determined to predict his painful demise. However, he'd been so desperate to fit in and follow Ron's lead, so desperate to follow his first friend's opinion of the subjects, that he ignored his desires and sabotaged his education. He wished he could be brave like Hermione, taking every subject she found interesting even when Ron called her a swut. Realistically, he'd been a pretty horrible student the past 3 years. He remembered needing to get horrible marks in primary school, not endeavoring to do well, and failing classes to survive. He was finally put in a place where he could try and do better without worrying his relatives were telling people he was a cheater or fearing he'd be belted for his better marks. And yet, he'd struggled his first semester with every spell and assignment and given up, thinking he hadn't had the talent for it as he had for Muggle education. Now that he knew about all the blocks on his core and focus, he understood that it wasn't all his fault, but he still felt disgusted with his behavior. He didn't need to dumb himself down so that Ron would still hang out with him. They were best friends. Ron had had his back when others scorned him in his second year, accusing him of being the heir of Slytherin. He had stood in the way of a convicted murderer last year and announced Sirius had better kill him, too. Ironically enough, he was the heir of Slytherin, but technically he hadn't known back then. He knew with certainty that Ron wouldn't abandon him over something as childish as improved grades. He might rib him good-naturedly for suddenly improving, but he'd accept him, he was sure. Harry was determined to do better this year. Without the blocks and being able to focus, he might get O's and A's even in potions if he disregards the constant oppression of Snape and the Slytherins hanging over him. With that thought, he realized he no longer felt such hatred when Slytherin House ghosted through his mind, nor did its members. He only felt annoyance and irritation at the idea of a select few members, including the head of house, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, and Draco Malfoy. But those were directly linked to memories, though slightly shaded in manipulation from the compulsions. The actions of those people did occur, and he felt justified in feeling bitterness towards them. Master Blordak interrupted his thoughts as he gestured to his beautifully crafted, ancient ring lineup. You can make them so they are only visible to yourself and so they cannot be removed against your will by simply wishing it so. Master Blordak gestured for him to try. Harry imagined the rings disappearing from his fingers. He looked to the goblins and Remus for confirmation, as the rings were still quite visible to himself, and was rewarded with grins of satisfaction. Now, do you have any further questions for me or anyone else? Master Blordak asked, looking like he genuinely cared that Harry understood everything occurring. It was refreshing. Yes, actually, I'm behind my peers in everything. Knowing everything he had to learn in the next few years was overwhelming if he were honest with himself. It also made him angry at the man who had prevented him from fulfilling his potential. I need to learn everything. I'm horrible at magic, I don't understand the lectures or reading for classes, and potions never make sense. Why would stirring one direction have any effect over another? He was slightly horrified with how loose-lipped he'd suddenly become, but felt proud of himself. He didn't even care if the goblins thought him weak and lacking because that's what he was. And Remus had already proved to Harry that he only had Harry's best interest at heart. I need help, he whispered. Master Blordak and Master Spearbeak watched him keenly, eyes wide in shock at the speech from such a little thing swamped in borrowed robes. The goblins behind them appeared aloof, but Harry saw the tightening in lips, the furrow of brows. They did not pity him, Harry could tell that much. He'd always been good at reading others. He'd needed to as a child. If anything, they looked upset and angry for him. If that is your wish, heir, we will see you become an heir worthy of your houses. Gringotts has never had reason nor desire to intervene in wizarding matters, but children are sacred. You have been forced into situations and kept ignorant through no fault of your own. We shall endeavor to assist you in any way we can, Heir Potter, Master Blordak stated. But Harry felt something expectant in the goblin's gaze. The others stayed silent, but they also seemed expectant. Judging Remus stayed a silent presence behind him. But, Harry guessed, a grin slowly forming as he thought of the goblin rebellions from History of Magic in first year. He had fallen asleep during the class, but one thing he'd learned from Hermione's review sessions was the horror of goblin greed. For a fee, of course, Master Blordak cackled. Any fees shall be taken from the Peveril monetary vault. Even though you cannot physically remove any monetary assets from your locked vaults, we can still perform transactions on your behalf from any vaults with your consent and affirmation of your HEIR ring. Brilliant. Harry had never felt quite so devious. I look forward to working with you, Manager Blordak, he grinned. Likewise, Herr Potter, the goblin replied. Harry had assumed that, like when he got hurt at Hogwarts and strapped to his sick bed in the hospital wing, he would be bored to death while being subjected to potions and spells. Alone. Harry hadn't been expecting how much work was piled onto him after waking from a nap he'd fallen into after discussing his test and receiving his HEIR rings. They learned about the Wiesengemot, the number of seats each of his houses had, the history behind the vacant seats and the Sacred 28 families. Surprisingly, the only house that belonged to the Sacred 28 he was inheriting was the noble and most ancient House of Black. He learnt that because the Potters had initially immigrated from Eastern Europe/Asia when Britain formed the Sacred 28, they had been excluded despite their pureblood status. Harry thought that was presumptuous and quite ethnically racist of them, considering that many families back then had mated with what they had considered lesser creatures to maintain magical injury in the increasingly inbred wizarding Britain. Still, he didn't say this to the goblins. Harry learned that he held 11 votes, divided into Peveril 4, Black 3, Potter 2, and Slytherin 2. He discovered, however, that until he took up his seats upon his gaining lordship, the Peveril seat would remain dormant as it had been since the last lord had passed over 2 centuries ago, along with the other 12 seats of the original 13 ago, and had moved to Sirius, who, by law, was the owner and could not be taken by another until he died despite his criminal status. Still, as there was no trial, he had never been legally denounced in the eyes of the law as the lord of the Black family. The Potter seat was also vacant as no one had ever stepped up as Harry's legal guardian. Harry sighed in relief at that information, thanking whatever deity that Dumbledore was not in control of more of his family's seats than necessary. Harry was also taught about the magical core and family magic. He learned about the difference between cores and how they were inherited. There was a significant difference between dark magic and the dark faction, just as there was a difference between light magic and the light faction. Dark and light magic did not involve good and evil, as Harry was led to believe. It concerned the Wix's magical nature and what types of magic were more manageable for them to practice. Transfiguration was a type of magic that was easier for dark core Wix, while charms was easier for light core Wix. Both could do either, but it came more naturally to what the Wix was aligned to. Dark Wix was what society called purebloods because of the saturation of old magic in their cores. Light Wix were always Muggleborns because of the new magic in their cores. Harry was stunned to realize that Ron was a dark Wix while Hermione was a light Wix. He was even further amazed when he learned he was neither. The confrontation is intense. Injuries occur and the outcome is decided, but explicit details are intentionally omitted. Lily, a light witch, and James, a dark wizard, had conceived him. Harry, a silver wizard and the rarest type of core, due to the deep prejudice from purebloods towards Muggleborns. He learned there weren't enough living in Muggle Britain to make double digits. Harry discovered that Remus had a dark core despite having a pureblood wizard father and a Muggle mother, and was considered a half-blood by society. He was then taught that because Muggles don't have cores, they have no new magic to be introduced to old magic, keeping the core of the child dark and not gray. Squibs were different as they had empty cores, allowing them to see and use passive magics like potions, herbology, and runes that Muggles could not. Because of this, a child born of a pure blood and a squib will have a dark gray core instead of a dark one. This is also why 2 squibs have a 50% chance of giving birth to a Muggleborn. Harry still hadn't completely absorbed that confusing information even as they learned about more topics, including catching Harry up on etiquette and wizarding traditions and starting him on learning Latin and gobbledygook, as some of their people did not speak English. Harry's neck was very sore after those lessons. Remus beamed at him as if Harry had revealed the sun in winter when he asked his ex-professor to teach him more advanced combat magic and tactics once they left Gringotts. Harry had never been more sure of his decision when he thoroughly understood the theory behind spells once Remus explained it. He'd never been great at learning through reading and explanations the way Hermione and, most of the time, Ron could. He found that experiencing the spells and repetition helped him perform magic. Hence, as they learned, Remus performed the spells Matron Ragnarok had decreed safe in front of Harry, letting the boy absorb the movements, feelings, and words the werewolf put into the magic and giving him a far better understanding than any textbook could. Goblins he'd never met visited him and taught him the real history of the Goblin Wars, presenting far more interesting lectures than Professor Binns ever had. Harry felt sure he'd get a gigantic O if he retook his history exam. When Matron Ragnarok finally deemed him well enough to get out of bed for longer than a stretch of his legs back and forth from the bathroom, he was accompanied to his vaults. The trip in the minecarts to his vaults was filled with exhilaration, Remus throwing up over the side of the tracks and a nervous pit that settled heavily in Harry's stomach. He knew he shouldn't be worried. The goblins promised that his mother's vault had not been touched since her last visit, but fear still ate at him, what with Headmaster Dumbledore's insistence on interfering with his life. He has his father's and his family's cloak, but never had anything belonging to his mother, nothing good. He didn't count Lily's sister and her awful family because the mother he'd always pictured in his head would never condone such behavior on any child, let alone her own. Even if you deserved it? A voice whispered silkily. Harry gripped the side of the cart with white knuckles, willing the voice to be left behind as they flew down the passageways. He'd thought he was done with voices in his head and wished it would disappear. Stop after stop, they collected his grimoires, having Harry place his hand with a cut down the center so the injury wards would accept him. He was accepted, but the vaults did not open for him. Instead, a book would appear like a mirage, floating down to rest in his hands. Now his arms weighed heavily with the 3 large, ancient tomes pulsing with magic, tangling with each other like the magic was playing. He began to laugh but quickly closed his mouth when a sharp turn almost made him bite his tongue off, causing Remus to panic briefly. He wondered where the Slytherin grimoire might be, it not having been in the Slytherin heirloom vault. The Chamber of Secrets, perhaps? He vowed to return this year, even if the thought of the basilisk corpse sent a shiver down his spine. The cart slowed until it stopped with a lurch at a small platform with a set of metal doors, far smaller than any other vault door they'd visited. They were carved with delicate flowers Harry recognized only because they were the only flowers his aunt would throw out if they were ever given to her. Lilies, Remus whispered, his eyes glistening as he stared at the carvings, his jaw twitching as he held himself tighter than Harry had ever seen the man stand, even as a ferocious beast. Harry reached up carefully, balancing the books warily in his left arm and laying his sliced palm against the delicate-looking petals. The ward pulsed, caressing him as it passed around him, and Harry felt tears form in his eyes. He knew this magic, like a nostalgic dream memory of silk and lavender. The doors creaked as they opened when Master Blordak inserted the tiny key he'd collected from a hook by his shoulder. After taking it out, he handed it to Harry, watching silently as Harry held it against his chest for a moment, eyes closed as he breathed deeply. Eventually, he slipped the key into his pocket as he entered the vault, the 2 adults following in after him. He opened it, breathing shallowly as his eyes ghosted over the paper. To my dearest Harry, I hope that when you read this letter, we laugh over it on your 11th birthday after I've told you all this myself. If not, I'm sorry, baby, and I love you so much. If I've passed on, I can only hope that someone has taken you in and cared for you the way I wish I could have. I hope Moony, Allie, or Sev have taken you in. Maybe you've been raised with Allie's son, your godbrother Neville. I can only hope so. If Sirius has raised you, I hope he's matured and grown up from the troublemaker he's always been. If not, I hope Mooney's been there to teach you the common sense and kindness that idiot has never had. I've left it in my will so this wouldn't happen, and I highly doubt anyone would have been stupid enough to leave you there. But if you've been left with my sister and her husband, I'm so sorry, darling. Petunia has always been jealous of my magic and our parents' excitement about having a witch in the family. I pray I'm wrong. She wouldn't be any kinder to you than she had ever been to me after I was accepted at Hogwarts, But who knows? Maybe she's grown up as well. I was fascinated by the prospect of creating my version of the magical items you see in stores worth hundreds of galleons in my enchanting class. So I developed these items for you. There's a catch, however. If you've inherited my intelligence and my special gift, then you shouldn't have any trouble opening it. If not, I'll teach you as best I can. Despite the difficulty, I know some people can mimic this gift if they practice enough. The trunk comes with shrinking and featherlight charms, so you only need to tap the corresponding runes, and they will activate. Now, the second present is the book bag. As you'll soon learn, it has similar but different enchantments to the trunk. Where the trunk needs to be put down and open to access, the bag will be easier to use when out and about while on your shoulder. I've left it on the trunk with all my journals inside. You can organize it however you like, and I hope my embroidery and engravings aren't too girly for you. It shouldn't be a problem if I've raised you. However, I know how close-minded the rest of the world is on barriers between what constitutes girls' items and boys' items, especially muggles. It has the same injury ward and password as the trunk. Hopefully, Sev will teach you how to use it if I'm not there to do it myself. I only hope we've made up by then. He's more family to me than Petunia ever was. I'm so sorry if you're reading this without me, my darling. If you are, I want you to know that no matter what happened, I'm so glad you survived. There's nothing in this world that can hold a candle to my love for you, my beautiful Hadri. With all my love, Mum. Harry broke. Harry had been raised never to cry. To never show grief or pain, for either would make his life even more miserable. He had been so conditioned that even when faced with death by Voldemort in his first year, Acromantula and a basilisk in his second year, and a werewolf, his parents' betrayer and dementors in his third year, he had never shed a single tear or shown any pain. Despite all this, a single letter was what finally cracked his defenses built up over 12 years of abuse and the necessity for survival. Guttural sobs left him as he held the letter tightly to his chest, the thick paper crumpling slightly in his grip. A flowery woody scent he couldn't identify but was achingly familiar with wafted from the letter, intense and all-encompassing, as though she was right beside him. A breeze blew like a phantom hand, brushing his messy bangs off his forehead. He wailed his grief in that small vault, the fragile back of Master Blordak at the entrance, eyes closed as he mourned silently for the lonely child. Remus stood behind him, a large hand on Harry's trembling shoulder, even as his face crumpled with grief, silent tears falling down his prominent cheekbones. He didn't know how long he sat there, kneeling on the stone floor, tears staining his mother's letter. Sniffling loudly and wiping his puffy red eyes, he carefully unfolded the letter, trying to restore it from where it had creased from his tight grip. He held the letter up so it was within arm's reach of Remus, much to the man's surprise. "Moony," Harry croaked, voice hoarse and nose stuffed, tear tracks staining his sharp cheekbones. His body had removed the baby fat from them when he was too young. "She trusted me with you more than she did Sirius or even my dad." Remus gaped, eyes darting to Harry's, who stared up at him, large, bright, emerald green. Lily's eyes. Remus scanned the letter, shaking slightly as Harry gave him a modicum of privacy, and turned back to the items in the room he currently cared about. It was the only birthday present he could remember ever receiving from his mother. He briefly wondered what had happened to the presents he had received on his first birthday. Had they been destroyed that fateful night? He inspected the trunk and shook his head. It was a beautiful vintage leather trunk of far better quality than the cheap one Hagrid had recommended he get in his first year. It was a dark, faded maroon with silver pins and accents. Engraved on the lid in the center was a beautiful lily flower, a tiny snake poking out from within the petals, with different rune configurations circling it. His smile was shaky as he placed his wounded palm on the flower, his voice a murmur. "Open." He felt his vocal cords shift slightly as the word hissed from his mouth, and he felt himself grin. His mother had been a Parselmouth. She was a daughter, if distant, of the Slytherin and Ravenclaw bloodlines. She might have even been accepted into the houses if she'd gotten tested. He knew she couldn't have been heir Slyther, as Master Blordak had declared it was a patriarchal house, but he had no information about Ravenclaw House or its members. Harry laughed. It sounded maniacal to his ears, but he couldn't get over the irony. A Muggle-born could have been a member of the noble and ancient house of Slytherin. He'd been so disgusted by his gift when Dumbledore had told him his suspicions that he'd inherited some of Riddle's powers after that night. Now, knowing he shared not only his eyes with his mother but also shared this ability with her, not that psychopathic tyrant, he was ecstatic. Harry's enchanted trunk. To access the different compartments, infuse the corresponding flower on the inner lid with your magic. Compartment 1. Lily, Lilium, camouflage plain trunk for use around Muggles or undesirable company. Slightly more spacious than the outside appearance suggests. Compartment 2. Daffodil, Narcissus, wardrobe vertical carousel drawers hangers, organization charm, managed by magic and desire. Compartment 3. Orchid, Orchidaceae, storage vertical carousel cabinets, preservation, chilling organization charm, managed by magic and desire. Compartment 4. Sunflower, Helianthus, desk and brewery, pop-out desk brewery station with access to a cabinet in the storage compartment for ingredients. Compartment 5. Azalea, rhododendron, library vertical carousel bookshelves, organization charm, managed by magic and desire. External enchantments.
Federlight, Rose Symbol shrinking, Poppy Symbol.
It's not much, but I hope it's helpful to you, darling. Happy birthday, Harry. Love, Mom. He inspected the engraved flowers curiously, noting a ring of minuscule symbols circling each flower. He earnestly wished he'd chosen to take ancient runes the previous year, if only so he could understand what his mother was thinking when she decided that the standard enchanted trunks weren't good enough for her, but realized he wouldn't have been a good fit for the elective course. He was a wizard who preferred to get his hands dirty rather than study with his nose buried in a book like Hermione or Ravenclaw's. He considered learning the meanings behind runes and their uses at a later date but continued. He followed the instructions and decided to go in order of compartment numbers as he willed his magic to enter the little daffodil carving. His magic obeyed gleefully, rushing through him and leaving sparks where it passed. He smelled ozone mixed with what he unsurprisingly recognized as daffodils from his aunt's garden as the trunk slammed its lid closed, nearly snapping his arm off. Only Harry's seeker reflexes saved his arm as he watched. He was fascinated as the lily on the top of the trunk stretched and bent until a matching daffodil was engraved into the leather, the little snake slithering around until it was wrapped around the flower's stem. When nothing else happened, he opened it again, only for a completely different interior to greet him. On the lid beside the flowers was a lever with the Roman numeral I beside it, and in the trunk was a drawer sectioned off into 3 parts. He reached inside, watching his arm go further into the trunk than the size on the outside. Harry grinned. He reached up and pulled the lever, amazed as the drawer moved forward, making way for a deeper-looking drawer. Drawer number 2 was deep and had a railing with felt-lined hangers. The next 3 drawers were variations of the same thing until he came upon the last 2, one designed to hold shoes and the other with dozens of small velvet-lined cubbies. He recognized the design from his aunt's jeweler box and his uncle's watch and cuff link holders. Having finished with the daffodil compartment, Harry activated the next flower. The smell of orchids filled his nose and a row of cabinets lined up within the trunk. It was the same lever system with multiple empty rows except one. This cabinet had the words jam carved into the wood. Harry opened it, revealing stacks of jars with different colored contents and labels. He picked out a few, noting a slight chill where his hand passed the lip of the cupboard, and read the labels in his mother's delicate scripts: apricot jam, rose petal jam, plum jam. Each label had a small drawing and date on it. He noted the jars at the front were older, from what seemed like her 6th and 7th years, while the ones further back were from a few months before her passing. He tapped the center of the metal lids with a fingertip, noting they were expertly sealed, appropriately preserved, and, after carefully peering inside, safe to eat. The sunflower compartment expanded out of the trunk into a large desk with 2 sections. One side was a typical study desk with drawers full of writing tools, parchment, blank notebooks, and a book stand. The other side held a potion station, the surface of which was carved with runes in a circle around the place where the cauldron and burner would be set up. Harry was intrigued but didn't linger, instead checking the equipment, noting the multiple cauldrons of different types and sizes, all the different stirring rods and even vials carefully held in cases. A cutting board, knife and whetstone were strapped to the bottom of a drawer. Potions books, both school-issued and supplementary, lined the small bookcase above the station, and Harry's eyes glossed over with tears at the manuals and beginner's guides no one had ever told him about. The Azalea Library began much like the wardrobe, a shelf with a lever, but instead of drawers and sections, it was a single long wooden bench. He cranked the lever, but the number didn't change. He figured the section would expand and organize itself as he put more books inside. Closing the trunk with a heavy click, Harry turned his attention to the satchel. After placing his hand on the buckles and repeating the instructions to open it, the buckles unfurled to reveal another lily flower elegantly stitched on the underside of the flap with delicate embroidery of another small snake slithering around the petals and stem. Dear Harry, I hope you've liked your birthday gifts, baby. I thought of the wonderful things I dreamed about buying like all the other kids when I was your age and decided to make this for you. I can only hope this war has finished by the time you're getting this, and I hope by then, we will no longer be in hiding. I made the inner lining with moleskin due to its anti-theft properties. With that and the layers of spells, runes and a failsafe, this should be the most heavily fortified bag in the wizarding world. Both the trunk and bag have protection wards to prevent tampering or destruction. I won't tell you the consequences, and I hope no one is ever stupid enough to mess with my baby's things. All I'll say is that they will regret it. I promise you that. Will come to you. It should make it easier to retrieve your things without having to dig around like Alice always did. She was clumsy and forgetful but the kindest and most loyal friend I could hope to have. As I wrote earlier, organize the bag and trunk however you like. There are 15 pockets. I recommend a pocket per subject for the required books and notebooks, one for writing equipment and another for potion equipment and ingredients. The rest is up to you. Everything in the vault is yours, my darling. It is the collection of my life, and I hope you treasure it as much as I have. I need you to remember, Harry, that nothing in the material world is more valuable than knowledge, my child. To become powerful and protect those you love, you only need the wisdom to achieve it. Love, Mom. Harry refused to let himself cry again, even as his eyes burned painfully with the restraint. His mother wouldn't want him to be sad. From her letters, she seemed like a person who saw the positive in situations without being gullible. She had a sarcastic, slightly mean streak for those who deserved it. He grinned, emerald eyes glassy. This was his mum. He strapped the last of his gifts to his forearm, loving the smooth, cool feeling of the black dragon leather holster on his skin, and quickly attached his 11-inch holly and phoenix feather core wand to it. Glancing around the vault, he noticed the framed photos and paintings stacked on one side. The first one, big enough to fit unobtrusively on a bedside table, was one of the only 2 moving photos, showing his mother with 3 other teenagers a year or 2 older than himself. They were posing in front of the Hogwarts Express, his mother's arms slung over 2 of the 3 people's shoulders. The girl on her right had short brown hair and a wild grin on her small round face, her arm around his mum and another boy whose face was in a shy but happy smile. Harry thought the boy furthest from his mum looked startlingly like Neville if his friend's hair was lighter and his face longer. The lanky tall boy on his mother's right looked tired but happy as he laid his head on top of his mother's ruby locks. He laughed in the picture at the brown-haired girl excitedly jumping and jostling the group, speaking in a fast cadence Harry couldn't understand. The tall boy's eyes opened a fraction to show a flash of territorial gold before dimming to amber and closing again. A long, fresh pink wound across his nose stretched with his smile, but he didn't notice or care. His mum and the scarred boy held prefect badges for the camera to see, his mum pumping her fist in the air as a silent cheer went up among the group. Just before the magic on the photo repeated, the group waved happily towards someone approaching behind the camera. His mum's face lit up with happiness, while the scarred boy's face flushed slightly. He knew without needing to check that the boy who looked like Neville was his nervous dormmate's dad. But who was the girl? Was she Alice Longbottom, Neville's mum? His test said that she was compromised and unable to perform her duties as his godmother. But what did that mean? He vowed to write to the boy when he returned to his room. He knew who the scarred boy was the minute he saw the flash of gold and that all too distinctive scar across the bridge of the boy's nose. He turned to search for his guardian but found the man beside him, staring down at the photo with a melancholic expression. "That's your mum, me, Alice and Frank Longbottom before getting on the train for our 5th year," he said, his finger lifting to stroke the faces of his long-gone friends. "Lily and I had been chosen as prefects and were so proud to show our friends. Your dad and Sirius called me a traitor for most of that year and were very upset with me for teaming up with Lily and telling them off for their more destructive and disturbing pranks. But they were still my friends and were happy for me," he said, and Harry smiled at the story. "You have her smile, you know," Remus said, making Harry jolt in shock. "Really?" he said in a higher pitch than he thought was possible from himself. He'd spent the last 3 years listening to people refer to him as a carbon copy of James Potter, but with Lily's eyes. Knowing he had even more of his mum in him than people had led him to believe sparked a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the warmth that constantly radiated from his core. Remus nodded, glancing at Harry. "People see James because of your glasses, hair and warmer skin tone. You've got some of his sharpness in that aristocratic nose and eyebrows, but the rest, that's all Lily. Her sharp cheekbones, thin lips, eye color and shape, and even your ears came from her. You've inherited her kindness, intelligence, and affinity for magic, even if you can't see it yourself. You are so much like your mother that sometimes I see a mini Lily rather than a mini James." Harry beamed, his mouth hurting from the stretch. No one had ever told him that. No one had ever called him a mini Lily before, and his heart was bursting with unbridled happiness. Harry turned to the following photograph in which a far younger version of his mum, probably before their first year from the Crestless Robes, was in front of the Hogwarts Express. Her arm was thrown around a boy, different from the two in the last photo. He had straight, pitch-black hair that brushed his chin and depthless, inky eyes. His nose was slightly hooked, and his face was set in a frown. However, after a few seconds and his mother's insistent prodding, the boy gives the camera a tiny, shy smile. "Who's that?" Harry asked. He turned to face Remus but found a fondly sad smile on his lips. "Sev," Remus said, face pinking slightly. He was Lily's childhood and closest friend. They loved each other like siblings, like you care for Miss Granger. Harry nodded his understanding at this comparison. "Was?" Harry asked warily. Remus grimaced guiltily. "It's not my story to tell. But at the end of our 5th year they had a falling out. The war was stirring in the shadows. A terrible prank was played, and horrible things were said. They stopped speaking to each other, and as far as I know, they never reconciled. Your mother was devastated for a long time and wished to make amends once you were born. But James and Sirius always persuaded her not to. I don't know what happened in the time they went into hiding, but what I do know is that Sev is very much alive. Do you think he'd respond if I owled him?" Harry asked, feeling something shy and hopeful sprout in his chest. Remus choked on a laugh that Harry didn't understand before giving him a mischievous grin, as if there was some joke Harry didn't yet understand. "I think that would be a great idea. For Elise," he murmured, smiling at the soft song. He closed it, putting it carefully in his trunk before shrinking it and stashing it in his satchel with the grimoires. "Herr Potter," Master Blordak spoke up from the entrance, making Harry and Remus jump in surprise, forgetting the goblin was there. "I recommend you invest in a Gringotts purse. It will allow you and only you to immediately access the money within this vault without entering Gringotts whenever you need to withdraw more funds. We can connect it to your other vaults when you come of age, but it would be good to connect it to this one for today. For larger purposes, you can use your key and a drop of injury on a banking docket, which shops can provide when taking out more considerable sums of galleons becomes tedious. I would also like to inquire about what happened to the basilisk. Your test says you slayed it a little over a year ago. We goblins consider basilisk meat a delicacy, and the vitals are fermented for hundreds of years and used in our most extravagant banquets. As the slayer, you have right over the corpse and can sell it to us if you are willing. As your manager, I can haggle for the highest price I can get you. Would that be something you are interested in?" Master Blordak asked the boy with a grin. Harry smiled, and Remus blanched at the reminder that the monster had been hidden under the school. The XXXXX class beast that a 12-year-old boy had slain with a sword. Now, to guarantee the basilisk will be dealt with through Gringotts and no third party can thwart us. Here is a contract and a gratuity of 10,000 galleons as security on behalf of Gringotts. He brandished a contract for Harry to read. Harry blinked at all the jargon but signed anyway, hearing a clinking behind him. He turned to find a replica mound of galleons beside the previous pile, making Harry's mouth drop. He hadn't realized how much his mother had been able to save up. He thought of the mountain of galleons in his trust vault and felt a slight shiver at the realization that many of his other vaults were filled with even more gold than that small vault was. He wondered idly if he'd ever have to work a day in his life with the fortune and investments the goblins would be making on his behalf. Guarantee, he mumbled, smirking at the goblin, who grinned. Gringotts must really want that basilisk. What do you think the estimated total price will be? Well, it depends on the size and age, as well as the condition of the corpse, seeing as it's been a year since it was killed and the basilisk rate of decomposition can take 4 years. I estimate a minimum of 10 million galleons for the whole basilisk with the minimum age of 500 years, not excluding the bones, fangs and desired scales. Harry doubled over in a coughing fit in million minimum. Harry watched Remus sit heavily on a rickety rocking chair, mouth wide in horror and skin somehow paler, making his scars stand out even more than they usually did. Wasn't Slytherin's beast said to be at least 1,000 years old? Harry needed to buy a book about materials and their prices to prevent dying from shock in case something like this occurred again. Not that he had any plans for it to happen again. You better not overwhelm my patient. I've only just gotten him to a decent enough level so he can take a stroll without getting blown away by a draft. The two turned at the sound of the grumpy matron. Master Blordak cleared his neck. Master Ragnarok, we were just discussing. He was interrupted. I heard you. We're in a cave. Your discussion echoed, she said with a steely glare. Is it already time for supper? Harry asked, surprised. He realized how difficult it was to tell time underground without a clock or the sky to remind him. It is. Come all of you. Herr Potter needs more rest. He's as pale as snow. So are you, Mr. Lupin. Should I get you a pepper-up? Matron Ragnarok growled in amusement. Remus laughed but nodded tiredly. That sounds wonderful, matron. Inheritance. Words in underline. Excerpts taken from the book's words in italicize. POV's thoughts Parseltongue. Original characters and places do not belong to me. Do not republish this story on other sites. I do not give my consent or permission. We don't condone abuse of any kind from the comments. Genuine criticism and suggestions are always appreciated. But I've already finished the beginning chapters, so the main storyline is non-negotiable. Updating on Sundays, AEST. Harry exited Gringotts' marble doors into the warm, shining sun for the first time in 2 weeks on the 12th of July. As he took a deep breath, fresh air filled his lungs, bringing the sense of Diagon Alley. Matron Ragnarok had finally deemed him healthy enough to leave the bank for a day's outing, but had requested he stay under her medical care in Gringotts for a few more days. He was eternally grateful for her care and worry over him, but he also felt locked up in his private ward and relished the day out like any 13-year-old would. Remus followed behind him with a soft smile as Harry soaked up the sun like he'd been deprived his entire life. Their steps were light as they took a moment to bow to the stoic, armored goblins on either side of the white doors. They did not notice the pleased smiles they received in return as they walked down the marble stairs sedately. Harry's senses were bombarded with a barrage of magic that bounded through Diagon Alley. It differed from the calm and stable goblin magic he hadn't realized he'd become accustomed to sensing around him in the past weeks. He stumbled back at the storm of magical sensory input, almost tripping on the stairs if Remus hadn't caught him by the elbow. They garnered a few strange looks but were largely ignored when their shabbier clothes were noted and their cloak hoods dismissed. He breathed deeply, pulling his magic back as he only now realized it was fluttering around him like a puppy curious at the types of magic on display. He sighed, slightly relieved. He'd never known magic could feel like that, overpowering and domineering in a way he'd only ever felt around specific adults. He swallowed harshly, raised his head, and entered the crowd with a determined grunt. He didn't notice Remus' proud smile behind him. Their first stop was Twilfit Tattings, upon the recommendation of Master Blordak. The goblin had advised him to come here to procure a wardrobe fit for a heir, preferably with size adjustment enchantments. His account manager had recommended a particular tailor and given him a letter to deliver. Harry also secretly planned to get Remus a new wardrobe and would have a private word with the tailor about it. Harry did not know what was in the letter, but if the last 2 weeks were anything to go on regarding the goblin's dedication to him, Harry remained hopeful of where he had placed his trust. He approached the navy blue shop with large windows displaying finely tailored robes. The sign above read Twilfit Tattings in cursive gold letters. He cautiously entered through the golden-encrusted door, walking into a classy parlor full of velvet curtains, golden trim, a comfortable waiting area, a long couch, and plush rugs on beautiful hardwood floors. Ron would have called it pompous, but Harry thought it looked relatively unadorned with baubles and trinkets for a high-class establishment. No one was behind the counter, and all the measuring areas were open, suggesting the store was thankfully free of clients. He and Remus stood out like sore thumbs. As the door closed behind them, a pleasant bell tinkled above. A tall, skinny man with a dark complexion appeared through a door behind the counter. He was humbly but stylishly dressed in black slacks, a tucked-in baby blue button-up, a form-fitting black vest, and polished dress shoes. His numerous braids of black hair were tied at his nape, and a measuring tape was slung across his shoulders. He greeted them with a pleasant smile that softened his sharp features. "Hello, sirs. My name is Sebastian Allard, but you may call me Seb. How may I be of assistance?" The man did not make his curiosity obvious as he peered at the pair they made. A small, thin figure swamped in a Gringotts robe and a heavily scarred man hidden by a patchy one. Harry appreciated that the man did not immediately kick them out. Neither Harry nor Remus looked like people who could afford the undoubtedly exorbitant prices of this shop. "Hello, sir," Harry began, observing the man from behind his glinting spectacles. "My name's Harry, and this is Remus. We were given this letter from my account manager, Master Blordak, to give to you." Harry watched as Sebastian's eyes widened briefly before he cleared his face of surprise. Harry took the letter from his satchel, slung securely across his chest, and handed it over before stepping back and letting the man read it to himself. Harry observed the man's expression change as he read. Crystal blue eyes glanced up at him every few moments as he finished and folded the letter, tucking it safely in his breast pocket before nodding. "What? Oh, yes, sir. I have the money," he quickly explained. Sebastian laughed good-naturedly and shook his head slightly. "I have been assured of that, young Master Harry. Don't worry. Just Harry, please," Harry requested, his expression only slightly more awkward than it had been. "I was also hoping you could make some for Remus if you can fit him in." "Wait a moment." Remus started, but Harry quickly interrupted. "I agree with Harry here, Mr. Remus. You have a duty to represent your ward in society," Sebastian said. Remus stuttered momentarily, cheeks burning. But then he took notice of the identical expressions on Harry and Sebastian's faces. He sighed and let his head drop in defeat. "Now," Sebastian clapped his hands, gaining his customer's attention, "do you prefer any specific styles or colors?" Harry knew logically that Sebastian wouldn't be mad at him, as Remus and the goblins assured him every day when he didn't know something that other wizarding children would consider common sense in their world. It wasn't his fault, and the man would be professional no matter what happened. However, living with the Dursleys had affected him more than he realized. Subconsciously tensed, he turned slightly towards the exit for a quick escape, unconsciously glancing at Remus to back him up if the need arose. "Ah, that is perfectly fine, and I am here to assist you. Would you like to look at some catalogs? We have the current and most recent trends here." Sebastian gestured to a stack of slim books he'd pulled from under the counter. Seeing the slightly overwhelmed look on Harry's face, Sebastian grinned good-naturedly. "We'll put on some tea and look at these designs together. Is that all right with you both?" Harry nodded with a relieved sigh, and Sebastian's smile grew at the simple motion. "Brilliant. I'll have you remove your shirt and step up on the podium. I'll get your measurements while the kettle's boiling." With a flick of the tailor's wand, The measuring tape flew from his shoulders, followed swiftly by a small quill and notepad. Harry waited until Sebastian and Remus's attentions had turned from him to remove the borrowed cloak and oversized shirt he had on underneath. He draped them over his satchel, which he placed protectively at his feet. Mastron Ragnarok had done fantastic work healing his broken body. Still, she had said that because he'd suffered the whippings continuously throughout his childhood and summers without sufficient medical treatment, the skin, muscles, bones, and nerves of his back were weakened and would require more than a few weeks to heal and rest properly. She had looked sad to inform him that the varying lines of scars would likely remain for the rest of his life. Harry had gotten used to changing around others. It was necessary in a dorm with 4 other boys, making it hard to be shy. He'd never turned his back to the others, though, and if they ever did catch a glimpse of his back or the other numerous scars on his skin, he'd never been asked about it. Most wicks seemed transfixed by the one scar on his forehead and deemed the rest unimportant. He ignored the tape zipping around his body as he stared at his reflection, ignoring Sebastian's examining gaze and Remus's tight grip on one of the booklets. He observed the minor changes his body had undergone since the ritual. Comparing himself to before the ritual, he noted the somewhat healthier pallor to his warm-toned skin and diminished bags beneath his eyes. He was still horrifyingly gaunt, bones poking beneath thin skin. His wild black hair stuck up horrifically, like he'd stuck a fork in a power outlet. He wondered again if he grew it out, could it be easier to tame? Vibrant emerald eyes glinted behind spectacles held together by spellotape, the frames slightly too big for his face, long dark eyelashes fluttering, and thin black eyebrows twitching minutely as Harry flinched with every scrape of the tape. He'd gotten used to his reflection, never liking the small child staring back at him, but he'd gotten used to him. He endured. If the Dursleys taught him nothing else, he learned to endure. A snap of fingers startled him. He was back in his mind suddenly, tape leaving him and writing instruments drifting to the counter, still scribbling madly at the page filled with words and numbers. He didn't bother hurrying. He grabbed his shirt from the floor, slipped it on, and descended the platform to sit in the lounge, where Sebastian had placed several catalogues and a tray of tea and biscuits. Sebastian didn't mention his scars and emaciated body in favor of opening a catalogue to the formal dress section. Remus had already seen the repercussions of Harry's childhood, while dedicatedly helping care for him in Gringotts when he did not have enough strength to bathe himself, assisting with wiping a cloth across his back. That didn't make it any easier to see. Sebastian described different styles, cuts, colors, and current fashion trends in detail, thoroughly distracting the boy while Remus took his turn on the podium. Harry was surprised when he glanced at his guardian during a short lull. As expected, Remus had claw marks across his arms and torso, most very old, from what Harry could tell at least 7 years old. However, where Harry expected the man to be as wiry and bony as himself, Remus was well defined, with lean muscles and broad shoulders that Harry was jealous of. Harry caught Sebastian glancing at the werewolf and smirked, catching the tailor's eye. "I believe." Sebastian cleared his neck, tea in one hand while the other gesticulated from one design to another, trying to distract them from the werewolf. "That you suit neutral colors." He presented a palette of color swatches of white, grays, browns, beiges, and blacks, holding them up to drape over Harry's front to compare against his skin tone and hair color in a mirror on the coffee table. Harry nodded. The colors harmonized well with his warm skin, making his green eyes stand out in the small mirror on the table. "I don't know much about fashion, but I think you're right," Harry agreed. "Any colors should be in darker shades, but we can use some jewel tones in small amounts like a blazer, inner lining, shirt, tie, etc. A single article of clothing to pop out over the neutral tones, but won't take away from your clear skin, vibrant eyes, and lustrous black hair," Sebastian gleefully continued, his excitement evident as he grabbed another few catalogues. With notepads at his elbow, he diligently wrote suggestion after suggestion, referencing pictures as the two conversed. Soon after, they were joined by Remus, who surveyed more simple styles in grays and beiges for himself. They came to the final order after 2 hours of back and forth, with Remus's being the easiest, as he and Sebastian agreed that browns, beiges, and gray suited him best, along with a rare pop of pastel colors. They commissioned 2 sets of dress robes and 2 sets of formal robes. Each. Harry had never known there was a difference, but apparently dress robes were worn at galas, balls, and parties, while formal robes were worn at meetings, councils, and court. They also ordered him 3 sets of daywear robes, 3 black dress slacks, 2 dark gray dress slacks, 5 white, 3 black, and 2 cream button-up shirts, for form-fitting vests in different colors and designs, and 3 pairs of shiny black dress shoes, which Harry grimaced at. He was unsurprised that Twilfit Tattings didn't provide muggle clothing such as jeans, t-shirts, and hoodies, but they did have a variety of coats in varying lengths. Harry's eyes sparkled. He decided he deserved to treat himself. He requested multiple coats, leaving the style and color up to Sebastian's artistic eye, having come to trust the man's expert judgment over the last few hours. The tailor grinned wildly as Harry paid the deposit amount, not flinching when he read the total, which was to be paid when they came to pick it up in a week. Remus coughed harshly, however, when he glimpsed it over Harry's shoulder. He was very good at hiding what he felt. "It's been my pleasure, Harry, Mr. Remus. You'll start receiving the subscription for our seasonal catalogs from here on?" Sebastian smiled, obviously happy with another successful client and the relatively large commission amount. As Harry grinned, they first stopped in the magical menagerie, perusing the items for owl care and deciding to splurge. He'd never been able to purchase better gear for Hedwig. His fear that the Dursleys would steal or throw the items out was a real threat. Hedwig had appeared in his private ward the day he'd been moved from the joined wards, her eyes sharp as she surveyed him. Harry had no idea how she was getting in and out of the bank, but still felt terrible about the lack of clear skies, as he'd barely written to anyone over the first 2 weeks of the summer holidays. They stopped in a few shops that sold wizarding tools, including a special edition wizarding wireless that could alert him when his favorite team's next match was playing. Finally, they decided to start hunting down books. The list made for him by Master Blordak was long and filled with books he didn't know even existed. His first destination was Flourish Blots, but after a quick perusal, he realized that most books were for the Hogwarts curriculum, and he hadn't received his book list yet. He did find the book he'd been curious about when he'd first visited the shop that Hagrid had dissuaded him from purchasing, so he bought it along with the few he found from his list. Muggleborn's Guide to the Wizarding World. Wand Movements and Pronunciation, a guide to spellcasting for Muggleborn's Fundamentals of Potion Brewing, the reason your potions keep blowing up. Curses and Countercurses by Vindictus Viridian. Compendium of Common Curses and Their Counteractions by Anonymous. Charms of Defense and Deterrence by Catullus Spangle. A collection of 300 recipes in cookery, physique and surgery by Anonymous. Common Magical Ailments and Afflictions by Anonymous. The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. Modern Magical History. Hogwarts, A History. The complete work by Bathilda Bagshot. It cost him 8 galleons for the 11 books, but he felt the topics were interesting and worth the price. They left the store with their new purchases and a grin and set off for the next bookshop. Remus spotted the second-hand bookshop frequented by the Weasley family and entered with a cheery bell chime. Luckily, they found 22 books from his list at a significant discount of 9 galleons and 13 sickles, including Legislative Guide to the Proper Use of Magic Edition 2 by the Ministry of Magic British Isles. Protection Charm Your Mind. A Practical Guide to Counter Legilimency by Franciscus Fieldwake. Living with Legilimens. Choose Your Mind Wisely by Master Steelhead Guide to Advanced Occlumency by Franciscus Fieldwake. Gobbledygook. A Basic Guide by Master Grouchax. The Nation of Goblins and Artifacts. How Not to Be a Pretentious Twit by Master Hookclaw. Chadwick's Charms. Volumes 1 to 7 by Chadwick Boot. The few other bookstores in Diagon Alley they searched did not have the remaining books he was looking for until he entered Obscurus Books at the end of the road. There, he found only 4 at a much steeper price than he had paid at the last 2 stores. All were ministry-regulated self-updating books. A self-updating compendium of the Wisengamot seats and holders. A self-updating compendium of the Ministry of Magic and its positions. A self-updating compendium of current market prices and stock. A career guide for the prospecting wicks. They visited Scribulus Writing Instruments, purchasing a few ink pots and a book on display called Quill Care and Proper Use, Guide by Henfrey Scribulus when Remus pointed out how his handwriting should improve after Matron Ragnok had realigned his fingers. His professors might thank him, at least. It also came with a injury bonding or password function for the more squeamish and protection against most forms of damage. Their last stop was Slug Jigger's apothecary. There, Harry restocked his diminished supply of potion ingredients and splurged on as many different types of ingredients as he could. They were recommended to visit the side alleys when asked where the best places to grab a bite were. The owner gave Remus a map, and circles were drawn around the places he recommended, including bookshops and general stores, whether they were reputable or not. Stars were marked around where, in his opinion, the best and most affordable lunches were made. They thanked the man profusely for the help and the discount on Harry's bulk purchases. Soon enough, Harry found himself sitting in the shade across from Remus outside a quaint cafe called the Raven's Nest. It had a wall of books against the back, and patrons happily ate quietly as they read. Harry loved it. He took out one of his new books, The Muggleborn's Guide to the Wizarding World. Remus ensured he ate as much as he could without making himself sick. Matron Ragnarok had ordered that he increase his daily intake if he ever wanted to gain any muscle and fat on his emaciated body. The Muggleborn's Guide explained the start of finding out you are a wizard, provided instructions on accessing Diagon Alley and the Hogwarts Express, and provided a curriculum breakdown for the next 7 years. It explained how the magical guardian system worked with the heads of houses and recommended supplementary guidebooks for each subject, which Harry readily added to his list. He now understood why Hermione was so good at all her subjects in their first year, but fell behind in their flying lessons. Books couldn't teach someone to ride a broom. You had to feel it instinctually. He had a sneaking suspicion his friend had practiced some spells in the weeks before their first year. He finished his meal and bookmarked his place in the Muggleborn Guide a half-hour later, marveling how easy it was to complete both tasks now that his mind was clear and he could stomach more than half the meal. Remus ushered them out of the cafe and recommended they follow the suggested stores from the apothecary. They began scoping the bookstores hidden inside alleys, staying away from Nocturne Alley for the moment. Neither was keen to jump straight into the sketchy alley if they could help it. They found more books in the following 5 stores, all at a discount compared to the books in Diagon Alley, some even cheaper than those in the second-hand bookshop. It was in those shops Harry found the differences between Creature and Beast Volumes 1 to 4 by Master Hookclaw, Etiquette, The Finest Guide for the Heir and Lord Volumes I3 by Lord Xavier Prince, A History of the Dark Arts and Forbidden Magics by Godlot, Secrets of the Darkest Art by Ol Bullock, 101 Household Charms. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the last book on his list about the history and types of necromancy. He didn't dare ask any of the shop owners, knowing the stigma against the dark arts, and necromancy was considered the darkest. This made him wonder about his inherited ability, the Peverell family necromancy. He vowed to read the Peverell grimoire that night. Giving up on it for the day, they ventured into another shop recommended by Master Blordak. They found the store, a little boutique named Madame Catalina's Muggle Apparel. On the sign, accompanied by a sleeping white cat painted so it rested on the top. The tail swung magically across the words, and the cat's sky-blue eyes opened to peek down at them as they entered. The store was larger inside than the outside had made it look. One of the walls was lined with different brands of shoes Harry knew were popular in the Muggle world, from Converse to Vans to Doc Martens and brightly colored sneakers. Another had displays of different hoodies, cardigans, and sweatshirts. The back wall was floor-to-ceiling mirrors, rusted and cracked in some places that looked purposeful rather than accidental. Along the floor were shelves and hangers filled to the brim with different types of clothes, each with a distinct pattern, logo, and picture. He noticed quickly that there was only one of each item, not even in different sizes, just a singular item in the same size as every other clothing item. Curious, he picked up the first article he found, a fluffy dark green cardigan. "Can I help you?" The voice spoke from behind him, causing Harry to jump slightly as he spun to face the stranger. He found Remus still at the door, surveying the room and watching Harry with amusement. The woman who'd approached him had voluminous curly brown hair, a slightly more tamed version of Hermione's, and was observing him with large black eyes. Her skin was ivory, and she had laugh lines around her mouth and wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She was dressed in a tight black t-shirt with a green and black checkered skirt that reached her ankles but did not hide her black Doc Martens. Silver bangles and hoop earrings decorated her, and Harry thought her style was excellent. "Hello, I was hoping to find a suitable wardrobe," Harry admitted. "Muggle clothes are more comfortable in casual settings, but I was told your clothes would be better." The woman watched him momentarily, her eyes taking in his rat's nest of black hair, broken glasses and worn-out large clothes hanging off his frame like a clothing hanger under the borrowed robe. She must have seen something because her eyes lit up slightly, and she asked, "What's your budget?" "I don't have one." Before leaving Gringotts that morning, he decided he would splurge on his wardrobe to replace a lifetime of second-hand, too large clothes. Never again would he wear the threadbare gray cast-offs. If that meant fewer galleons, he wasn't concerned. He had a basilisk waiting to be sold and knew plenty of other funds would start pouring in with Master Blordak in charge of his accounts. The woman's smile grew. "I should introduce myself. I am Madame Cataline, but you can call me Cat." She held out a hand, showing off numerous silver rings with lovely jewels encrusted in them. He took the hand, noting the firm shake and ignoring the prickling along his skin. Remus sat on a plush chair near the door, content to wait and leave Harry in the woman's care. "We are going to be here a while, Harry," Cat warned, grinning happily. Cat admitted to Harry that only materials made from magical plants and animals could handle the advanced rune configurations for protection against spells and magical beasts. She told him that the Hogwarts school uniforms were made from a type of cotton plant cross, pollinated with a magical plant known for its strength but not the texture of its material. Together, the two made a soft, warm material that could prevent most curriculum-based damage in classes like potions, herbology, and defense against the dark arts. She told him she frequently visited the Muggle world, researching the current trends before purchasing items and stitching the runes herself. She admitted to trying to recreate the clothes with the magical fabric, but she found that the more intricate patterns and logos, like the band t-shirts Harry was fascinated by, often bled and lost shape quickly on the magical fabric. Together, they slowly created a growing pile of clothes, not including the shoes, jackets, and jumpers on the walls they'd yet to look at. They piled various band t-shirts, plain black and white shirts, flannel button-ups Harry thought looked comfortable and warm, cardigans, including the soft green one he had first picked up and fallen instantly in love with, jeans of different shades, lengths, and tightness, and over 20 pairs of socks and boxer shorts. Harry had blushed brightly when Cat asked if he needed them. He was wary of the skinny jeans, as Cat called them, but she promised him that she'd stitched runes in them to keep them comfortable and prevent them from restricting his movements. Once Harry felt like he had taken half the clothes displayed on the racks and shelves on the ground, they started picking out hoodies, jumpers, hats, denim jackets, and coats from the wall. Cat showed him some leather jackets that Harry thought were very cool and had only ever seen bikers wear on TV. He imagined it was something Sirius would wear. Throughout his life, Uncle Vernon had made it abundantly clear how much he hated leather jackets, how he thought they were for degenerates, poofs, and criminals. Harry grabbed two. Finally, they examined the shoes. Cat had him try on 2 pairs of Doc Martens, one a simple black like her own, and another a dark green that matched the general color scheme they had been sticking to, much like Sebastian had urged him to base his wardrobe on. She also convinced him to pick out what shoes he liked from her selection. He chose the Converse style and grabbed 3 pairs, finding he liked them more than the others. He also grabbed some plain white slip-on Vans with dirt-repelling runes on them. He eyed the other Doc Martens but decided that his dragon hide boots looked close enough and were made of better material. With his mountain of clothes and shoes at the till, Harry was surprised when the amount came to half as much as his purchases from Twilfit Tattings would total. He used one of Gringotts' bank checks that Cat told him she had never needed to use before. He started the long process of carefully folding and putting away his clothes into his satchel, which Remus graciously minded for him while he continued reading his book. Cat was very impressed with the item and proceeded to announce her determination to invest in one. She told him stories of her adventures in Muggle London, which would get cut short when her arms were laden with heavy shopping bags. Harry worried that she would be clearing out the shops in Muggle London now, but he laughed happily at her excited expression. Cat stopped him from packing away a pair of dark jeans, a light gray t-shirt with a skeleton dancing in the middle, one of the green flannel tops, and a plain black and white pair of high-top Converses. She pushed him into the changing room, hidden behind the mirrors, and told him she wouldn't let him continue walking around in rags. She looked pleased with herself as she set the horrible cast-offs and shoes on fire at the front of the shop. Harry loved magic. It was nearing dinner and Harry and Remus, not wanting to return to the bank yet, wandered back to the Raven's Nest. He didn't know why, but the cafe drew Harry in. Remus found a table inside for the evening, joined by 2 other patrons, while Harry perused the shelves as they waited for their creamy chicken pot pie to be brought out. The wall was packed with books, from children's stories to textbooks. A sign above the bookshelf read, "Take a book, leave a book." Harry thought that was a rather good idea if slightly naive. Without a monitoring system, it would be difficult to tell when someone wasn't holding their end of the arrangement, unless someone was monitoring it like the house elves he assumed were in the kitchen. On the middle shelf, he found a book of fairy tales that reminded him of the Muggle world bedtime stories. It was called Tales of Beetle the Bard and was filled with short stories, much like the Grimm fairy tales. Remus smiled nostalgically. My mother read one of those stories every night before bed. Her favorite was the tale of the 3 brothers. She stopped after. He shook his head, face turning sad before quickly wiping the expression. A lot of those stories are rumored to be based on true events that happened centuries ago, some even before Hogwarts was formed. I'm not sure how much they've been altered, what with the effect of time and misinterpretations, but you should find them interesting. Harry smiled slightly as he listened to his ex-professor talk. Remus always had a soothing tone and relaxing body language when he explained things. Even if he explained what the weather had been like while Harry was drugged to the gills with potions and locked in his private ward, talking to Remus always settled that constant urge to get up and escape the place holding him. Cracking the index, he quickly found the story that Remus's mum had loved, the tale of the 3 brothers. Turning to the right section, the first page caught his breath in his neck. Where authors like to place drawings or symbols above their chapter titles was a particular symbol Harry recognized. He quickly looked up at Remus and back down to the book before turning it around and sliding it along the table. He tapped the symbol drawn on the page, watching Remus's eyes widen. Harry placed his left hand next to the book and willed the finely engraved golden band of the Potter HEIR ring to burn away in white flames, slowly replaced by the strange black ring with silver and gold flecks. The unnatural bone's wings lit up with white flames before he slipped the ring off, and they examined the engravings on the inner band. "Domini Summus Mortis," he whispered as the little symbol at the end and the start of these words flashed. It was the same symbol illustrated in the book, a triangle drawn around a circle with a line cutting vertically through the 2 shapes. Elegantly simple. "We are masters of death," Remus said back, eyebrow raised. He slipped the ring back on and started reading, scooting his chair so he and Remus could read together without getting sore necks. 3 brothers, traveling along a lonely, winding road at twilight, reached a deep, treacherous river where anyone who attempted to swim or wade would drown. Learned in the magical arts, the brothers conjured a bridge with their wands and proceeded to cross. Halfway through the bridge, a hooded figure stood before them. The figure was the enraged spirit of Death, cheated of his due. Death cunningly pretends to congratulate them and proceeds to award them with gifts of their own choosing. The eldest brother, a combative man, asked for a wand more powerful than any in existence. Death granted his wish by fashioning the elder wand from a branch of a nearby elder tree standing on the banks of the river. The power to recall the deceased from the grave. Death granted his wish by crafting the resurrection stone from a stone picked from the riverbank. The 3rd and youngest brother, who was the most humble and wise, did not trust Death and asked for something to enable him to go forth without Death being able to follow. A reluctant Death, most unwillingly, handed over his own invisibility cloak. The 3 brothers took their prizes and soon went on their separate ways. The eldest brother traveled to a village where a wizard with whom he had quarreled lived. He sought a duel and fought the wizard using the wand, instantly killing the latter. Oldest brother by slitting his neck for good measure. That was when Death took the first brother for his own. The middle brother returned to his home, where he lived alone. Turning the stone thrice in his hand, the figure of the girl he had once hoped to marry before her untimely death appeared at once before him, much to his delight. Yet she was sad and cold, separated from him by a veil. Though she had returned to the mortal world, she did not truly belong there and suffered. Finally, the middle brother, driven mad with hopeless longing, committed suicide by hanging so as to truly join her. That was when Death took the second brother for his own. As the years passed, Death searched for the youngest brother but never succeeded. It was only when the third brother reached a great age that he took off the cloak of. So absorbed in the story, Harry hadn't noticed his dinner appear before him with a cheery pop. He finished the tale with a pensive frown, unconsciously digging into his food as he wondered about the third brother, while Remus gave him a contemplative look. It couldn't be a coincidence that the Peveril family crest, his family crest, was in this book about 3 brothers, one of whom receives a cloak the same as the one passed down in Harry's family for generations. He wondered about the wand and stone. Were they also real? They weren't a part of his heirlooms, nor was the Slytherin grimoire. He shook his head. There was no point in thinking about this. It was a fairy tale. It might have been inspired by his ancestor and his 2 older brothers, but there was no way Death had made such powerful items because 3 ordinary wizards had created a bridge over a river. He quietly thanked the table for the meal as he returned the book to its rightful place, and they made their quiet journey back to Gringotts. Harry greeted every goblin he passed with a bright smile and even managed to remember most of their names despite how similar they all looked. Upon their return to his private ward, he immediately began unpacking his purchases. Hedwig had yet to return, so he started loading his new trunk with his clothes, filling the hangers, drawers, and cubby holes with a carefulness he had never shown Dudley's cast-offs. He slowly organized his books, dividing them into subjects and learning levels. He removed the most basic from each subject and the first volumes in each series and placed them beside his bed. He'd already learnt and reviewed a lot under the goblins and Remus, but he felt he still had much more to learn. If he wanted to catch up to his yearmates by the time they were to board the Hogwarts Express come September 1st, he would need to read as much as he could. He kept his new green journal beside him with a self-inking pen from his mother's trunk with a metal tip but no annoying feather plumage to smack him. Harry dressed in his new comfortable pajamas, took his evening potions and started reading the first book he had chosen, Protection Charm Your Mind, A Practical Guide to Counter Legilimency by Franciscus Fieldwake. The 2 can be considered attack and defense, a weapon and shield. Occlumency shields the mind from legilimens, preventing access and influence over one's thoughts, emotions, and memories, and can, on rare occasions, reduce the effects of Veritas Serum. The basics of occlumency involve clearing the mind via meditation and slowly sorting through the memories, emotions, and thoughts, organizing them to bring order before attempting to build the shield. Doing this at night before bed is recommended to allow sleep to stabilize the mind after changing it. Additionally, another less-known benefit of practicing occlumency is the gain in memorization ability. Some of the powerful occlumens claim to have perfect memory, able to copy entire books from memory alone. Chapter 1 provides a how-to guide for simple meditation techniques for a beginner. If you are already well-versed in meditation, skip to Chapter 2, Organizing the Mindscape. Unbeknownst to Harry, Remus watched from his cot as his ward mumbled to himself as he studied, pride gleaming in his eyes. Harry began meditating that night. The book told him to breathe first. He was dubious but followed the instructions after blowing out his bedside candle. Harry lay in the dark, listening to the soft huffs of Remus's sleep-heavy breaths. He inhaled deeply for as long as he could, holding his breath for a moment and slowly releasing it. It felt pointless at first, his mind clogged with thoughts swirling from weeks of completely uprooting his life for the second time. But as he concentrated on breathing, ensuring every exhale matched his inhale, and waiting for a single moment between cycles, he felt his mind empty. Before he realized what happened, he fell into a deep sleep. The following day, Harry woke the most rested he had in his life. Hedwig was perched beside him, staring down at him with large amber eyes. He smiled at her, offering a frozen mouse, which Hedwig snatched up with a happy trill. Harry obediently took his potions when Matron Ragnok entered the room, as she did every morning. She greeted him with a small, sharp smile and a short diagnostic ritual that Harry thought he could replicate perfectly, given how often she performed it on him. The only difference to their morning routine after Harry and Remus ate their nutrition-packed breakfasts while Matron Ragnarok ran all her tests on Harry, documenting his statistics meticulously, was the soft knock that echoed from the door. Harry paused in the middle of asking Matron Ragnarok the difference between goblin diagnostic ritual and wizarding diagnostic spells as he looked to the door, head cocked in confusion and wariness. He knew immediately that whoever was on the opposite side of the door was not a goblin. Living with them for over half a month made Harry aware that the goblins were a proud, candid race that did not do things meekly. When a goblin wished to visit him or Remus, they rapped their knuckles on the door as if to make sure even those hard of hearing would be aware of their presence. Matron Ragnarok glanced at them, waiting for Harry's wary nod, before calling out, "Enter." The door opened on silent hinges, revealing a tall wizard in navy robes that Harry recognized as belonging to the Cursebreaker department. The wizard pulled back their hood, revealing a bright orange ponytail tied at the nape of his neck. The wizard had a great thong dangling from one earring and bright blue eyes. He was tall, thin, and roguishly handsome. Harry immediately knew that this man was a Weasley and, if he wasn't mistaken, the eldest of the bunch. "Hello," the wizard greeted, bowing to Matron Ragnarok before turning to Harry and Remus. "It's my pleasure to meet you both properly. I've heard much about both of you from my brothers and sister."
I'm Bill Weasley.
"It's a pleasure to meet you, too. Call me Remus." Remus introduced himself, taking the tall man's hand firmly. They were of equal height. Harry took in a deep breath. He'd been considering how he wanted to introduce himself since learning of his given name, and still hadn't come up with what he wanted his true name to be. He decided to try one of his many combinations now.
Bill.
"Your brothers have told me a lot about you as well." "My name is Harry, but most call me Harry." He took the offered hand as Bill surveyed his face with a soft, understanding smile. "What do you want to be known as?" Bill asked. Remus stood beside the two, a silent, reassuring shadow. I don't know yet," he admitted. He let go of Bill's hand, taking a seat on the bed and offering Bill to sit on one of the many stools collected around the room. The Cursebreaker picked one, dragging it closer to the bed before transfiguring it into a more comfortable cushioned chair with a wordless wand flick. "I've gone my whole life as Harry, so I guess it's just easier to stay as him for now." Bill nodded, understanding. "Very well. Until you say otherwise, I shall address you as Harry." Harry smiled, nodding happily. "Now, I've come here to talk to you about the assignment I've been researching for the past few weeks. I've learned quite a bit about that soul shard stuck in your scar," Bill said, surprising Harry. Remus nodded his head as though he expected this topic. "What have you found out?" Remus asked, perched beside Harry but careful not to touch the boy. "I've checked every record I could get my hands on, but there has never been a documented, living vessel for a Horcrux. For all intents and purposes, it should not be possible for a body to house a soul and a half without the host deteriorating within a few years. That is why I've concluded that the size of the soul in your scar couldn't be larger than a sliver. It can't be more than 3% of Tom Riddle's soul with you still alive and functioning normally. It would have to be less or you'd be in a coma. That would mean the originator had to have split their soul at least 5 times before accidentally making you a Horcrux. Because we know of only 2 ways of destroying a Horcrux. The first is with a spell, a curse really called Fiendfire, that will not stop burning until there's nothing left to burn. Could completely wipe out Britain before it begins losing power. The only other way we know is by having the caster destroy their own Horcrux. Destroying a Horcrux kills the soul, snapping the hair-thin connection between the caster and their soul pieces and their sanity. You know who was determined to kill you that night. I don't doubt the maniac had no idea he had made you into one." Remus let out a great breath. "Are you telling me that the only way to get this thing out of him is to either burn him alive or hand him over to you know who to be murdered?" Remus growled, eyes flashing golden and his chest rumbling protectively. Bill sighed, not revealing if he was intimidated by the other man's raw power, before looking back at the two. "As I said, there's never been another case like yours, Harry. I've theorized and consulted Masters Spearbeak and Rickshaw numerous times, and there are only a few ways we can think to get it out of you. I'm all ears." Harry leant forward so his elbows rested on his knees. The first is trick the Horcrux into thinking you are dead. Bill began but stopped when Remus growled low in his neck. Which wouldn't guarantee to destroy or remove the Horcrux, and it may simply stay attached to your corpse as if it were a regular object, possibly remaining even on your skeleton, Bill said. Harry shuddered, thinking of his brittle skeleton with a big black mark on the head, oozing Riddle's soul. Bill noticed the looks this suggestion received and grinned slightly. It gets worse, he promised. The next way is to find some way to transfer the Horcrux to another object. This isn't promising, as not only could the procedure kill you, as it almost did in the ritual, but the object would have to have some value to you-know-who. If we don't get a suitable object, the Horcrux could reattach to Harry or attack someone else and go on a rampage until no one can stop it except Fiendfire. Remus grimaced at this suggestion, remembering a small body writhing on the ground, screaming as dark injury flowed out of a lightning-shaped scar. Is there no other way? Bill tilted his head back and forth consideringly. We have a theory, he admitted. Compared to the other two, it is far less likely to work. But, Harry prompted, it's the most likely that you'll survive, Bill said. Remus let out a heavy breath. What does it involve? He asked. It's not been tested, and it's only a theory. We have no evidence that this may even work. But if you have a creature inheritance, the Horcrux may attempt to detach itself from you and essentially be a separate being. It is trying to absorb your magic and take over your mind. The ward I placed is temporary and won't last longer than a few more weeks, maybe less before I have to replace it. By undergoing a creature inheritance, the Horcrux may reject your magic and body, and the creature will protect you from it. I don't have a creature inheritance, he said, swallowing a large block that had formed in his neck. Does that mean the only way to get him out? To kill him once and for all is to let myself be killed? No, Remus said, taking Harry into his arms and holding him to his chest, just like he did on that first day as Harry's guardian.
No, Cab.
You aren't walking to any death. Do you hear me? You are going to live a long, fulfilling life, understand? Harry sniffed, refusing to release the tears as he nodded into Remus' chest. What do you mean? Harry asked. Bill glanced at Remus. The full moon is in 2 days, Bill prompted, watching Remus warily. Remus's eyes widened. Bite him? Remus choked, staring at Bill like the other man had just told them to jump off a cliff with no parachute. Bill nodded. Are you insane? He snatched his hand away from Harry as though the simple touch could infect Harry with lycanthropy. Bill shook his head. It's the only way we've found that has even a 30% chance of keeping Harry alive. If Harry's test is correct, the blasted thing survived basilisk venom in his system. The only way this thing is dying is if Harry dies with it, and the only way it will be destroyed is if Harry burns to death or we give him to the man that killed his mom and dad, and that's not exactly feasible right now. I can't knowingly curse him. I can't place that burden on their son. Remus buried his face in his hands, growling at a subvocal level. Harry ignored the part inside him that expected to be rejected and let his hand gently pat the man's back. Remus snorted quietly as he felt the tiny hand and lifted his face to look at his ward. I'm rather sure I should be comforting you, Harry shrugged. I've had my whole life to come to terms with the fact that one day I could never wake up again. Remus's eyebrows furrowed worriedly. Bill leaned more onto his knees, looking at Harry like he was examining the boy for the first time. I could have died multiple times in the last 3 years since learning about magic, too. I nearly did, and it was only luck that Fawkes was there to counteract the basilisk venom, and that I could produce a Patronus strong enough to drive back those dementors. If becoming a werewolf keeps me living past my expiration date, then so be it. Like I told you in that cafe, I know more monstrous beings that don't turn into wolves once a month. Remus released a breath he was holding and buried his face again. His leg bounced, his socked feet tapping soundlessly on the smooth stone floor. Remus nodded slowly. Severus has been making it for me until the new school year starts. I assume he feels some inkling of guilt for outing my furry problem to become public knowledge. Good, your wolf should be more docile under the wolfsbane and make our job. Did you just say wolfsbane? Matron Ragnok shouted, looking between the 3 wizards with her beetle-black eyes wide. The wolfsbane potion? Bill nodded slowly. Yes, he began, but was interrupted again. "Do not take any more," she commanded, startling them all into leaning away from the enraged goblin. Harry grabbed her attention, and her fiery eyes turned to him. "What's wrong with Mooney taking wolfsbane? It helps alleviate the symptoms, doesn't it?" Harry let the nickname slip accidentally, causing Remus to give him a small, unseen smile. "You foolish wizards," she shouted, making them all flinch. "Whoever made that potion didn't do diddly squat in the way of testing it before marketing the recipe as a way to make the wolf more docile. It suppresses the wolf entirely during the moon, allowing the human mind to stay in control. If a single potion is missed leading up to the moon, it frees the wolf from months of suppression. Imagine being trapped in a coffin and buried alive for months and suddenly being let out. How angry would you be?" Remus gaped at the matron, mouth moving, but no sound left him. "How long have you been taking the potion?" Matron Ragnarok ordered. "Oh, my first dose was on the 18th of September last year. I took a dose every day until the night of the moon. I did this every month." Matron Ragnarok nodded and started pulling vials from a locked and warded cupboard in the corner of the room. He gagged but managed to drink the entire bottle. "You will want to stay in the bathroom for a few hours. That potion is unpleasant and designed to purge your body of all impurities. I'll need you to take one every morning and night until the full moon to be safe. Your wolf will experience withdrawal symptoms for the next few months and be a bit more violent, but this should shorten what would have been almost a year of your wolf going on a rampage. Taking one of those potions the day of your transformation until your wolf settles will help as well." Remus looked green around the gills, but Harry wasn't sure what had caused it, considering the multiple factors currently bombarding the man. "Back to what you were discussing, I'm all for this idea." Matron Ragnarok surprised them. "Lycanthropy may have the unfortunate side effect of forced transformation every month, but it also comes with a wealth of advantages, including faster healing, better senses, a fortified body, and a stronger immune system. These would greatly benefit HEIR Potter, as he desperately needs at least 2 out of the 4 right now. It may even help you catch up on the growth you've been denied." She bustled away, growling under her breath in gobbledygook. It must have been rude because Bill choked slightly before laughing, shaking his head. "So, Remus, will you let Harry take the bite?" Bill asked. Remus sighed, standing to move towards the bathroom as his face began paling considerably, and his eyes glowed subtly. "If it's the only way to save Harry, I'll do it. I'll give my consent. However, Harry, I want you to research everything you can find on werewolves. Look at that book I was reading, the one written by Master Sharpclaw. It is far less biased than any information written by wizards. When I get back," he covered his mouth and looked about to throw up his breakfast, "I'll give you a quiz, and we can return to your practice." "I can help," Bill said, raising his hand. "I got 12 OWLs and 7 newts. One of them was in defense against the dark arts. I can help him study in the mornings while you're incapacitated," Bill offered. "We can't inconvenience you like this," Remus said, shaking his head but stopping quickly when his face paled further and he swayed. "I'm free to do what I want until that Horcrux is either in a warded box or destroyed. I've got meetings in the afternoon with Master Spearbeak and the other researchers in the Curse Breaker department and the Ritual department to develop a ritual that will target the Horcrux, but otherwise my mornings are free. I'm more than willing to help someone as keen about defensive and combat spells as I was when I was Harry's age," Bill told Remus earnestly, flashing Harry a cheeky smile. Bill grimaced. "Nasty work, that potion. Had to take it a few times myself in the past," he admitted. Harry laughed at the face Bill was making and understood why Ron and the twins always spoke with so much admiration for their eldest brother. Bill clapped his hands and rubbed them together. A gleam in his eyes Harry thought was reminiscent of Hermione when she got into a research binge. "So what are we working on first?" The following 2 days leading up to the full moon were wrought with preparation. The goblins assured Remus that they would build a cage that not even a poltergeist could escape from and added chains so each arm or leg would be restrained upon Remus's insistence. Both mornings, Bill would join Harry for breakfast while Remus was given his potion, locked in the bathroom until a couple of hours before lunch, and then given until 3 o'clock of peace before being forced to take another dose. The two worked on perfecting Harry's pronunciation of Latin and gobbledygook, making sure Harry understood the translations and could follow along in a conversation. They researched werewolves in the afternoon, and Harry was sure he'd memorized everything in his books about the shapeshifters. The wizarding textbooks described werewolves as bloodthirsty beasts with no morals that live to infect and consume humans. They stated that until the invention of the wolfsbane potion, there was no way to control the beasts except to lock them up or kill them. The goblins said otherwise. According to the goblins, werewolves had a diverse culture, and the trueborn packs lived in harmony with their wolves. Harry learned about mates, packs, full moon rituals, habits and techniques to keep the wolf happy and docile instead of rampaging. The more he learned, the more okay he was with being turned into a werewolf, even without the added benefit of growth, healing and the chance to be host to Riddle's Horcrux no longer. He learned the only way to stop this lethal property of the bite was to stuff the wound with a compound of wolfsbane and powdered silver. The goblins performed more tests on the wolfsbane potion than the wizards did and discovered more side effects than they had documented. One of them was that the horrible wolf form Remus had transformed into on the night of Pettigrew's escape was because of the potion. The book explained that the werewolf should be indistinguishable from a regular wolf, except for a few more minor details that would only be noticed if you were looking closely. In trying to keep the human mind in control, the potion mistakenly combines the two forms into a disturbing amalgamation of human and beast. It causes more lingering pain after the transformation is over. Harry was jittery and nervous on the day of the full moon, the 15th of July, but it was nothing compared to Remus. They tried to work on Harry's occlumency and then his Latin but found it hard to concentrate and quickly gave up. Harry had already finished all his summer homework while revising his entire Hogwarts curriculum from the past 3 years and couldn't focus enough to read his new books or grimoires. They were only distracted when a group of goblins escorted them into the depths of Gringotts, and the preparations began. It was still a few hours until moonrise, yet Remus was carefully and meticulously being chained inside a double-doored cage inside a large vault with a thick, heavy door. Harry was allowed to stay with him as they wrapped thick manacles around his wrists and ankles and a large cast iron band around his neck. Each had a long chain connected to the ground in a star formation. Remus grinned even as his body shook from the slowly increasing body aches, and his skin paled every minute. Remember to follow every instruction Matron Ragnarok and Master Spearbeak and Rickshaw give you. Don't let him drag you in closer, and never expose your neck. Okay. Remus implored, grin wobbling slightly. I understand, Harry said as the goblins began wrapping thick chains around Remus's arms and chest, restraining them tightly. Harry moved forward and hugged the man tightly, burying his nose in the hollow where the man's neck met his collar. It'll be all right, Harry assured him. Remus choked out a tense laugh before he buried his face in Harry's jet-black hair, inhaling the boy's scent deeply. We'll be all right, Cub, he repeated quietly, leaning slightly into the boy. Harry pulled back slightly and looked up into eyes that had been dimly glowing since midday. Why haven't you called me Harry? He asked, startling the man. You've called me Cub several times, but you've never said my name since before the ritual. Why? Remus gave Harry a fond smile. Because you haven't introduced yourself yet, he answered. You haven't told me who you want to be known as. You can remain Harry Potter to the public until we get Dumbledore's nose out of your business if you want. But I would never call you anything you didn't wish to be referred to as. Harry blinked a few times, stunned. Really? He asked, face more hopeful than he was ever allowed to be. Memories of a little boy who thought his name was Boy and Freak, before being told his name to not get into trouble with Child Protective Services, rose from the waves in his mind. I don't mind, Cub. In front of people who aren't aware of all of this, it would be better to call me Harry and pretend you aren't my guardian so Dumbledore can't take me back. But when it's just us with the people we trust, I wouldn't mind being called Hodri like you did when I was a baby, Harry admitted, looking away from those golden eyes that widened in astonishment. Remus's face broke into a blinding smile. He tried to pull Harry back in but was stopped quickly by the chains. He grunted in frustration, a much deeper and primal growl reverberating from his chest than the ones Harry had become accustomed to. Harry understood what the frustrated werewolf was trying to do and re-wrapped his arms around him. Remus buried his face in Harry's hair, who was chuckling between them. I'll try, said Harry. He stepped back and out of reach when Remus groaned in pain, breathing heavily as dusk slowly descended into the night. Harry Potter, Master Spearbeak approached him, Bill at his side. Harry nodded in greeting. We have everything ready. Only you need to be in the cage. As soon as you're in range, let the wolf bite you and get out. We'll have spells ready to try and stun him if he breaks free, but as you know, they are resistant to most offensive spells. We'll have multiple goblin healers ready to administer the wolfsbane and silver mixture. So get one good, clean bite, and everything will be fine. Ready, Harry? Bill asked, the nervous energy buried inside him as he tried to act professionally around so many higher status goblins. Still, Harry could see his finger tapping against a lovely bronze ring with a deep blue gem in the center. He'd guess it was the Weasley HEIR ring. I don't think anyone has ever had to do all this work to be bitten by a werewolf before, Harry said instead, not wanting to let the man see how nervous he was. T00. Bill laughed. I don't think anyone has ever purposely taken the bite before now. Harry grimaced. We do seem insane, don't we? Bill nodded, grinning. They watched as the goblins gave one final check of Remus's bonds before most of them left the temporary cell inside the vault. The plan was to get the bite, get out of the vault, and lock the door before the werewolf could reorient himself and attempt a breakout. Most of the goblins left the vault, with only the most advanced on standby outside the cage as Remus's bones continued to crack and pop out of alignment, skin stretching. The man groaned in pain. His skin darkened with the emergence of brown bristles, and his clothes, the old ones they had kept for such a moment, tore at the seams. His nose and mouth elongated, becoming more snout-like, and his eyes flashed from the dim glow they had been in all day to bright gold. His ears stretched, becoming more lupin, and a stubby, malformed tail extended from his backside. The werewolf didn't struggle and only whimpered quietly in the silent vault. Its arms were wrapped tightly in the chains that bulged from the change in body structure and the addition of muscles. Now, Harry, while it's disoriented, Bill whispered, and Harry watched as the beast's ear twitched in their direction. Harry moved forward, passing through the cage door as quietly as he could, his steps soft on the stone floor as the beast's whimpering slowed. Hey, Moony, Harry whispered, and the ears twitched again, the whimpers dying. It's your lucky day, buddy. You get to take a nice bite out of me. Moony's head moved until he stared at Harry, eyes glinting ferally as a growl began echoing in the vault. Harry gulped but kept going, inching forward carefully. Moony bared his teeth, snapping them at Harry as frothy saliva built up in the corner of his maw. It's me, Moony. It's Hadri. Cub, remember? Harry kept up the commentary, feeling better about filling the silence than letting the werewolf try to freak him out with the growling. There was a snarl and a rattling of chains as he tried to pounce. He snarled at the chains, briefly taking his attention from Harry. Harry breathed in deeply, his heart pounding faster than when he faced the basilisk. He hadn't had a choice then and no way of backing out lest he wanted Ginny to die. He hadn't been thinking back then, but he was now. He has people behind him, backing him up and understanding if he wants to abandon the plan. Harry shook his hands of the nerves and darted forward, startling the werewolf for a second before he snarled. Harry braced himself as he swung his hand out, baiting as Moony growled, maw open to snap at him, and Harry twisted. It was Remus who had the final suggestion. He had advised a place near where he'd received his bite on his waist. It was where he'd wished the bastard greyback had bitten him so he could have removed his shirts at the beach or in front of his dorm mates without shame and fear in those first few years when he'd been terrified someone would learn his secret. The only disadvantage they found with this location was that it mainly consisted of Harry's hip bones and no gushy vitals for the wolf to tear out of him. Harry had a lot of experience with getting bones fractures and dislocations, but nothing could have prepared him for the pain of 42 fangs clamping down on his hip and adding more and more force. He heard the grinding as injury flowed out between Moony's teeth, soaking quickly into Harry's clothes. Moony whimpered, injury dripping down his chin and neck. Moony pressed his snout into Harry's wound, smearing injury across the beast's nose. Moony whimpered again. Harry refused to faint. He was used to pain. He would survive this even as injury dribbled onto the floor. Bill ran up to the cage with a few goblins, seeing the werewolf suddenly docile, only to halt as Moony growled, and they stopped inside the door. He snarled and barked when he saw the people approaching. He clamped his teeth into Harry's ripped second-hand shirt, tugging at Harry as if to bring him closer, away from the strangers. Harry's head spun, and he stumbled away from the werewolf, his shirt ripping. He was out of the werewolf's strange game of tug-of-war. Mooney growled at the strangers again before whimpering at Harry. The chains rattled as Mooney tried to break free of the chain, making small canine sounds like a kicked puppy. It was strange to see such a monstrous amalgamation of wolf and man making sounds one would expect from a poodle. The goblins flinched as Mooney yanked hard against the chains, and the metal groaned under the enhanced strength. Harry stumbled again and barely stayed on his feet. His skin paled more as a trail of injury followed him. Mooney became increasingly hysterical, trying to get to Harry as the boy tried to get to the healers. Mooney howled and the first chain snapped. "Hurry up, Harry!" Bill shouted, keeping carefully still at the cage's entrance. A white-knuckled grip wrapped around the edge and eyeing the werewolf. Harry tried to say something, but a wild burst of vertigo sent him staggering to the bars of the cage, slamming his shoulder into it. Mooney yelped, and another of the 4 remaining chains snapped. A dozen voices suddenly shouted something in gobbledygook that, if Harry had been more aware, would have recognized as goblin magic, as bright red light shot from a dozen angles at Mooney. The spells slammed into the werewolf's chest. Like other magical creatures, werewolves were naturally more resistant to certain spells and potions than humans. Despite this, Mooney was sent flying into the back of the cage with a pained yelp. Bill took his chance and raced into the cage. Harry's legs finally failed him, and he slumped into the waiting arms. Bill dragged Harry closer to the cage doors as Mooney shook his head, and his eyes zeroed in on the stranger pulling Harry out of the cage. Away from Mooney as the boy bled rivers on the stone ground. The floor was almost completely covered in streaks of Harry's injury. Mooney's feet and face were drenched in it. Mooney leapt forward again, and Bill slammed the cage door shut just in time. The healers raced into the vault, and Harry was immobilized and levitated as though on a stretcher. He was then raced out of the vault, eyes going in and out of focus as stalactites and oil lamps passed across the ceiling. A minute later, the vault door could be heard slamming shut. Hallows Cottage. Words in underline. Excerpts taken from the book's words in italicize. POV's thoughts Parseltongue. Original characters and places do not belong to me. Do not republish this story on other sites. I do not give my consent or permission. We don't condone abuse of any kind from the comments. Genuine criticism and suggestions are always appreciated. But I've already finished the beginning chapters, so the main storyline is non-negotiable. Updating on Sundays, AEST. Harry woke to a pounding bell in his head and a squirming feeling in his stomach. He groaned loudly, feeling like his brain was being used as a tennis ball for 2 outraged tennis players as the voices in the room shouted at one another. Harry opened his eyes to bright light, shadowing a tense, worried face that he instantly recognized. Something in his chest, not unlike his core but so different, glowed warmly at the sight of the tired, pallid man. Moon, he coughed, his neck and mouth drier than a desert. Cub. Oh, Merlin, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Remus had one of Harry's hands in his tight grip, pressing it to his brow as Harry got his fit under control. Harry shook his head, making the angry players bash the tennis balls harder. He ignored them.
I'm alive.
That's all we hoped for, he murmured, trying to smile but suspecting it looked more like a grimace. He looked around, recognizing his private ward in Gringotts and finding a group of goblins in different colored robes in the corner having a quiet discussion amongst themselves. What he'd thought was shouting when he'd woken was the harsh rasping of gobbledygook. Bill was standing with them, nodding at whatever Master Spearbeak was saying and adding in his opinion with a rough word back. Harry had come far in understanding the language, but the speed with which the goblins conversed was too much for his basic knowledge. What happened? He asked, glancing back to Remus. Remus grimaced. I'm not sure. I don't remember anything that happened after Mooney took over. All I know is I woke up in that vault, the cage and chains destroyed, curled in a ball on top of a pool of injury and covered in it. Remus looked haunted by that memory, his hands shaking where they gripped Harry's. There wasn't a body or bones, so I was sure I hadn't killed or eaten anyone. But I didn't know if you were alive. I could taste your injury, and I vomited before the door was opened, and Bill was assuring me that you were alive. You were still being looked after by the healers and given injury replenishers when we arrived, but you were covered in injury. Matron Ragnok said I bit down too hard and would have taken out a chunk of your hip, but something stopped me. I don't know what, but it saved your life. If I had taken that chunk, it would have taken part of your femoral artery instead of just nicking it, and no matter what the healers could have done, you would have died before they could even get to you. Remus said, voice breaking as a single tear dripped onto the sheets pulled over Harry. Remus's hair was messy in a way that could only have happened from the man running his hands through the graying brown strands dozens of times. His skin was pallid with heavy bags beneath his softly glowing amber eyes. A new, freshly healed pink scar peaked on Remus' collarbone, ran down to his chest, and was hidden beneath his button-up shirt. Harry blinked in shock, but he let the man soothe himself by pressing Harry's hand to his forehead. Remus seemed content with the action as he tried to calm down his breathing. Suddenly, the voices in the corner stopped, and Bill appeared hovering over Remus' shoulder, grinning at Harry. You gave us all a scare, kid, Bill said. Harry grinned back. Keeping you on your toes, old man, Harry croaked. Bill narrowed his eyes but was still smiling. When can we do the ritual? Harry asked, earning a snort from someone on his left. He turned his head, wincing until he was looking at the familiar grumpy countenance of Matron Ragnok. Silly little wizard. You will not be completing any ritual for at least a week. Your body needs time to heal before taking on that nasty bit of forbidden magic in your scar. You're on bed rest. Again, Matron Ragnok growled. Harry groaned. No whining. She snapped and made him open his mouth. He was forced to take a pain relief potion and a numbing draft that, when combined, left him feeling tingly and strange across his skin. How long was I out this time? Harry asked. It's the afternoon after the full moon, Remus said. Harry sighed in relief. So I didn't lose another week? No, Bill reassured him. You will have one nasty scar, though. Harry shrugged. What's one more? Bill and Remus's expressions darkened. But Harry had already turned away to Matron Ragnok. How long am I confined to the bed this time? He asked. Another few days, at least, she growled, taking a folder of information she had compiled on him while caring for him for the past weeks. He glared at its thickness. You can rest for today. You'll feel nauseous for the first week, and your appetite will show itself. Rest. We'll talk when you don't look like you'll keel over. She handed him another potion, this one a deep indigo color. He took a spoonful and fell asleep without a chance to ask what it was. Despite the wound's resistance against magically healing, it was closing up faster than he remembered the dog bites he'd received in the past on his arms and ankles healing. He suspected the scar would be much bigger than Ripper's, but he decided he would like the large bite far more than the small ones that only reminded him of a horrible woman and her horrible dog. During this stint of boredom, he finally cracked open Hogwarts, a history, and was pleasantly surprised by how much information the book that Hermione worshipped contained. He learned that other wizarding schools existed in Europe and on different continents. The book also mentioned the enchantments and wards around the castle that kept Hogwarts hidden and prevented Muggles from locating the school or using their technology. It briefly mentioned some of the memorable artifacts and myths of the founders, including Salazar's locket and the Chamber of Secrets, Rowena's diadem and secret library, Helga's cup and her kitchen, and Godric's sword and dueling arena. It also briefly mentioned how the Sorting Hat came to be. Harry vowed to himself that in the next 4 years, he would find, if not all, at least some of these legendary places and artifacts. He'd already seen the chamber and used Godric's sword. That proved that at least some of them weren't just fanciful thinking. Matron Ragnok finally permitted Harry to proceed with the ritual of removing the soul shard the morning before his birthday. He thought it was poetic that he was to finally be free of the blasted thing before turning 14, finally getting the fresh start he'd hoped for when he'd gotten on the Hogwarts Express for the first time. The morning of the 30th of July began with Harry being bustled out of bed and into the familiar set of ritual robes he'd been told to wear during the first ritual, which Harry couldn't see as anything but bath robes. He was ushered down to a familiar room with Remus's hand on his shoulder and Bill nowhere to be found. The eldest Weasley had not had breakfast with them as he had taken to doing most mornings over the past 2 weeks, and Harry felt slightly wrong-footed with their schedule disrupted like this. They entered the ritual chamber, but instead of a couple of dozen goblins milling around, there were large groups, each with a wizard at the 8 cardinal points of a large circle that Harry recognized was the outer ring of the barrier ward set to be activated. In the middle of the ward was a giant ritual circle with so many lines and runes tied together that Harry's brain still couldn't comprehend it after Bill had tried explaining it. Bill was in the center of this array, smiling at him beneath his hood, beckoning Harry over. He approached with Matron Ragnarok, Remus giving his shoulder one last squeeze before he headed for the dugout, and let Bill pull him into a sideways hug that Harry suspected was more to calm Bill's nerves than his own. As Harry's bite healed, he slowly noticed minor differences in his body. On some days his hearing was normal. On others a whisper felt like screaming. He woke up one night believing someone had left a lamp on when he could see Remus sleeping soundly on his cot across the room. He'd quickly realized the room was pitch black come morning, and his vision burned. He'd bent a few spoons and accidentally slapped himself in the face when he wanted to scratch his cheek. Bill laughed at him one too many times while Remus looked sympathetic. He'd also found that he craved touch even when his skin crawled at the thought. The crawling itch beneath his skin was barely noticeable when he saw a person he felt comfortable with approach. He felt comfortable with it. When he initiated, there was no crawling at all. His skin roared like he'd been doused in boiling water if he was uncomfortable or surprised by the person. His skin scarcely prickled as Bill squeezed him once before letting him go. Harry stepped back and looked down at the ominous black box. It was covered in runes and strange shapes cast in glossy silver metal. It was positioned right above where Harry's head would rest, close to the cursed scar. "This is the containment box, Harry. Once we've erected the ward and started the ritual, it will be activated. It's designed to detect and contain incredibly dark magic, so it should only react to the Horcrux. It has previously contained small objects containing Horcruxes, but never one separated from its vessel, so this will be a test of sorts. We need you to stay awake in this ritual again, and just like the last ritual, we need you to focus on forcing the foreign magic out of you. Push it from your scar. If we've done this right, your scar should eject a similar black liquid instead of injury, but you must stay awake, Harry. You cannot fall unconscious. All right?" Bill explained. Harry nodded, the lump in his neck too large to form words around. He brushed his fingers against the angry, raised lines of his scar, making the headache that had been steadily building since getting bitten worse and worse. The scar looked fresh, and they had worried it might start bleeding, so Matron Ragnarok had kept his forehead tightly bandaged the last few days. She unraveled the bandage now and wrinkled her nose at the angry red scar, splitting at the seams. "It wants to come out," she announced. "I'd take a wager and say it's not fond of sharing its vessel." She cackled to herself as she instructed Harry to disrobe. He felt less embarrassed this time. He didn't know if it were the new wolf mentality he'd read about in one of Remus's books, or if he was so nervous that he couldn't muster up the energy to be embarrassed by his nudity. He was positioned on the floor again and made to drip injury into another bowl. His glasses were taken from him, and when the last of the preparations were finished, the 5 wizards in identical dark blue robes as Bill shouted into the tense silence. "Protego Maxima." A bright blue dome the size of a large carriage rose around Harry. It expanded steadily until it touched the inner edges of the large ward circle and fused with the runes. Sparks flashed up the dome, and geometric patterns traced the barrier in golden light, the shapes spinning and interlocking. Harry took in a deep breath and relaxed his tense muscles. Chanting filled the room, causing a silver vapor to begin rising from the carvings in the floor, growing thicker and thicker until Harry couldn't see the goblins and wizards outside the ward. He tried to control his breathing as the fog entered his mouth. When he thought the mist would taste metallic and sharp, a cloying sweet gas filled his lungs like cotton. He coughed as the air thickened, and the chanting felt more and more like a choir. He groaned at the building pressure, but then the air condensed over his head, spiraling like a tornado from the dome's roof. The silver vapor dived like a harpoon straight into Harry's head. It took hold of the sharp, screeching Horcrux attached to the angry red scar, twisting around it like a fly encased in a spider's thread. The harpoon yanked like it was at sea, reeling in the catch. Harry screamed at the agony ripping through his head, worse than any migraine or concussion the Dursleys had ever given him. His magic surged, pushing at the soul shard as something inside him growled. It sat above his core and beat quicker and quicker. It pulsed in time with the warmth inside his heart, and the Horcrux recoiled from it. Harry grinned, and a rumbling noise erupted from his neck as the Horcrux shrieked at him in disgust. Tendrils of wispy black snapped where they connected the shard to his scar. The pain faded to a distant hum in his mind, and he urged his magic on. The harpoon pulled at the shard as his magic pushed, and the little flame in his heart howled in glee. More tendrils snapped like chains, clanging loudly as Harry screamed louder and louder, joining the choir. The final tendril pulled and pulled, becoming white-hot. It did not snap. The strand stretched, and Harry thought he might rise from the stone floor with the strength the harpoon was tugging at him. But he felt the strand like a thick mooring chain. He felt the chain from the Horcrux seeping past his scar, skin, and bones, diving deeper before becoming intangible, connecting to something deeper within Harry. The goblins and cursebreakers had not theorized a significant factor where they had broken the Horcrux from his body, his magic and mind. Though the soul cannot be touched, split or combined without repercussions, it can be attached to another, stabilizing it and preventing its destruction. The Horcrux wailed like a banshee, and a wraith of black smog erupted into the barrier, connected by a single wire-thin strand, disappearing beneath Harry's scar. "Keep going. It's almost been separated." Harry heard a wizard shout from the barrier, but Harry already knew they had failed. He knew the Horcrux could not be separated from his body like other Horcruxes can be separated from their vessels. The Horcrux had bonded with him when he was a baby. The ritual was only modified enough to untangle the soul shard from a vessel and magic source. Objects were not living beings. They did not have a soul. Harry screamed, back arching as injury flowed from his scar and the Horcrux tore at the barrier. Harry opened his eyes and met Bill Weasley's gaze. The Cursebreaker's blue eyes were horrified, but his stance was determined. Harry bit his lip to hold in his screams and gave the man one determined shake of the head. "Soul," Harry tried to say, but it came out as a rasp, drowned out by the screeches and the amalgamation of chanting. Bill's eyebrows furrowed, sweat dripping down his temples to his chin. Harry tried again, only able to mouth the words, even as his body began convulsing and his neck grew tighter. Bill gasped, understanding. "Shit, it won't work," he shouted, hoping Master Spearbeak, the closest goblin to him, would hear. "It's tethered to his soul." Bill screamed, and Master Spearbeak whipped around to look at the red-haired wizard. The goblin's beady eyes widened in horror even as he continued chanting. Bill looked to his fellow Cursebreakers and shouted loud enough for his voice to break. "Strengthen the barrier," he demanded. He got nods of assent. In Duresco, the Cursebreakers shouted as one, and the barrier thickened. Spearbeak immediately stopped chanting, calling his fellows to do the same while the Cursebreakers held the barrier, preventing the Horcrux from breaking out against its best efforts. The Horcrux was infuriated. The strange silver mist laced around the Horcus, trying to pull it, slackened and fell like ash over Harry. Harry's prone body beneath the black, indistinct apparition looked tiny where the two were connected. The goblins scurried around the room, scratching at the stone with fervor. Remus watched this from the small dugout with the healers, eyes horrified as he watched the goblins and Cursebreakers' plan fall apart. Matron Ragnock stood beside him with the other healers, ready and waiting, snarling at the Horcrux with disgust. "Get ready," Master Spearbeak shouted to Bill and the other Cursebreakers. They tensed, and with a resounding screech from the Horcus, the goblins began chanting again. Red light erupted from the new carvings on the stone floor, a liquid pooling into it from the bleeding palms of every goblin ritualist in the room. The injury streaked beneath the barrier, racing for the boy convulsing on the ground, and surged up him. To Harry, it felt like a strange, warm goo creeping up him, like from the monster movies he'd seen Dudley and his mean friends watching through the grates in his cupboard door on Halloween. Chains shot from the injury, wrapping around the Horcrux. It raged, trying to pull away now that it was free from the restraints of Harry's body. The chains surged, twisting around the shade and yanked. They twisted again and again until almost the entire horrifying creature was covered in a cocoon of injury. Suddenly it convulsed. With a shiver, the cocoon shrank. It shrank increasingly, pulsing as the Horcrux raged inside the capsule. When it was the size of a baby's palm, it hovered above Harry's wide eyes and was connected to him by a single wire-thin link, coated in glistening crimson. Harry wailed into the now quiet room, feeling like his head was expanding and someone was filling a balloon beneath his skin. It was the mother of all migraines and concussions combined, and he could feel the Horcrux beating at its jail until it suddenly fell silent. There was a ringing in his ears as he slumped to the stone floor, and he could feel the cage of injury sitting in his scar, filling in the broken cracks of the cursed cut he'd received at the tender age of 1. He could feel it still weeping injury down his temple and into his hair, but he didn't care about that right now. His eyes scrunched up, and a wave of exhaustion overcame him, but he was too full of feelings to pass out. His eyes, already wet from the agony of the Horcrux being ripped out and then subsequently shoved back into his scar, leaked down either side of his head as he stared at the ceiling where the dome of the ward was breaking as the Cursebreakers released their spells. He bit his bottom lip hard to hold in the sobs, ignoring the pain radiating in his head. Surprisingly, his scar had become numb. As the realization of what just happened overcame him, the ritual failed. The soul shard of the man who murdered his parents remained attached to him. He didn't know why he felt so defeated. He'd spent the last 13 years of his life with the bastard unknowingly stuck in his scar, but having that hope completely stomped on and broke like a bug was humbling. His chest heaved as injury dripped from his forehead into his eye, coating his blurry vision in red. Heads began appearing within his line of sight, but the world was blurry without his glasses, so he ignored them. He let himself feel for the first time in his life. Let the tears silently fall on his face as someone placed a sheet over his nude body. He recognized some voices. Bill was at his side, grabbing him under his armpits and hauling him away even as Harry involuntarily flinched before becoming limp. His body dragged a long line of the black liquid, dotted with drops of injury, until he was propped up against a wall and bombarded by goblins in white robes. Remus was beside him, pressing Harry's hand to his lips, whispering prayers into Harry's skin as tears fell down the man's cheek.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry, he repeated, slivers of bright gold peeking through his half-closed eyes. That little flame sputtered to life in the elder werewolf's presence, filling his aching chest with warmth as his heart rate slowed and emotions slowly emerged from the void he'd been drowning in. I'm okay, Moony, Harry whispered hoarsely, clearing his neck and sniffing loudly. Remus looked up, eyes wide and golden, and Harry felt his flash in response. Remus choked on his next breath. Cub, he said, one of his hands letting go of Harry's to reach up, carefully cupping the side of Harry's head not being tended to by the healers poking around his scar that had closed and looked as it always had when he was a child. Remus's gaze roamed around Harry's face, settling on his eyes that flashed again. Your flare. It's different, he said, making Harry's eyebrows raise. Different? How? He croaked, leaning more of the weight of his head from his neck to Remus' hand. He felt himself calming further as the man began his explanation, his focus shifting from knowing that all their efforts and sacrifices had failed. It's not like other werewolves. Most of us have a gold or amber flare to our eyes, depending on how strong our wolves are. Those whose wolves have become rotten or withered can get a red glow. Yours, though, they're glowing green, the exact shade of your eyes, but brighter like acid or emeralds. Some creatures have the same colored flare but are so rare that barely anyone remembers them, and some of the most powerful wizards in history were rumored to have glowing eyes. They may believe you are just really powerful rather than a creature. Harry was happy to let Remus ramble, taking his guardian's attention away from knowing his fears had been realized. He'd given Harry the bite with nothing to show for it. Harry didn't care about that, though. He only cared that the ritual had failed in the end. Not that their preparations were for nothing. Harry wasn't taking in much of what the man was saying as his body slowly crashed, one part at a time. He didn't feel any discomfort from the hand, still cradling his face gently and letting his guardian take his weight as he leaned into the comfort he'd been denied throughout his childhood. Remus cradled him as Harry's weight dropped further. He took a moment to position Harry against his shoulder, running his hand through the wild black locks sticky with injury and the putrid black oil. They both ignored it, and the tears fell silently down Harry's sharp cheeks. Matron Ragnarok was happy to work around them, quietly instructing her healers on how to treat the boy whose body trembled and flinched at every gentle touch. His skin was unnaturally pale, gray, and clammy. They bandaged his forehead even as his eyes refused to dim, glowing in the dim light of ritual chambers, watching the blurry groups of people rushing around. The goblin ritualists cleared away the ritual and washed away the oil-like substance and Harry's injury, hobbling tiredly and holding on to one another. None of the healers attended to their cuts, so Harry didn't mention it. The Cursebreakers cleansed the air and floor of the silver dust. Harry vaguely heard Master Spearbeak and Bill explaining to Remus what had gone wrong when they all assumed Harry had passed out on Remus' shoulder. The boy's eyes closed. He wasn't concerned with correcting them. The ritual was designed to badly cut the bonds between a Horcrux and all physical, magical, and mental ties it shared with its vessel. We managed to badly cut the bonds it had on HEIR Potter's body, mind, and magic, but we had not anticipated that the soul shard had connected to its host's soul. Theoretically, it shouldn't be possible. However, because the shard attached to him so young when the soul is malleable and growing with the body, it is plausible that the only reason the shard survived was that it stabilized itself with HEIR Potter's soul while feeding itself on his magic and anchoring to his body and mind through his scar. Our ritual could not break this bond as it has never happened before to our knowledge or extensive records. We will endeavor to research a new way to badly cut the bond between the Horcrux and HEIR Potter's soul. But until then, the ward we erected around it will do a good job of protecting HEIR Potter from it. Still, the soul is intrinsically linked to the body, mind, and magic, so it is not foolproof. There may be times when the Horcrux can reach him, but as long as he starts practicing occlumency, he should not be impacted as badly if he still had the previous weaker ward, Master Spearbeak explained. How long will this ward hold? Remus asked worriedly, his hand carding through Harry's hair soothingly. The ward has connected with his injury and magic, so it will hold as long as his heart continues beating enough injury to sustain it. Think of it like infinite chains wrapping around the Horcrux, constantly breaking and being replaced. This wouldn't be possible if he were still human, as the need for healing and injury replenishing potions would become burdensome, possibly even debilitating with his age. His werewolf regeneration will keep his injury replenishing repeatedly even as the Horcrux continuously destroys his injury cells, Master Spearbeak assured. Harry felt Remus sigh, the air fluttering along the strands of his bangs. Moony, Harry interrupted. All eyes turned to the broken boy with tear stains on his cheeks and injury, and a disgusting black oil coating his forehead, temples, and hair. He had nothing but a sheet shielding him. The boy's eyes glowed as he looked at the people surrounding him, trying to be quiet to let him sleep even though he was wide awake. He tried to smile even as his lips wobbled. Can we go home? Harry and Remus were packing up the private ward assigned to them, collecting all their books and knickknacks while waiting for Master Blordak, who had requested to talk with them before they left. It was the following afternoon of the ritual and Harry's birthday. Harry had fallen asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow when they returned to his room mid-afternoon the previous day. He'd been spoon-fed a thick broth with hot roasted potatoes that had tasted like ash in his mouth before Matron Ragnarok had taken pity on him, giving him time to rest. He'd refused to talk about the ritual when he'd been woken once for dinner and potions, but he had taken the time before falling back asleep to make Remus promise that he'd wake Harry just before midnight. They'd sat together in the dim candlelight and waited for the time spell to count down to midnight. Remus had been the first to wish him happy birthday, followed by Hedwig swooping in through a slim tunnel Harry had eventually discovered was his owl's entry and exit into the impenetrable bank. She had landed on his shoulder and given his hair a gentle preening as she had done his last 2 birthdays since he'd received his beautiful snowy owl as his first ever birthday present. She had a letter attached to her leg and had just untied it, allowing her to continue to preen him, when another 3 birds swooped into the ward. 2 landed on Hedwig's expensive perch, and another, the Weasleys' familiar elderly owl Errol, perched on his headboard. Harry opened all his friends' letters and presents. Glad he remembered Neville's birthday was the day before his. He had sent the boy a limited edition mystery seed box, randomly packed with 10 different seeds. Anything from magical to muggle to flowers to edible plants. Hermione had also sent him a book called Wizarding Society, How to Navigate Wizarding Jobs, Balls, and Hierarchy. Before removing the blocks, Harry would have chucked this book at the bottom of his pile beneath his textbooks. But now, with everything he still had to learn after all his lessons, he eagerly placed this at the top of his teetering stack. Mrs. Weasley had sent him a giant birthday cake and assorted homemade pasties that he and Remus happily consumed as a midnight snack, knowing they wouldn't get in trouble having been nagged at by Matron Ragnarok constantly over the last month for not eating enough. They'd both filled out quite a lot if Harry said so himself, unable to see every single rib under his skin, and Remus had gained weight, too, with a sudden bulk of muscle. With the added weight and increase in energy without sapping away his magic to keep him stable, Matron Ragnarok finally gave him the okay to start following her exercise routine when they left Gringotts. The last gift he received was from Remus. Beneath the number 12 was a quartz half-moon that shifted with the constellations as Harry turned it in different directions, acting as a compass. The watch was entirely silent to Harry's fluctuating sensitive ears, and on the base, carved into the polished silver, were the letters HJEP. Harry wondered where Remus got the money for such a dazzling watch and felt a surge of guilt when he thought of the man spending his hard-earned savings on a birthday present for Harry. But when he looked at Remus to refuse, he saw something in Remus' gaze that stopped him. It was joy. He was delighted to watch Harry examine the watch. Harry ignored the hard lump that grew in his neck. The world did not deserve Remus Lupin. "You've done something to it," he said, trying to work out the jumbled senses he was still learning to interpret. "You've—" He stopped and growled, unable to find the words as his mind latched onto the scent of the man woven into the leather. "The stitching," Remus admitted, a fond smile on his face as he skimmed his finger along said stitching in the leather. Harry noticed it was different from the black material. The color was more russet with a hint of gray. "They were the ones I commissioned this piece from." The books described how packs recognize one another by types of leather straps worn anywhere on the wolf's person that smell of their pack and are connected magically to the alpha. But gifting something like this, he tapped Harry's watch, is not only significant to wizarding customs. This is also done between the sire or guardian and their cub. I apologize if I've overstepped, but I truly, in every sense of the word, see you as my cub, Hadri. This lets other wolves know that you've been claimed as my own, and that any offense against you is against me. Cubs are generally left alone anyway, but this identifies that you're my family. Only if you want to. I'm not trying to replace James as your father." Harry launched himself at the man as he devolved into a rambling. His face had been increasingly worried at Harry's blank expression, but was now full of surprise at his ward's sudden actions. Harry never hugged first, not even with Hermione, as the girl was the person he was most tactile and comfortable around. He became accustomed to her flinging herself at him when she was upset, happy, or worried over his safety. "I want that," he whispered, sniffing and refusing to let the tears out. "I want us to be family, Moony." He'd hoped but never imagined that asking his ex-defense professor to be his guardian after hopping off the train would turn out like this. But he was infinitely grateful for the man every day. Harry quickly put on the watch, feeling a blanket of comfort settle around his shoulders and in a small part of his heart that had itched before but was now settled. Remus's permanent, comforting smell of books, burning wood, and that distinct wild scent of wolf and rosemary surrounded him. He thanked him profusely, and Remus laughed at the boy's enthusiasm, hiding his tears in Harry's shaggy, pitch-black hair. They spent a few more hours talking while Harry admired his gifts. Harry didn't even notice he'd not received anything from Sirius. Now, packing up in the afternoon after a long, late morning nap and being forced to eat his breakfast and take his morning potions, Harry was very excited to leave Gringotts and his private ward, even if he would miss the goblins he'd come to be very close with. Matron Ragnarok had left them to pack after giving him a stern talk about schedules, routine, and a peculiar box. She'd handed him the dark, auburn wooden box and instructed him to place a drop of his injury onto the lid. The lid had soaked up the 3 ruby red drops and glowed briefly before Matron Ragnarok had tipped it upside down. The box was empty, with something written in ink under the lid. In the corner, Gringotts healing wing Matron Ragnarok was written above another series of lines and dots. Besides that, there was another, Gringotts Manager Office 3 Master Blordak. All the strange codes reminded him of Muggle barcodes, and it was explained to him that he only needed to place his letter in the box, press a drop of injury on one of the barcodes, and close the lid. The letter or parcel would be sent to the corresponding box that belongs to the code he had focused on. She told him it only allowed 8 codes to be bonded to it at a time, but it was a much faster and more secure form of communication than Owlpost. Matron Ragnarok had sternly told him she would send his potions through the box, and that he had to be meticulous in contacting her when he was running low. She had promised she would come barging into wherever he was and force the potions down his neck. Otherwise, Harry had conceded quickly to the matron with a nervous laugh. Bill had wished him a jolly birthday and a farewell, and requested that Harry put Bill's code in his box. Harry eagerly agreed, and he now had 3 out of 8 codes, his newest to portable curse-breaking department William Weasley. Bill then ruffled his hair and paused, looking like he wanted to say something, but he caught the slight shake of Remus's head behind and only sighed before setting out, saying he had been given the next month off for a holiday. When Harry was sure he'd packed everything, his beautiful trunk, gifted and made for him by his mother, sitting at the end of his cot, his black satchel slung over his shoulder, and his wand holster strapped to his arm, Master Blordak entered the private room. "HEIR Potter," the goblin greeted, a thick blanket in his arms. "Happy birthday. May your enemies perish and your gold ever flow. The goblins of Gringotts have favored you, HEIR Potter," Master Blordak said with a wry grin. "My people have accepted you, and that is something that only our cursebreakers have achieved, and most barely manage a cordial working environment. I told you that making a family tapestry would take at least 6 months, as the goblin weavers have other clients. However, they have grown attached to you. So the entire clan pushed aside their projects and banded together to create yours for your 14th birthday. Here, Master Blordak handed over the thick woolen blanket, and Harry gasped at the feel of it. The magic of the tapestry sang in his ears as his own brushed against it. It smelt of soft things and clouds and intertwined with his injury. He remembered the day he'd requested one be made, 2 days after he'd woken from his first ritual. He'd had to bleed into 7 large crystal vials and became very lightheaded. They were all viscously yelled at by Matron Ragnarok afterwards. Remus helped him unravel the tapestry, using a temporary sticking charm to stick it to the wall of the cave room so he could see it in all its glory. "It's magnificent," Harry gasped, taking it in its glory. At the bottom, towards the center of the cream-colored background, was a thick tree stump outlined in shining bronze thread. Harry touched the trunk and felt his magic pulse into it. When he pulled away, the tree began growing. His face and name popped up in the center at the base of the trunk, and above his face, 2 large trunks grew from the stump, and on them, his mother's and father's faces emerged from one each. Harry watched, fascinated, as branches and leaves grew from each thick branch, twisting and bending until more branches grew off the main 2 and were labeled with his different inheriting houses. Harry discovered he was related to the House of Black through his great-grandmother, Doria Potter née Black, who'd married Charles Potter and given birth to his grandfather, Fleamont Potter. Both had aristocratic features, and Harry found that besides the darker color of his skin and Lily's features, Harry looked more like Fleamont and Doria than James. Now that it was growing, Harry's hair looked more like Fleamont's pitch-black waves and Doria's thin, angular nose and sharp brows. He followed the Potter family back in amusement until he approached the first sign of the Peveril name. He found the Lord speckled throughout until he came upon only child, Iolanthe Potter, née Peveril. She and her grandfather, Ignotus Peveril, had the wild, pitch-black hair Harry had tracked through the generations of Potters and realized it likely originated from them. He wondered when the curse had been placed upon them and if it was truly linked to the Potters. Harry was surprised to find Petunia, Dudley, and his maternal grandparents on the tapestry, but he realized they must be present because they were squibs. Lily had inherited her father's emerald green eyes and her mother's ruby red hair, while Petunia had inherited their father's curly blonde locks and their mother's pale eyes. It made the two sisters look like cousins. Harry discovered that the Slytherin line had come from his grandfather, Henry Evans, and the man's ancestor, Severus Slytherin, twin brother of Zachariah Gaunt, née Slytherin. Severus had a son, Demetrius Evans, a year before his death at 23. The Ravenclaw line originated from Lily's mother, Dahlia Evans, née Baker. Luna Pandora Lovegood, born February 13, 1981. Harry whispered, "My cousin." "She's a year below me," Harry said. "Miss Lovegood?" Remus asked, looking up from where he'd examined the Potter line, his hand lingering on Euphemia and Fleamont. "She's in Ravenclaw House. She's intelligent but tends to explain things in roundabout ways and believes in many things other kids believe are imaginary. She's not very appreciated in her house." Harry frowned. Remus smiled at the expression. "I talked to Professor Flitwick at the start of last year, and he assured me he's been watching over her. He asked her many times if she was all right, but she always answered in ways that confused him, stating in her roundabout way that she was okay. You'll understand when you meet her." He chuckled at Harry's confused expression. Harry nodded slowly and went back to examining the tree. The Black family was a surprise. He discovered that the family loved to interbreed. He also learned he was injury-related to Sirius through Cygnus Black too, Sirius's great-grandfather and Harry's great-great-grandfather. Harry searched further for any other living members connected to the Blacks and, to his astonishment, found Draconis Lucius Malfoy. Harry gaped and started working his way up to find them related to the same great-great-grandfather as Harry was to Sirius Cygnus Black too, through Malfoy's mother, Narcissa Malfoy, née Black and Sirius's first cousin. Harry didn't know how to feel, being Malfoy's second cousin. He searched further and felt revolted when he found that Sirius' parents were cousins. His mother, Walburga, was Narcissa's father's sister, and both the two siblings and Orion, Sirius' father, had the same great-grandfather, Phineas Nigellus Black, who was also a headmaster of Hogwarts. He analyzed the rest of the tapestry and found only a small group of his family members still alive. Most of the names had deceased, with the date of death beneath them, including his parents. October 31, 1981. Harry counted and discovered 7 living Wixen relatives left alive from hundreds on the tapestry. It was expected with many of his ancestors, but he was deeply saddened to find so many deaths between 1975 and 1994, ending entire bloodlines without children to inherit them. Sirius Black, Andromeda Tonks, Nymphadora Tonks, Bellatrix Lestrange, Narcissa Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, and Luna Lovegood. "They're the only living relatives I have left," he murmured. Remus looked at him and pointed to something below Harry's name where the tree trunk descended into roots. At the base of the trunk was a face and name. Remus Lyle Lupin. "Sire?" Harry read, looking back at the man. "Bellatrix and Andromeda, Malfoy's aunts. Do you know them?" Harry asked. Remus wrinkled his nose in disgust at the question. "Bellatrix? Unfortunately. She was Voldemort's most loyal servant and worshipped the ground he walked. Her family forced her to marry Rodolphus Lestrange when Andromeda ran away to marry a Muggle-born Edward Tonks, when I was in my first year. It's all Sirius would gossip about, as it was a massive scandal in the Black family. Andy was close to your mother and me during the war and was loyal to our side, but she didn't fight. Instead, she acted as a field medic. She had her daughter in 1972. I believe she and Ted are meta-wizards employed by St. Mungo's. Bellatrix was sent to Azkaban the same year as Sirius for torturing a pureblood couple into insanity with her husband and brother-in-law Rabaston, and a boy who was only 19 years old, Barty Crouch Jr. Her horrific actions cast a dark light on the Black family, not including Sirius's disgraced image as the heir and current lord. Harry quickly crossed the insane woman off his internal family list. He'd saved judgment for her youngest sister, Narcissa, and felt neutral, if slightly warmer, towards Andromeda until he met the woman and her daughter. Malfoy. Draco was a difficult one. In his etiquette books, he discovered that on that first train ride to Hogwarts, when Draco had first introduced himself, Harry had been incredibly disrespectful by snubbing the introduction of an heir to a noble and ancient house, especially one who was a member of one of Harry's houses. The houses of Potter and Malfoy were considered equal in nobility, but the Malfoys were also a part of the Sacred 28 and, therefore, slightly higher in standing. By snubbing a Malfoy, Harry had practically told everyone that he thought his house was better than Draco's and not equal. Add on the compulsions against the Pratt and his house, Harry and Draco had had a horrible first impression of one another. Harry wasn't surprised Draco hated Harry, but the boy would have been more mature if he'd ignored Harry's existence instead of antagonizing him at every chance. "Alright, I think we need to get moving soon." Remus snapped Harry from his thoughts and started rolling up the tapestry. Harry carefully stowed it away in one of his compartments while Master Blordak stood from where he'd taken a seat in the corner, sorting through a large folder of paperwork. "I would like to recommend, Herr Potter and Mr. Lupin, that you take up residence in one of your family homes." He showed Harry a sheet of parchment with the properties under his name. "Am I allowed to access them?" he asked in confusion. "I'm not of age yet. As long as your legal guardian allows it, you can access any inherited property. Some of these are ancient homes with ancient ways of accessing the properties. The Peveril estates have a lost form of permanence portkey keyed to the unplottable wards. The Black and Potter manors have the same. If you take residence in one of these unplottable residences, you can practice your magic and hide from anyone who wishes to return you to your relatives." Master Blordak snarled the last word. Harry grinned and showed Remus the list. They examined their options but ultimately decided on the Peveril family's Hallows Cottage in the middle of the New Forest in southern England. Harry was given a small moleskin pouch containing a pair of white silver stud earrings, a slim golden chain necklace, and a silver brooch with a giant smooth black jewel in the center. Harry examined each earring, finding that one had a minuscule tree of life symbol woven into the metal, and the other had a triad of flickering candles, the flames moving realistically. Harry carefully removed the earrings and placed the necklace and brooch back in the pouch before putting them inside the satchel. Remus grabbed his handheld suitcase tightly and bowed to Master Blordak. "Take care of yourself, Phaelad." "Look after Herr Potter," Master Blordak responded, surprising Remus. Harry had read about Phaelad, the werewolves depicted in Irish folklore and revered by goblins. They were described as protectors of their communities and families, especially children. Harry grinned. It suited Remus very well. "Herr Potter, those portkeys can only be activated by the heir or lord ring of the corresponding house. The earrings by the Peveril ring, the chain necklace by the Potter ring, and the brooch by the Black ring. Please focus on the magic of one of those houses and the property you wish to access and direct it into the portkey. It will take you to the property with anything you are holding or directly grabbing onto. Once Mr. Lupin has been portkeyed to the property, he can appear outside the anti-apparition wards as long as he has a distinct image of the surrounding land. You can portkey to the property whenever you wish once you are out of the Gringotts wards," Master Blordak said and stepped back as Harry smiled at him. "Hey, Moony," Harry began as they stepped through the giant white doors and bowed once to each goblin guard, who reciprocated with toothy grins. "HM?" Remus hummed, glancing down at Harry with that contented smile Harry had become used to seeing when he looked up while they quietly read to themselves. Remus looked at him for a minute, considering. "You want to get the portkeys pierced into your ears?" Harry nodded, giving Remus a pleading look that felt very foreign. But Bill had told him he would 100% convince Remus. Harry was skeptical, but he also really wanted his ears pierced. He quickly grabbed Remus's wrist and dragged him towards the alley entrance. His grin was hidden beneath the hood of the thin gray jumper he wore to hide his identity. The alley was dark and dismal, but Harry bounced happily. Remus trailed behind him with a wary, amused vigilance, scaring off any lurking hags or vampires that peered at them from gloomy corners with a flash of golden eyes. Harry quickly found the shop Bill had recommended and stopped in front of the door. It was a dull, dark shop, and he would have walked straight past it if he had been window shopping. Not that Nocturne Alley was a great place to window shop anyway. "Morella's Piercing and Tattoo Parlor," he whispered excitedly. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia's words throughout his childhood flashed in his mind. There was a day when they had once walked past a club in Muggle London, the place smelling of cigarettes and spilt liquor that stuck in Harry's mind. Look at them, the filthy layabouts. ruining their bodies with such devilry. Disgusting poofs. Uncle Vernon had groused as they passed two men boldly snogging in front beside the bouncer. Aunt Petunia shrieked when she saw them, urging Dudley to walk faster and covering his eyes. Neither remembered little Harry being there, but Harry remembered the scene vividly. Both men had sleeves of tattoos, faces full of piercings and long hair, one of whom had tied his up in a bun on top of his head. His aunt-uncle hadn't talked about anything else for a month. They even forgot to yell at him because they had been so disgusted and furious by the two grown adults at that club. Harry stepped into the shop, grinning broadly. He expected a bell to ring and was surprised when a squeaky voice shouted above him instead.
Oi!
You got guests, you old hag. Harry quickly turned around and looked up, Remus nearly bumping into him. Hanging above the door was a shrunken head, the eyes sealed shut with pieces of string in identical black X's. "How can I help you, gentlemen?" a silky, deep voice asked behind him. Harry found himself twirling around for the second time in as many seconds, Remus' calloused hand landing on his shoulder, giving him more courage. A short woman, barely a head taller than he was, stood with her hands on the counter. She had long hair in a high ponytail, framing her petite frame in a curtain of black silk and caramel skin slightly darker than his own. But where the occasionally pale scar marked his arms, hers were adorned with brightly colorful markings and artworks, constantly shifting and moving around her body. His eyes tracked the slow scuttle of a lizard-like shadow moving from the back of her hand, where it was laid flat against the counter, up her wrist, and making a home on her bicep, curling up as though it was going to sleep. Her face was emotionless, and her hazel eyes glinted golden in the sun, seeming larger with the coals surrounding them. Her features were sharp and distinctly hawkish, her expression carefully curated so her target could feel like shivering prey. The woman scrutinized him, piercing eyes sweeping over him as her fingers drummed silently along the counter before moving to the tall man behind him. A scarab beetle peeked over her shoulder beneath the strap of her black singlet. Harry blinked at it. "I have no clients scheduled for the rest of this afternoon," she admitted, returning his attention to her face. "Do you have the money?" "Money isn't a problem," he said, stepping up and loosening his hands where they had been unconsciously gripping the straps of his bag. "I was hoping to get a couple on both ears, and—" he pulled his portkey studs from his pocket. "Could you put these in?" She hummed, examining the earrings before nodding. "Yes, I can. Is there anything else you want? Or just the piercings today?" Harry opened his mouth to confirm when he hesitated, looking at the walls of drawings and moving photos showcasing tattoos. He glanced back at Remus, who gave Harry a soft smile. "You can ask, Harry. You don't need to be afraid to ask if you want something. It's your birthday. I may say no, but I will carefully consider any requests you have." Remus reassured him, and Harry felt the anxiety in his chest subside. He gave the man a small smile before asking, "Would you let me get a tattoo? It won't be in a noticeable place, but I want one. I want to make a mark on my body that isn't a scar. Something I chose instead of one that I had no say in or was a requirement for my survival." Remus's smile turned sad as Harry explained his desire. He nodded his head slowly, a flash of guilt passing his expression. "Lily would kill me, but I give my permission," Remus said, and Harry grinned wildly. "Very well," Marilla said and turned away from them to move further into the shop before returning with a portfolio. She opened it and snapped her fingers. Instantly, lights sprang to life around the shop, tiny golden orbs floating to illuminate walls filled with carefully drawn moving pictures. He twitched, wanting to look closer, but his eyes were drawn back to the woman as she opened the portfolio. He'd assumed there would be drawings, but instead, there were moving photos displaying people showing off different types of piercings and jewelry. "We shall start with the piercings. What type were you thinking of?" she asked. "I can enchant the piercings with additional enchantments and protections if you desire. They require a touch of magic when the protections are used to recharge, but it does not take much," she told him as they observed the different piercings. He looked up at her, noticing for the first time the large ornaments of a tan stone surrounded by gold hanging from her earlobes. Above her right earring, a long bar ran through two spots at the top of her ear. I'd like the enchantments, please, and, he hesitated, looking back down at the images. His eyes lit up as a girl spun around in the following picture, showing off her piercings proudly. She had 2 small white studs at the bottom of both lobes and small hoop-like earrings just above the studs. He pointed at the girl. "Can I get 3 pairs done like this?" he asked. She looked up at him, studying him in a way that made him feel like he had a stain on his shirt he hadn't realized was there. "You can," she said. "Would you like to choose the earrings?" "Yes, please," Harry said eagerly. She closed the portfolio before reaching under the counter and pulled out a small box. Opening it expanded it, reminding him of his trunk as rack upon rack of earrings were presented to him. "Wow," he said appreciatively, extending his hand to the glinting gems and metals but not touching. His eyes latched onto a pair of tiny black gems that reminded him of the material his pearl air ring was made of. Tiny specks he could barely make out like stars in the sky on the black gem. He pointed at them. "These, please," he said, looking through her collection. He spotted a set of silver hoop earrings labeled sleepers that looked like plain hoops and were barely a few millimeters thick. As he crouched to look closer, he noticed the metal had been engraved to look like serpents looping to bite their tails with tiny emeralds for eyes, matching his own. He knew Ron wouldn't like them, but his Slytherin ring warmed slightly as he looked at the tiny snakes. He smiled fondly as the ring's magic curled around his core, hugging him. "And these as well, please." Remus stood behind him and examined his choices. He grinned. "They'll look brilliant on you, cub," he said. Harry's face went bright red. He was very unused to such a compliment. The shop owner took both earrings and his portkey before opening the gate for him. He stepped behind the counter, following her to a stool in the corner where a trundle was set up. On it was a variety of long and short needles of various thicknesses. "I will do it quickly," she promised, and Harry looked up to see her eyes. She must have seen some hint of nerves because she sat and held out her hand. "Marilla," she said. "Harry," he replied, taking her hand and shaking. He felt strange, using his given name, but it also ran smoothly off his tongue and was the first time he'd introduced himself with it. It made a tingling kindle in his stomach. As they shook, his palm covered a small, realistic heart that pulsed rhythmically onto his skin from hers. It was a fascinating sensation. "Harry," she nodded in greeting. "I will make the piercings with this needle," she explained, reaching for one of the medium-thick needles. "These needles are soaked in dittany extract. The dittany forces the skin to heal around the needle as I continue spinning it, so it does not heal connected to the needle, and a hole will then be created. It can take a day or 2 for the itching feeling to stop. The earrings will also be coated in dittany, so if the wounds aren't fully healed, they will soon be. You will need to twist them every few hours just to make sure." Marilla explained the procedure so efficiently that Harry couldn't help but calm down as she spoke in her heavily accented low tone. Piercings hurt far less than he thought they would. Far less than a werewolf bite or a beating. Considering what he'd endured growing up, he realized the irrational fear was stupid. Quicker than he realized, he had 6 new piercings and 3 beautiful earrings in each ear, the sleepers at the base of his lobes, followed by the stones in the middle with the portkeys at the top. Marilla grabbed a mirror for him, showing off the glittering pieces in his lobes, and making Harry grin brightly. Remus, who had been watching with dimly glowing, protective eyes, grinned at Harry. "Would you still like a tattoo?" she asked, and Harry nodded quickly. "Please." She gave a nod before she swept into the back room. He stood but did not follow. Instead, he wandered along the walls, examining the different pictures, with Remus trailing and commenting as they looked. One wall was entirely taken up by different drawings of random things, from objects to plants to people. Another wall was filled with animals roaming around, brushing against one another as they wandered from frame to frame. The back wall was covered in runes and symbols, some of which he recognized from the cleansing rituals and others from his heirlooms. One in particular he noticed was the exact symbol on his pearl air ring. It had the same simplicity as the carving on his ring, and he quickly took the picture down from where it had been magically stuck to the wallpaper. Returning from the back room, Marilla noticed his chosen picture and studied him contemplatively. "Do you know what the symbol means?" she finally asked. "Not really," he lied. I saw it in a book. She nodded. It has had many meanings and origins throughout history. Few know its true beginnings, but due to Grindelwald's reign of terror upon Europe, it is more commonly associated with the Deathly Hallows. The Deathly Hallows? Yes, she said, taking the picture from him with delicate hands. I was told a story as a child from my Tata. The story begins with the three Peveril brothers. Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus. She placed the picture on the counter, staring at it entranced. Death promised to create any 3 items the brothers desired in trade for a bet. They swore that should they die within 3 years, their souls would be collateral and they would serve Death as his servants. There is the Elder Wand, she said, tracing the vertical line that cut through the symbol center, created for Antioch, the eldest and proudest brother, and is rumored to be the most powerful wand in existence, unbeatable in duels. The Resurrection Stone, she traced the circle, was created for Cadmus, the middle and shrewdest brother, to revive the lover that passed before him. And finally, the Invisibility Cloak, she traced the triangle. Harry refused to twitch and reach for the cloak he had innocently placed in his warded bag that morning. Harry stayed silent as she led him into the back room, his mind turning from the information. So, Beetle the Bard's short tale had some truth to it. He didn't know if the claims that Death created the items were valid, but the people and items had been, that much he was sure. After all, he'd seen the name Ignotus Peveril on his family tree, linked to his brothers Antioch and Cadmus. But why did Morella's family pass down this version of the tale, which is more personal than in Beetle the Bard? Did they have a connection to his ancestors? Remus had said that the Potters had returned to England from the mainland, which was why they'd been excluded from the Sacred 28. Had the Potters/Peverils escaped persecution and, at that time, made a connection with Morella's family and had their history discovered, only to become a story for their children? Did that mean the wand and stone were real too? Did he have a right to inherit them like the Cloak of Invisibility? They weren't on his heirlooms list, nor was the Slytherin grimoire. Did the list only include those overseen by Gringotts? Morella had him sit in a chair as she started fussing with items, taking ink pots from the shelves and floating them around the room as she worked while Harry remained stuck in his head. Remus sat beside him, breaking him out of his thoughts, his fingers twitching like he wanted to take Harry's hand to comfort HEIR, perhaps himself. So, is this the only one you wanted today? She asked. Harry thought for a moment. He glanced at Remus sheepishly before admitting, I did want another, but I'm unsure what to get. How about a manifestation of your spirit guide? Morella suggested. Spirit guide? Harry asked. Your spirit guide has been watching over you, like a shadow, protects you and ensures you are on the right path. My Tata believed that when you go down the road of evil, something has corrupted your guide, blinding it to the righteous paths. I can channel the spirit intertwined in your magic to appear and tattoo it on your skin. It is a powerful bit of magic, and the spirit will strengthen in this state. Some believe they bring better luck, but I enjoy the companionship. She glanced at the little scarab beetle, watching Harry over her shoulder, soon joined by the little gecko. Both were solid black shapes, just like shadows with wispy golden eyes. Yes, I want one, Harry exclaimed excitedly. Come with me, she said, taking him through a beaded curtain to a small room with a ritual circle carved into the floor. Cut your palm and let the injury pour into the carvings, she instructed, handing over a simple silver dagger. He did as asked and waited patiently as she began chanting in a language he had never heard before. Harry whipped his head around to track it before it slowed and stopped in front of him. He stared wide-eyed at the animal that looked curiously like a Patronus conjuration in the way silver light surrounded it in a ghostly vapor. It was a shiny, pure white snake with a head almost the same width as its body. Its eyes were pupilless silver orbs, not showing the memorable slitted pupils he would expect the snake to have. Golden flecks swam within the orbs as the snake sized him up, much like he was doing. The eyes were mirror images of his core. Hi, he whispered. I'm Harry, he said. The snake watched him before lowering its thin head into a bow. The snake faded, but suddenly, he felt the flame flickering since the night he'd accepted the bite pulse brightly in his chest. Another shadow burst from him, not from his core but from the small space beside his heart. It bound around the room like the snake had and stopped before Harry. It was the large form of a pitch-black wolf with glowing green eyes. Harry held his breath as he lifted a hand and gasped as the wolf stepped closer to nudge contentedly at his palm with its snout. The wolf moved closer, rubbing against him, and let him brush his hand down its sleek pelt. It was like touching a solid shadow but had the texture of fur. The wolf nuzzled his stomach before stepping back and bowing before it, too, dissolved into silver vapor. Marilla stopped chanting. Harry hadn't realized she had been doing so, wholly entranced by his spirit guides. He looked up and found her grinning before she spun around and left the room, and Harry followed. She pulled a trolley around a corner and set it up beside a very comfortable-looking chair, identical to those he'd seen through the windows of Muggle tattoo parlors. He sat down, Remus pulling up a chair to sit beside him. Marilla finished setting up her station, and Harry reached for his guardian's hand. Marilla glanced at them and spoke quietly. "Those with 2 spirit guides are scarce, Harry. I am the only other person I know who has had more than one." Her grin widened, a spark of excitement lighting her features. "Let us begin." Harry held his arm up in the dying sunlight while his legs tingled with pins and needles from staying seated for so long. It had taken 6 hours for Marilla to carefully paint all 3 tattoos, needing to use his injury in the ink. A constant low chant that Harry felt was now permanently stuck in his head, and the finest brush in the world to make the details as carefully as humanly possible. He had thought it would take longer as Muggle tattoos did, but she had reassured him that his snake was far more straightforward than what she usually had to do for spirit guides. The only problem they'd found was how it laced around his arm beneath his skin in a way Marilla had snickered and proclaimed the guide a troublemaker. She explained that the guide lived inside him in his magic and stayed beneath his skin. He had to continuously move his arm up, down, and over to give her the best possible access to the squirming serpent, which wriggled around. Harry wondered if the process had been ticklish for it. They had agreed to do the Deathly Hallows symbol, his family symbol, first to get it out of the way and permitted Marilla to choose where it should go for him. He had examined the emblem in a mirror before starting on his spirit guide, loving the simplistic black symbol, the crisp lines sprinkled with silver and gold like his HEIR ring, which sparkled and shifted like it was made of liquid. Marilla had told him the snake and wolf would need a few days before they started to become more energetic. She had given him a book about the types of snakes worldwide to help him identify his pure white one, and a book about wolves to narrow down his breed. She had also informed him that spirit guides often mimicked their real-world counterparts, taking their instincts and habits from them. He could feel the wolf sleeping in the center of his chest, breathing in sync with his heart, beating to the pulse of the small flame in his chest. He could feel his serpentine guide sluggishly slithering around his bicep, the glistening black scales slowly disappearing beneath his shirt sleeve. It was a strange feeling. The sting moved with the snake, but there was also a slight pressure grounding him in a way he'd never known he'd need. He felt the snake move from his arm, slithering over his shoulders to rest its head just beneath the collar of his hoodie. He glanced down at it as he and Remus left Nocturne Alley, catching sparkling silver eyes peeking up at him. A tiny sliver of tongue darted out to flutter along his skin in a tickling sensation. With the sun dipping, Harry decided they needed to get a move on to their new home, the Hallows Cottage. He glanced up at Remus, who was already looking down at him, eyes glancing at the earrings with a fond look. "Your mother had 2 pairs of earrings in each ear," Remus said quietly as they walked past groups of Hogwarts students enjoying their summer holiday together, witches and wizards doing last-minute shopping after work. "She got them done in her 7th year. They were a present from your grandparents, a gift for becoming the head girl." "Do you have any photos?" Harry asked. Remus considered and nodded his head slowly. "I believe so. I'll try to find them when you return to school and send them to you. We've got too much to do over the next month, so you'll have to be a bit patient." Harry grinned sardonically. "I've got a lot of practice with patience, Moony. I'll wait." Remus's smile strained, but Harry didn't let him think on it too long. They stepped into a space between 2 buildings, and Remus wrapped his hand around Harry's right wrist. Harry focused on the Peveril magic swimming within him and directed it towards his HEIR rings. transforming the golden Potter ring into black with silver flecks of beautiful, peculiar material. The peveril magic crept into his palm before surging up his arm, briefly nudging the snake, licking his collarbone before it raced into the twisted tree earring on his left ear with a thought from Harry. He felt something hook behind his navel, and he was tugged back into the ether as his feet left the ground. Remus was dragged along with him. Harry felt dizzy as the wind blew past his face when suddenly his feet landed on the ground, and he collapsed in a heap on the grass, swallowing down the bile crawling up his neck. A broad hand rubbed up and down his back, even as the man attached to it was on his knees and looking quite green. "I hate wizard travel," Harry groaned, and Remus chuckled hoarsely. "I have to agree with you there. The only method I've found that doesn't send me to the ground is apparition. And not side-along, mind," Harry laughed. They stood up and looked around. Before them was a wall of trees, a combination of towering elm, thick, twisting oaks, colorful beech, and indomitable ash. Harry followed the trail of a small creek that broke off into two paths. The larger led further into the forest, while the smaller became a bubbling brook, passing the small clearing Harry and Remus had dropped in. Harry turned to follow the brook's path only to drop his jaw in shock. The Hallows Cottage was a two-story building that looked like it had been plucked from the fantasy books Harry had read in the Little Whinging Library as a small child after running away from Dudley and his little gang of delinquents. The steep, gabled roof was abundant with thick moss and vines over the rare patches of black tiles. The outer walls were made of blue-gray stained wood, and two light-colored stone chimneys rose from the ground floor on opposite sides of the cottage and emerged above the roof's highest point. Every face of the cottage showed black wood framing pane glass windows on both the first and second floors, looking out to the woods surrounding the sides and back. Harry stepped onto the stone pathway, ambling towards the cottage as he continued to gape, dumbstruck by his magical surroundings. They passed by a low wall surrounding the estate, made of the same stones as the chimney and covered in vines growing twinkling periwinkle blue flowers, flashing like stars and ringing angelically like wind chimes. As Harry passed the gate, he felt the ward glide over his skin. He took Remus's hand on instinct, not hesitating to press against the ward's. His skin tingled, and the smell of ash and lilies filled his nose as the ward's magic swarmed around them, pressing down. The ward backed off when it felt the magic in his core and ring. Harry felt a tugging sensation and a welcoming warmth from the ward and grinned. "The cottage accepts us now," Harry told Remus, who looked around in bewilderment. "We can come and go as we like without worrying about setting off the defenses." Remus grinned back at Harry. "Want to have a look inside?" Harry nodded eagerly. Stepping up the stairs onto the wraparound porch, Harry felt the magic of the cottage reach out to him, beckoning him closer. He placed his hand on the large silver knocker and felt a wave of magic envelop him. It swirled around his core eagerly, like returning home to a puppy after being out at work all day. The thick, wooden double doors swung open to reveal the most open-planned living space Harry had ever seen. The floors were beautiful stained wooden planks, and the walls were covered in a dark gray, almost black wallpaper that, upon closer inspection, had faint, slightly darker details of swirling patterns interspersed throughout it. Glowing orbs hung across the ceiling, dim in the soft light flooding the large windows on three sides of the room and glowing brighter as the natural light died on the horizon. Simple metal sconces lined the walls, holding thick, bones-white candles that smelled of lilies, carnations, and chrysanthemums. The kitchen was on the leftmost side of the large room. It had a table-sized island counter made of smooth, 3-inch thick white marble. Black wooden cupboards and drawers were beneath the island, and counters were along the walls. A deep, black metal sink sat in the center of the counter under the pane-glass windows. In front of the kitchen was a giant dining table made of deep mahogany, surrounded by 10 chairs. Harry could only describe the space at the back of the room as a personal library, with every wall made of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. Plush lounges and armchairs were upholstered in forest green velvet and made of wood, like the dining table. Air plants hung from long, thick ropes around the room, and small plants were on every little table between the seats that faced the giant fireplace in a semicircle. A soft forest green rug filled the space between the lounges, and Harry dug his toes into the fibers. Remus trailed his fingers along the thousands of spines on the bookshelves. There are books here that have been banned by the Ministry for centuries. You won't find most of these books in any store, even Nocturne Alley. There have been raids on pureblood homes for lesser titles than in this collection. Remus whispered reverently, pulling a navy, hardcover book from the shelf at his eye line. Harry looked at the cover, Failed Secrets of the Wolf. He looked at the shelf and noticed that every book was part of a series called Creature Secrets and Abilities before the Ministry oppressed them. The author's name rang familiar to Harry. Iolanthe Peveril, Harry whispered, reading the author of the 3 initial books in the series. Harry noticed that she had used her married name instead, Iolanthe Potter, for the rest of the series. This series was burned before Hogwarts was established. It's referenced in many goblin-written books about our kind and others. Iolanthe was a well-respected woman among creatures and loved them equally. One day, she and her husband, Cyrus Potter, disappeared with their baby boy. A few hundred years later, people forgot the Peverils had married into the family and were finally left alone. A few dozen years after Hogwarts was established, the Potters returned with a mix of Eastern European injury and looked different to the English Wicks that stayed behind. They were excluded from the Sacred 28. However, the Hogwarts founders accepted them despite the rest of the purebloods' racism. So the Potters sent their children to the school every generation, Remus said. They had sat down on the comfortable lounge, Harry content to listen to the man's story. During his downtime, Remus had researched Harry's heritage while Harry was studying by himself. Harry would forever be grateful for the dedication the man had put into him, even if a bit of guilt drove him. Harry was about to ask a question when they were interrupted by a loud pop that had Harry jumping from his chair, his wand flicking from its holster into his hand and a stunning spell on his lips. Harry dropped his wand, his hand grabbing Remus's wrist to make the man copy him before he dropped to a knee and smiled apologetically at the tiny creature. "You're a house elf," Harry said quietly, eyes scanning the elderly elf carefully. The old elf nodded, brows furrowing as he looked back at Harry inquisitively. Another pop and a third house elf appeared in another white pillowcase. She was younger than the elderly elf but older than the adolescent elf, still hiding behind the chair. She had grass-green eyes that were too large for her face and a stern expression on her lips, oddly reminiscent of Mrs. Weasley. "Tinsky," she barked in that high-pitched tone Harry quickly realized was how all house elves sounded. "You was meant to be greeting the new masters, not cower and hide like a child," she shouted, making the hidden elf, Tinsky, pop its little head around the chair, her hairless eyebrows wrinkled indignantly. "We're sorry," Harry interrupted as the third elf's face contorted into even more fury, gray skin turning bright red. "You startled us and we weren't expecting there to be any house elves still living here," he explained, his voice soft, as he smiled invitingly at the little elf. "You is apologizing to Tinsky?" Tinsky asked, eyes growing wide in surprise and disbelief. "Master apologizes to Tinsky?" She looked at her mother in bewilderment. "You is not telling Tinsky that masters know how to apologize?" She glared at her mother, whose jaw had dropped in horror at what Harry had said and then even further by her daughter. "Masters is not supposed to apologize to house elves." Her mother snapped back before turning to Harry and smiling. Harry blinked. He felt déjà vu from the summer before second year when Mrs. Weasley had shouted at Ron and the twins for stealing Mr. Weasley's flying car before welcoming Harry in for breakfast as though nothing had happened. "Greetings, masters. I is Mimsy, carer and head of staff of the Peveril Estates. This is Elder Hobby, mine's great-grandfather and oldest of the Peveril elves. He is our elder and raised the last 2 Peveril lords," Mimsy said, bowing to Harry. Harry glanced at the elderly elf, noticing a knobbly walking stick that rattled on the floorboards from the poor elf's geriatric trembling. He had far more wrinkles than the other 2 younger elves and had tufts of white hair growing from within his large, bat-like ears. "And this be Mimsy's daughter, Tinsky. Tinsky's father be in the forest, foraging wild vegetables for eating," she continued politely and far more eloquently than Dobby had been able to speak. In a croaking, high-pitched voice that didn't match the elf's appearance, Hobby said, Hobby is happy to meet another Peveril heir, little master, finally. Hobby is the keeper of knowledge and guardian of libraries. I is managing this little library and the main library at Seance Manor. If little master is needing Hobby, little master is calling for Hobby. The elf sighed like the speech had taken more energy than the elf could give before he clicked his fingers and popped away. Harry blinked, looking to Mimsy, who was shaking her head and sighing. Elder Hobby B's very old and is taking longer naps. We are letting Elder Hobby rest. She clapped her little hands. What is master's names? Harry looked up at Remus, who gestured for him to make the introductions. I'm Harry Evans Potter, Harry began, smiling. I'm the heir to the Peveril family, and this is my guardian Remus Lupin, but I call him Moony. We'll be living here from now on because some people want to keep me in a bad place. The elf's eyes widened. Bad people be coming after little master? Tinsky asked. Harry wanted to say it was hypocritical of the smallest elf in the room to call him little, but he didn't want to find out today if these elves were taught to punish themselves. He was too tired to deal with that, so he nodded instead. Do you mind giving us a tour? This room is lovely, but I'd like to see the rest of the property, Remus said, bending down onto one knee beside Harry, so they were both eye level with the elves. Mimsy nodded her head primly, while Tinsky grinned and jumped up and down excitedly. Tinsky give tour, she squeaked, waving her arms. Tinsky knows Hallow's cottage like back of hand, she announced. Harry grinned at her while Mimsy gave her a disapproving glower. Tinsky's tour is starting top to bottom, she declared, appearing at the top of the stairs with a snap of her fingers. Harry laughed and quickly followed her, taking the stairs two at a time while Remus and Mimsy followed sedately behind them. On the upper floor of the cottage were 4 bedrooms and a master suite, which Remus refused Harry's offer to take and insisted Harry take himself as the property's owner. The ordinary bedrooms were regularly sized, with a large bed, wardrobe, desk and bedside table. The color scheme was the same as the downstairs area, with deep greens, warm browns, light creams and black accents. 2 bedrooms had personal small en-suites, while the remaining 2 shared a larger bathroom with a deep bathtub with magic taps that released different bathing potions. Remus took one of the rooms connected to the shared bathroom, claiming that a long hot bath after a full moon was one of the only ways to soothe the sore muscles of a monthly transformation. Potions for pain were less effective on werewolves, especially around the full moon. Harry could only be grateful that it was only potions that relieved pain that were now less effective on him. Harry was happy to discover that the Master Suite's private bathroom also came with a deep claw tub bath that Harry felt looked more like a spa tub he'd seen his aunt spying on in the neighbor's yard while chewing her tongue enviously. It also had the magic potion spout, and Harry was happy to learn he could make the potion smell like whatever he wanted. These appliances look more modern than I was expecting, Harry observed, tapping the ceramic bath with a knuckle. Mimsy spoke from the door where she'd stood in every room, dutifully waiting. We house elves are very good at renovations, she informed him. We's like looking at catalogs and magazines and we's gossip with other elves when we's shopping, she told him. Harry blinked and nodded his head. Okay. Do you like to read Muggle magazines too? Mimsy shook her head sadly. It is hard getting Muggle magazines and catalogs. They's get suspicious, she informed him. And they's don't be doing owl post like wizards. I could get a P.O. box and have them delivered there. You'd only need to take them out of the box when they've been delivered. Mimsy's eyes lit up. Little Master Harry be doing this for Mimsy? She asked, and Harry grinned, nodding. Of course, but only if you show me how to use that stove and oven in the kitchen. I've only ever used electric and gas appliances before. I've never used one like that. Mimsy bowed her head. Of course, Little Master Harry. Mimsy be happy to show Little Master, she said. You can just call me Harry. Everyone does, Harry said, chuckling at the elf's wide eyes and Tinsky jumping around excitedly. Very well, Little Master Harry. She relented after what seemed to be a great deal of effort. Harry sighed, but knew it was a concession to bastardize his name. It would take longer to remove the honorific. Harry was in love with the room. He could imagine himself reading a book with the sun shining through the glass walls and roof, and he wondered what the view of the stars at night would be like. Beneath the main stairs was another set leading down into the basement. Harry thought it would look like a creepy concrete basement, but was surprised to discover two wooden doors opposite one another. The left led to a potion laboratory that looked far more inviting than the dungeons at Hogwarts, where the walls were made of soot-stained stone. The floors were smooth, blemish-free stone, and the walls were unreactive marble. Candle sconces ignited as they entered, providing more light than the long, thin grates peeking beneath the roof, which provided ventilation for the fumes. Long wooden tables lined the walls, with burners and empty cauldrons for simmering, baskets, jars, and hangers full of ingredients, and a square table in the center of the room for working on current projections and preparing ingredients. A dark metal sink and drying rack stood off to one side, where a rack of empty vials and bottles was displayed. He would love this, Remus whispered beside him. Harry looked up to the man. Who? He wondered, eyebrow rising as he tried to think of who Remus knew that would love, let alone use a potions laboratory. Remus's cheeks glowed slightly as he glanced down at Harry, eyes widened slightly. Ah! He coughed into his fist. Harry's right eyebrow joined the left one, hiding beneath the bandage wrapped around his forehead. A long time ago, there was a misunderstanding, and he hates me now, Remus admitted, his hands twisting together. Oh, what was the misunderstanding? Harry asked tentatively. Remus sighed. A serious misunderstanding. It was always a serious misunderstanding, Remus said tiredly. Harry's eyebrows rose in surprise. Serious? He asked. Remus nodded. He and James loved playing their little pranks, but sometimes they weren't very little, or pranks. They especially loved targeting the Slytherins, which only worsened animosity during those times. James and Sirius hated a particular Slytherin, one who had never done anything wrong until they took it too far, and he retaliated. I like to think that if things had been different, but it doesn't matter. I've tried talking to him, but he still loathes me. Harry tilted his head. Have you explained your side? Said sorry? Harry asked. Remus didn't say anything for a minute. I tried, but he wouldn't let me speak. Harry smiled, amused that their roles had been reversed, and he was giving advice. Did you lock him in a room and refuse to let him out until he listened? Remus startled and looked at Harry wide-eyed. What? No, of course not, he said. Harry laughed, shrugging. If you're locked in the room together, he can't claim you trapped him alone. Just give him a reason to listen, and then it's up to him whether he forgives. Remus sighed and nodded. I'll try it, if he ever gives me a chance. Remus relented. They moved on to the other room, which, when Harry opened the door, led to another set of stairs descending deeper than the last. This room was 3 times the size and height of the cottage above, and the floors were glossy, black-stained wood. 3 walls were gray marble, but the back was entirely made of mirrors, reflecting their stunned expressions at them. Strange metal and leather human-shaped contraptions were lined against one wall, each holding plain, smooth sticks that imitated wands. Another wall had large, thin mats that Harry recognized from watching martial arts classes as a kid through the windows. He'd always wanted to participate, hoping to learn to protect himself from the walrus and baby killer whale he'd lived with in Privet Drive. The wall where the stairs emerged had dugout shelves lined up neatly with books in the marble. Harry examined them as Remus stepped into the hall-like room. This is a dueling chamber, Remus said reverently, studying the contraptions carefully. There are books with shield spells, jinxes, and curses of all kinds here, Harry said. This space is perfect for your training, Remus told Harry. We can work on dodging spells and firing the more destructive ones without worry. He rapped his knuckles against the walls. There are warding runes carved into the walls. If I'm translating this correctly, there's protection, silencing, and shock absorption intertwined in the stone. You is being right, Mr. Mooney, Tinsky said excitedly. The basement is being special and perfect for spells and potions that explode, she informed him. Harry grinned. This cottage is brilliant, Harry said. He hummed, wondering at the odd contentedness glowing warmly in his heart. Strange, he commented. What is? Remus asked. Harry glanced at the man before turning back to the books. He couldn't look at Remus as he said, finally having a real home, tests and encounters. Words in underline. Excerpts taken from the book's words in italicize. POV's thoughts parseltongue. Original characters and places do not belong to me. Do not republish this story on other sites. I do not give my consent or permission. We don't condone abuse of any kind from the comments. Genuine criticism and suggestions are always appreciated. But I've already finished the beginning chapters, so the main storyline is non-negotiable. Updating on Sundays, AEST. Harry got into a routine at the Hallows cottage. Every morning, he woke at 6 and took his numerous potions before changing into the comfortable tracksuit pants and shirts he'd bought from Madame Catalina's Muggle apparel. He learned which paths were safest to run through the forest on from Mimsy's husband, the gardening elf Bidsy, who wore a dark green pillowcase and a straw hat stuffed with bright yellow flowers. He cared for the gardens and the surrounding forest that had been warded centuries ago to keep the Muggles out, with Muggle-repelling charms, and the dangerous creatures in. He cared for the wildlife and rare herbs that could only grow in magic-rich areas that Muggles had not desecrated. Harry ran along the tracks Bidsy had shown him within the wards and vowed to run along the Muggle sightseeing tracks when he was older. He'd heard stories in primary school about the walking trails Muggles had made in the forests of the United Kingdom. Apparently, it was quite the experience. In the beginning, Harry couldn't jog for 10 minutes without collapsing. His body, though stronger, revealed how depleted his stamina was without being supplemented by his magic. It was jarring to discover how fragile his body was after years of surviving beatings and hairy hunting he'd thought had kept him in shape. Had he been born a squib, he'd likely have died long before anyone in the magical community ever found him. Over the wild plants, his lungs no longer shriveled on every exhale, and his injury didn't boil inside his muscles. He attributed much of his success to the regular meals and his slowly acclimating werewolf physique. His faster healing ability helped prevent injury, allowing him to increase his stamina without considerable pain from overwork. Harry could help cook breakfast for everyone while Mimsy baked, and he could make himself snacks to eat throughout the day as per Matron Ragnarok's wishes. Mimsy, however, was adamant that she prepare lunch, supper, and dessert, and Harry had relented to her desperation. It was nice having someone tell him not to do chores. He was so used to being given a list every morning with the day's tasks on it that he felt adrift. Being able to cook breakfast helped anchor his emotions and give his hands something to do when he was cooling down after his morning exercise. At 8, Remus would emerge from his room with his light brown hair sticking up at every angle and his eyes bleary. Harry had laughed at him the first time he'd come down for breakfast, sleepily sipping at his first cup of coffee before taking a bite of the spread Harry and Mimsy put together. Harry enjoyed these sleepy mornings with his little black shadow snake wrapped around his wrist, its head on the back of his hand and tongue flicking at his food in interest while the little wolf on his chest snoozed and rumbled comfortingly. After a hearty breakfast of sausages, bacon, fresh muffins and eggs, Mimsy would kick them from the kitchen when they offered to help clean up. No matter how often she refused their help, they still offered. Then, thoroughly chastised that cleaning was Mimsy's job, Harry and Remus would descend into the dueling chamber in the basement to practice casting spells, and the weight training Matron Ragnarok had placed on Harry's schedule to be completed 4 times a week. Remus taught Harry how to duel like someone born amid war. It was a dirty and efficient style of dueling that focused on survival. It was perfect for Harry, who'd been raised not to live, but to survive every day like it was his last. Points or write it out beforehand so he could read along and mark anything important as Remus spoke. But he was far better at learning when he could get his hands into it. They recast every spell Harry had learned in Charms and Transfiguration. The spells Harry had been struggling with coming far easier now that there weren't 20 other children making noise and waving dangerous sticks around him. Charms became easier for him when Remus told him Lily's explanation of the subject. In her words, Charms needed the right imagination and magical output to succeed. After that, he needed to perfect his pronunciation and wand movements. Transfiguration was more challenging because he needed to imagine the result and change the original target, ensuring he didn't leave a tiny mouse's heart beating inside a snuff box. They completely stripped the defense against the dark arts curriculum from Harry's previous 3 years, starting from scratch with the books Master Blordak had given him. They began with dark creatures and how to defend against them, Remus caught them for Harry to practice with, much like the man had done during the school year. Remus also carefully curated his training and spell list, practicing the few spells he learned in his first 3 years until they were engraved in his memory, before moving on to defensive and attack spells and their counters. Harry learned to dodge, duck and cast on the move within a split second of reaction time. They did this for hours until Mimsy called them up for lunch. In the afternoon, they moved to the study. Harry began practicing solving arithmancy equations and carving runes into stones Bidsy brought him from the forest, making sure to speak their meanings out loud to memorize. This was all to prepare for the meeting they'd organized with Professor McGonagall so Harry could test into the 2 electives for his 4th year and drop out of divination. The morning after their 3rd night at Hallows Cottage, a dark brown barn owl with a strict look in its eyes gave them a date and time for the meeting. Dear Mr. Potter, if you wish to change elective courses in your 4th year, you must complete 2 examinations that Professor Babbling and Professor Vector have designed for you based on the end-of-year exams taken by your peers. You will have 2 hours to complete each exam to the best of your ability. Should you get a passing grade, Professors Babbling and Vector will agree to let you in the class this September, and I will sign off on the exchange. If you agree to these conditions, please send a confirmation owl, and I will meet you on the 10th in the Leaky Cauldron at 8 o'clock sharp. Sincerely, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry was ecstatic at this chance. Remus continued teaching him Latin, the lessons helping him understand the spells he was casting. When he began grasping the lost language, Remus added Arabic, French, and Greek. The Greek was self-explanatory, as most spells and incantations were translations of either Greek or Latin, but Harry was confused about why he was learning Arabic and French. Remus told him of his paternal grandmother, Euphemia, who spoke a dozen languages, including all the ones Remus was teaching him, but her favorite was Arabic. She taught James to learn it as his 2nd language. He barely spoke it around us. He told us he didn't like it as much as English, but Euphemia refused to talk to him in English, so he had to use it often. Remus laughed. She was a wonderful and stubborn woman, and she even taught me when I would come over during the holidays. If it wasn't for Euphemia, I don't think I would be able to remember what a mother's love is supposed to feel like. He cleared his neck and continued. The House of Black originated in France as the House of Noir, before they changed it to Black. They still have many connections in France, and it is well known that they're taught French from infancy. Sirius used to tell us that his mother announced that any black heir or lord who wasn't fluent in French was a disgrace to the bloodline. Sirius delighted in brutally defeated his French in front of her often, despite it being his first language. You're a bit late, but we'll catch you up soon enough. When Remus concluded his daily language lessons, Harry dove into his research on necromancy. It was slow going, but he dedicatedly worked through the Peveril Grimoire, full of his ancestors' accounts of the practice. He found it fascinating and began adding their tips and habits into his routine. He was curious about how the meditation techniques in the grimoire differed from the techniques he used in his nightly routine while practicing occlumency. While the occlumency meditation focused on deep, centering breaths, precise mental visualizations, and protecting the mind, the Peveril method concentrated on shallow inhales and barely their exhales while circulating the magic of their core through every cell in their body. The meditation technique invented by the Peverils was called Death's Trance. It put the user into a state that reserved as much energy as humanly possible yet enabled all the benefits of a whole night's rest. 3 hours in a death trance was equivalent to 9 hours of restful, dreamless sleep. His ancestors documented in the grimoire that some hallucinated while in death's trance, while others described hearing the whispers of loved ones beyond the veil. The reports varied, with some losing their minds to what they hear. He was not proficient at death's trance yet, and had to be very careful when he was practicing. It left the user in a state of extreme vulnerability, and to others, their pulse is so slow and breath so shallow they can be mistaken for a corpse. They could also get so absorbed into the trance that they completely lose themselves and become unable to wake up. Only a scarce herb grown in the forest around the Hallows Cottage could revive them, and Remus, upon finding out, made sure there was a supply on hand at all times and the plant was on Bidsy's list of priority herbs to be nurtured. Harry learned that necromancy was a branch of death magic labeled as dark arts and wasn't so much about zombies rising from the grave and defiling corpses as Muggle media had made him believe it to be. Death magic was about the magic and rituals of death and used passive magics, including carving ancient runes Harry had never even heard of and, interestingly, divination. Some horrible spells were used for forbidden necromancy, including cursing corpses to move and fight called infery. His family's branch of necromancy relied heavily on using bones and communicating with spirits, which many of his ancestors had anointed the term soothsaying. Since learning of soothsaying, Harry had begun collecting small bones scattered in the forest while on his morning runs. He had begun trying to tap into his necromancy abilities to predict something with the bones, but he had been unsuccessful so far. With the spare bones that did not help him see the future, he practiced carving the strange symbols from the grimoire, starting with the rune for rest. When he showed them to Remus, the man was perplexed as he could not see anything but shifting squiggles where Harry knew he'd drawn a perfectly cut symbol of a square with dots inside it. Harry used the time before supper after his necromancy research to write responses to his friends, but found the number of owls coming and going from the Hallows cottage was too many for Hedwig's fancy perch. Harry and Remus had visited Diagon Alley often to purchase items they required around the cottage, including a large owl perch that looked like a large tree branch magically stuck between two walls at the back of the study and could seat multiple owls at a time. He and Remus were also coerced into procuring and using multiple potions on Mimsey's urgency when she discovered both used varieties of cheap Muggle 3-in-1 hair and body products. It had been a very long hour when they had entered the hair salon for the cursed and damaged and were taught how to use hair potions properly. When the salon ladies learned they didn't use separate products to care for their bodies or faces, they were given potions they had made experimentally for hair but found worked better for the skin. Harry set up a monthly owl order with the ladies and let them style his hair, which he had decided to let grow past the point he'd usually given a choppy trim. The hair tickled the back of his neck, curling past his ears and chin. He liked the longer length and appreciated the difference it made compared to his shorter cut. When his hair had been short, it had curled and been impossible to tame like a bird's nest. Wavier rather than curly, like how most of the women and some men in the Potter-Peverell branch of his family tree had theirs. When the front pieces became annoying, he used a hair tie to tie back the top half of his hair. He loved how it looked and how easy it was to manage now. Harry had been writing back and forth with Neville almost every day since his birthday and found the boy far more intelligent and incisive than anyone had ever given him credit for. Neville saw the world in a way that Harry never could with their opposing upbringings. Neville, despite being raised as a pureblood, understood the value of Muggle-borns and innovation that pureblood supremacists would never even contemplate. But he also explained to Harry a different side of the hatred toward Muggles that focused on the fact that wizarding traditions were slowly being labeled as dark arts by the Ministry as more Muggle-borns got into power, and the Muggle-loving wizards were aiding them. Neville was more than happy to advise Harry on everything the other boy knew about the wizarding customs he'd never learned about, and why they were banned in Britain but not in neighboring countries. They planned to meet in Diagon Alley on the 10th of August after Harry met with McGonagall. Now that their Hogwarts book lists had been delivered, they planned to get all their school supplies for the new year, and Harry was hoping Professor McGonagall would give him his new one before that. Harry was excited to see his friend and discuss their parents' relationship in person. He desperately wanted to know if Neville had known their parents were best friends, that Lily was Neville's godmother, and Alice was Harry's. Harry was jittery the morning of the meetup, even after sprinting through the trees and taking the more challenging path Remus had found and recommended. Giant tree roots had burst through the ground centuries ago, forcing him to dodge around them, and fallen trees forced him to vault over them. It reminded Harry of the Muggle parkour he'd seen kids do at the park in Surrey, and he found the extra motions and necessity of utilizing his reflexes kept his brain and emotions pleasantly silent and focused. He returned to the cottage with sweat drenching his shirt and ran to his room to bathe quickly, washing his hair with the care the salon ladies had drilled into his head before heading downstairs to eat opposite a green-looking Remus. The man had been taking the purging potions every morning for the last 3 days, as Matron Ragnok had instructed. They had found that the only thing that helped was intensely steeped, homemade ginger tea. Coffee only made Remus more nauseous, much to the man's dismay. Harry's hair, which had once again grown a few centimeters with the aid of the hair care potions, dripped onto his shoulders, even as the bangs that would frame his face were tied up on top of his head in a tiny bun. The once disastrous quality of the curls that no brush had managed to fix was tamed into thick black waves, framing his face in a far more flattering way than his shorter hair, James's style, ever did for him. "You'll do fine, cub," Remus reassured from where he sipped his mug across from him, eyeing the plate in front of Harry with a look that had Harry taking a bite. He took a long drink of the delicious wild berry smoothie packed full of protein and vitamins that Mimsy had been making him drink at every meal, and tried to stop his feet, tapping on the floor beneath the table. "I know, I don't want to ruin all your hard work," Harry said, pushing his ripped apart, freshly baked crumpet around his plate. "None of this was because of me. This was all you, cub, your hard work and effort. You have shown more dedication than most of your age could ever hope to achieve, and I am so injured proud of you," Remus said. "Whether you pass today or not, know that I will still be proud of all the hard work you've put in to learn 2 subjects that the rest of your classmates had a year to study." And encouraging. He was so used to sneers and hatred, disdain and apathy. He was used to adults letting him down. "Excited to see your friend, cub?" Remus asked, changing the subject to Harry's relief. "I am," he said, grinning ecstatically before a light flush rose to his cheeks. "I've just never made a plan with friends like this before," Harry admitted. "Last summer, I ran away from home and met up with friends whenever they appeared in Diagon Alley by chance. The summer before that, I had to be rescued from the Dursleys by 2 fourth-year students, my best friend and a flying car. I never had Muggle friends in primary school, so this is all new for me." "None of that was your fault," Remus assured him, his eyes flashing briefly as they always did when Harry talked about his past. "I can't say what would have happened if your situation had been different, but just know that nothing that occurred throughout your life was your fault. Too many people have put in great effort to control and punish you for no good reason. I think you're courageous to try something you've never done before, and I'll say it as many times as you need to hear it, cub," Remus assured, pulling Harry into a one-armed hug as he passed to head upstairs and get ready. They left the cottage through the flue from the giant fireplace in the sitting room, which Remus had taken a day to clean out and ward. It was ancient and connected to a permanent flue network most of the old families knew the password for, over which the ministry had no control. They fled to the leaky cauldron with 10 minutes to spare, only to find Professor McGonagall had already arrived, speaking with Tom, the owner, at the bar, a mug of steaming coffee in hand, the fumes a strange blue color. "Ah, Mr. Lupin, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall greeted them as she noticed their approach, keeping her voice low so the bustle of midday goers didn't take notice. Harry was grateful for her indiscretion. "This hairstyle suits you very well, but I did not realize you would be attending with my old colleague." The professor gave him one of her relieved looks, which consisted of her eyebrows softening from their usually tight, disapproving glare and her lips tugging very slightly up at the corners. To anyone else, her face didn't change. To a Gryffindor, she was smiling warmly. "I'm delighted to hear that, Mr. Potter." She cleared her neck. "Shall we head up and complete these exams and let you get back to what I'm sure is a busy day?" she asked. "You do not need to worry, Mr. Potter. I understand and have had to do this multiple times over the years. Divination is a real branch of magic, but far too finicky to be taught in a classroom setting. It is meant for believers and those with the gift. However, ancient runes and arithmetic are beneficial subjects that need no gift to be proficient." Professor McGonagall led them up the stairs to a private parlor, much like the one the Weasleys and Harry had used the previous year, the night before they returned to Hogwarts. She set out 2 rolls of parchment, one with his exam and one completely blank. "You shall have 2 hours for each exam, and we shall start with ancient runes. Follow the instructions on the first page and answer on the second, numbering each at the corner of each answer. Are there any questions before Mr. Lupin and I give you privacy?" Harry shook his head. "Very well, your time starts now." His stomach, churning with butterflies and centipedes all morning, abruptly fell dormant as he read through the questions and started with fervor. Most asked him to draw a Futhark rune from the description, both elder and younger provided or vice versa, and there were even a few bonus questions including translating a sentence. Harry enjoyed the exam far more than he thought was normal for a teenager. At the same time, Remus and Professor McGonagall chatted to themselves with refreshments behind a privacy ward at a separate table. He called his professor over anyway, wanting to get on to the next exam quickly so he could meet up with Neville as soon as possible. Professor McGonagall took his finished exam with only a sliver of surprise, not used to Harry's speed and diligence during exam periods. Harry could only grin when Remus sent him a proud smile. He was given the arithmancy exam with the same conditions and jumped right in, solving equation after equation with less speed but far more care. It reminded him so much of his primary school tests that he grinned. He stumbled upon the extended questions, asking about the uses of arithmancy in magic with examples, but he thought he answered well enough by referencing wand angles and ritual circles for a pass. Professor McGonagall and Remus carefully marked his runes work as he solved and triple-checked the equations. He noticed he'd used the wrong equations for 3 of his answers and redid them just as the magic timer spell Professor McGonagall cast signaled the end of the exam. Harry sat at the table and breathed a sigh of relief as Remus ruffled his hair and offered him a fresh cup of tea and a plate of steaming scones. He ate one gratefully, finding he was ravenous and not bothering with the clotted cream or selection of jams. Harry waited patiently as the adults marked his exam. His finished runes exam was abandoned face down beside his professor, taunting him. "Well, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall interrupted his thoughts. He quickly abandoned his scone to turn to the witch with a tight black bun and dark eyes. She was wearing her usual bottle green robes, and Harry wondered if all her robes were that color. "You will be taking ancient runes and arithmancy this year," she announced. Remus tapped him on the back, and Harry slackened his arms, wincing into the man's shoulder as he glanced at him apologetically. His werewolf strength was progressing, but he still hadn't mastered controlling it, just as he had days when his hearing and sense of smell overwhelmed him, leaving him confined to his bed for hours. It was becoming easier, but as the full moon approached, Harry needed more effort to control himself than usual. Remus said this was normal and that his senses and strength should regulate themselves after his first shift. "It has been my pleasure, Mr. Potter. I expect this amount of dedication in your other subjects this year. I look forward to the start of the new term. Have a good day, Mr. Potter, Mr. Lupin." She rose from her chair and removed a letter from her robes, carefully laying it on his marked exams. "See you in the new school year, Professor," Harry called after her as she departed. "I'm so proud of you, cub," Remus said, igniting that warm, glowing feeling in his chest again. He beamed at the man, not wanting to hide just how happy that sentence made him. "Neville," Harry called happily, seeing his fellow Gryffindor standing in a corner out of the way of bustling witches and wizards pouring in from the Muggle world and the Flues. She was one of the scariest yet oddly dressed witches Harry had ever seen. "That is Dowager Longbottom," Remus whispered from where they descended the stairs. Harry gave a subtle nod as he beamed at his friend. He recognized the hat and bag from Bogart Snape the previous year.
Harry,"
Neville greeted, waving his hand as the two approached. Harry noticed the boy didn't open his arms for a hug or side hug as Hermione and the female Weasleys were known to do, nor did he offer his hand for a shake as most wizards except the twins preferred or slap him on the back as most Gryffindors did. Harry was surprised but pleased that Neville had noticed his issues with physical contact and respected his personal space so easily without needing to be asked. "Hello, Professor Lupin. It's good to see you, sir. I was upset when I learned you wouldn't return next year to teach. It felt like I was finally learning something in defense against the dark arts when you were the teacher, sir." Neville greeted the werewolf nervously when he noticed the thinly scarred man behind Harry. "That makes me very happy to hear, Mr. Longbottom. But please, I'm no longer a professor at Hogwarts. Call me Remus or Lupin if that makes you more comfortable. I apologize for being unable to continue teaching you during the new term. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope your new teacher will endeavor to teach you even better than I did. Mr. Lupin, it has been a long time. I have been as well as I can. How are your parents?" she asked, her voice reminding Harry of the elderly nun Harry had been left with every Sunday morning as a child while the Dursleys attended church. They had told the nun he was a horrible child possessed by the devil and requested he be dunked in holy water and punished harshly to purge the demon from him. She had never believed them and had instead read the Bible to him while he drew the scenes on some paper. He wondered if holy water was harmful to wizards. Harry glanced at Remus when the man hesitated and saw his smile strain. Harry subtly removed his hand from the dowager's line of sight to pat the man's back. He saw Remus's shoulders loosen and his smile smooth out. They passed away quite some years ago after they moved to Ireland. I'm afraid, Remus said. But something in the man's voice told Harry he wasn't bothered by it as much as most would be over their parents' deaths, even if it had been a few years. The dowager's expression didn't change. I see. My condolences. Remus bowed his head slightly in appreciation. Gran, Neville said in the sudden silence, and the woman turned to him. This is one of my friends in Gryffindor, Harry Potter. The only traits they shared that Harry could see were their height and eyes. Neville's were a warm, earthy brown, while Dowager Longbottom's were a cold, dark brown. Neville had had a growth flowed since school ended. Though not quite as tall as Ron, Neville still stood a head taller than Harry, much to Harry's chagrin. He still had some baby fat around his cheeks, but the soft pudge around his waist and arm or leg had become height, making the boy look more like his long-limbed father from Harry's photo than his softer mother. His hands came out to either side of him, palms open and facing the Dowager. Well met, Dowager Longbottom. I am Harry Potter, heir to the House of Potter. It is my great pleasure to make your acquaintance. Neville's eyebrows shot up into his wheat blonde hair, while Harry could sense Remus's proud smile behind him. Dowager Longbottom peered down at him sternly over her sharp nose, hands clasped in front of her as she criticized his form and words. Finally, when Harry thought the woman would ignore him, she bowed her head to him, hands mirroring Harry's. Well met, Heir Potter. It is likewise my pleasure to make your acquaintance. I had thought you did not know your inheritance or our customs. I understand that you did not introduce yourself in this manner to Neville upon first meeting? She cocked a sharp brown eyebrow at him, and he resisted the urge to wince. Neville's Gran gave a slight nod, as if she was aligning puzzle pieces in her mind. Yes, that makes sense. Then you are also unaware of the alliance between the houses of Potter and Longbottom? The alliance was last examined and signed between your grandfather, Fleamont, and my late husband, Jeremiah, while James and Frank were still at Hogwarts, but it has been a few centuries since the alliance was formed. If you want to look, I believe the goblins have a copy of the alliance as it dates back many generations. Is there anything else you have come to learn about this summer that you did not know about? Dowager Longbottom said. Yes, actually, Harry turned to Neville. I found out about our mums, he said, and Neville's eyes widened. Our mums? He asked nervously, looking like he was trying hard not to hope. Harry's smile turned soft. I learned that they were best friends and chose one another to be the godmothers of their children. Is it true that Mum was your godmother? Harry asked. Neville nodded, tearing up. Yes, she was. And my mum was yours, he croaked. I found some of her things, and with them was a letter she'd written me. She wanted us to be raised together, Harry murmured, extending a hand to the boy, who was a day older than himself. Like brothers? Neville asked, a hopeful sparkle in his watery brown eyes. Really? With me? Harry grinned as Neville hesitantly took his hand. Of course. We are god brothers. Or, do you not want to? Harry asked, suddenly wondering if he'd gone too far. The tiny seed of doubt and fear that primary school had created began to burrow a bit firmer into his gut. Neville shook his head harshly. I want to. I've always wanted a sibling. His smile was like 1,000 suns shining down on the Earth's fauna. I'd be honored to call you my brother, Harry. Harry beamed right back, the seed withering away. So would I, Neville, Harry said, feeling his cheeks heat at Remus's soft smile and Dowager Longbottom's warm look even when her face remained neutrally blank. Should we go now? We've got a few things to get before supper. I'll be in that cafe we visited the last time we were here, Hadri. I'll take you home after you're finished. I'm sure food will be ready by the time you get home. Remus sent Harry a slight wink. They planned to make it seem like Remus had accompanied Harry in his aunt's place, as she was a muggle who had never been seen in the wizarding areas. They technically weren't lying, as they never explicitly said Harry's aunt was waiting for him, only that supper would be. Harry felt odd hearing Remus say his real name, even a nickname. He had become so used to the man calling him Cub that he hadn't realized Remus was purposefully avoiding saying his name. He decided he liked being called Cub more than any of his nicknames. He nodded quickly to the adults and tugged Neville towards the entrance to Diagon, waving his hand above them as Remus called out to them to have fun. Harry felt that same foreign sensation well up inside of him. The feeling he'd only ever felt when Mrs. Weasley piled food onto his plate and tucked him in bed during the summer before his second year. Harry and Neville started at Madame Malkin's to get new school robes, as both boys had outgrown their old robes from growth flowed. On Harry's recommendation, they visited Twilfit Tattings to get the dress robes on their lists. Sebastian was happy to see him again, but looked slightly disappointed that Remus had not accompanied him. Harry told Neville as such, and the two had to control their giggles as they were helped choosing their robes. Harry convinced Neville to invest in a few more expensive robes when the boy's demeanor had switched from making himself look more diminutive to standing straight and determined while getting measured, like it was ingrained in him. They got Neville a set of closed cream robes that showed off the boy's broad shoulders and tall frame. In contrast, Harry got black robes open at the front with silver accents, revealing a tight navy vest that, much to Harry's embarrassment, clung to his torso, showing off his thin waist rather than his shoulders as Neville's did, and slim black trousers. He and Sebastian convinced Neville to add a few good quality trousers and robes to his order, making him look older and more respectable. Next, they visited the apothecary, refilling their potion ingredients for the new school year and the ingredients Harry had been using to practice his first through to third year potions at the cottage. It was still difficult, with some of the preparation steps and wording confusing, but he figured he could find out more when he was back at Hogwarts. Remus wasn't much help as the man admitted he'd done well in the potions OWL, but not nearly as well as Lily's. He wondered if asking Snape his questions would earn him a detention. Neville was very knowledgeable about the ingredients in the apothecary despite how abysmal the boy was at potions in class. Harry wondered if Neville had the same problem as Harry and just needed a different environment to flourish. Harry thought it was a genius idea for history of magic. He put 6 into his basket for each subject he thought the teacher might allow it, and, when Neville heard Harry's reasoning, got himself 5. "That's brilliant, Nev," Harry said, smiling so wide at his godbrother's enthusiasm and excitement that his face hurt. Harry showed Neville the limited edition journals he had bought, including the light purple one for Hermione's birthday in September. He explained the expanding charm and organization system. Neville explained that the vines needed warm injury straight from the flesh of mammals, but, in return, produced the magical version of a honeysuckle flower that could alleviate the symptoms of dragonpox and other such magical rash-inducing illnesses. It was highly sought after but also a hazardous source as the vines did not discriminate between humans and animals and could feel the thrum of heartbeats through the vibrations in the ground. They would reach for living creatures and attempt to capture them, using a paralytic toxin to disable them but keep them alive. Harry was surprised to hear this as he saw Muggle honeysuckle vines often in Surrey, and the Hallow Forest grew a similar-looking plant with injury-red flowers. He kept his mouth tightly shut, wondering if house elves were afforded such licenses and greatly doubted it. He considered how much trouble he'd be in for giving Neville a small cutting of the plant for Christmas. They were about to purchase their items when Harry's eye caught the only remaining journal on sale. It was a peculiar shade of blue leather that was dark and gray-tinted in a way that reminded Harry of the day before his 11th birthday in the rickety hut on that tiny island in the middle of a raging sea. As he examined it, he thought the colors shifted in a way, just as the sea would, and Harry was picking it up and purchasing it with the rest of his shopping before he realized what he was doing. He placed it in his bag with his fresh parchment and ink and decided to consider the strange, impulsive buy later. They stopped at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor for a break and were given free ice cream. Harry was surprised by this until the exchange between Florian and Neville, and he remembered something important.
Alice Longbottom, nee Fortescue.
Harry wondered if Florian was Alice's brother or cousin, as the man looked similar to the bubbly, excitable girl in the photo with his mom, Remus and Neville's father. As they sat to eat their ice cream, soaking in the midday sun, Harry pulled out the photo of their parents together and pushed it towards Neville. The boy froze mid-lick of his bubbly bubblegum-flavored ice cream, a bubble popping on his nose, and stared at the picture. Instantly, those warm brown eyes teared up. "Where did you get this?" Neville croaked, his finger tracing the faces of Alice and Frank reverently. "Are there any more?" Harry nodded. "I think so. I hope so. I found it amongst the things Mum left behind. I didn't look through all the photos, but this one caught my eye, and I don't have many photos of her as it is." Neville nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving the man with Neville's nose, eyebrows, and hair and the woman with his chin, freckles, and smile. Harry could see the handsome young man from these two beautiful people and not for the first time wondered about them. But he wouldn't ask. If Neville wanted to tell him, he would when he was ready. "I can ask Remus if he knows any spells to copy the photo for you. We deserve whatever crumbs we can collect from them," Harry offered. Neville's head shot up, and a tear slipped down his freckled cheek. Over the weeks, he'd quickly learned that his mage sense, which he had first noticed as prickling over his skin, had evolved after being bitten. Remus told him he couldn't smell magic like Harry could, but smelled emotions instead. Magic had smells just as people did. Sometimes the two combined. Neville smelled of freshly turned earth, brown sugar, and mint leaves, and his magic smelled like those rare moments when a sun shower relieved him during a long day in the garden on Privet Drive. There was something deeper beneath it that Harry recognized underlying Dowager Longbottom and Remus's magic, but not in the witch who served them at the apothecary. It enriched the scent of Neville's magic, and Harry wondered if it indicated his friend's core type. But when Harry caught the wand's smell, he knew it was wrong. The wand smelled of injury and embers, and Harry immediately knew it was incompatible with Neville. The scents of their magic clashed, and if Harry focused, he could feel them grating against one another, not melding like Remus did when he was using his wand to demonstrate a spell to Harry. Harry remembered the boys' abysmal work in any class that needed a wand and realized that it was because of this wand that Neville was thought of as a hopeless wizard and mocked for being a squib in disguise. "Neville, why do you use your dad's wand?" Harry asked carefully, not wanting to anger the soft-natured boy. Neville sighed, not as angered as Harry thought, as he carefully patted the wand. "Gran wants me to use it. She says it will protect me. But all it's done is reveal I'm meant to be a squib. Someone worthless." Neville shrugged. Harry's lips pursed. "Don't say that. You aren't worthless." Harry growled the words from his chest, startling Neville into looking up into Harry's eyes in shock. Harry's jaw clicked, and he shouldered his bag and threw away the napkin from his finished ferocious fudge ice cream. "Come on. We've got somewhere we need to go." "Harry, I'm sorry if I upset you," Neville began, but Harry whirled on him furiously. "Don't," he barked. "Come." He wrapped his fingers around Neville's wrist and pulled him through Diagon Alley in a particular direction. Neville stayed quiet and subdued, letting Harry drag him up the street and through the wizards and witches, getting their shopping out of the way before the Hogwarts students came and clogged the roads. Harry pushed open the door to Ollivander's, and before Neville could protest, he pulled him in and shut the door hard enough to rattle the glass. He flicked the lock on the latch and flipped the sign to closed. "Harry, what dash?" Neville hiccuped as he looked at his irate god-brother. "We are not leaving the store until you have a wand that is compatible with you. You will show everyone that you are not a squib this year. You are Neville Longbottom, heir to the noble and ancient house of Longbottom. Prove it." Harry glared and felt his eyes heat. He hoped it was light enough in the room that Neville overlooked it, but he'd had enough of Neville being put down for something that wasn't his fault. If Harry had to reach inside his god-brother's mind and pull out his insecurities, he vowed he would do it. Neville was shaking his head and about to open his mouth when a voice drifted from the counter. Neville jumped while Harry narrowed his eyes. He hadn't heard the man move. Did he sit in the shadows all day waiting for children? "Welcome, gentlemen. Mr. Potter, it has been a while. Your wand is serving you well?" Mr. Ollivander asked. The wandmaker was the same as he had been when Harry had purchased his wand before starting Hogwarts. He had wispy gray hair and vacant eyes that Harry was sure could see into his soul. "Yes, sir. It saved my life a few times," Harry said, glaring at the man and willing him to stop talking about his wand. Mr. Ollivander seemed to get the message, but still sent a small, vacant smile that had Harry gritting his teeth. "And who do we have here?" Mr. Ollivander asked, staring at the taller boy with wheat blonde hair and baby fat, almost completely contrasting Harry's more petite, skeletal body and pitch-black hair. Neville Longbottom, Harry introduced. I expected you to visit me with Mr. Potter, but not 3 years later. You are quite late to be receiving your first wand. Mr. Ollivander peered at Neville with that vacant look that had Harry stepping forward, something in his injury heating protectively. He was using his father's, Harry said, taking careful breaths to control his irritation. So close to the moon, Harry felt like one wrong move from the man would have Harry growling. There was something about the man that had him on guard, like Mr. Ollivander could see more about Harry than Harry did. Mr. Ollivander sked. That would be Augusta's doing, wouldn't it? I warned her of the risks, but would she listen? Mr. Ollivander shook his head. I don't need a new wand, sir. I can use Dad's, Neville started to say, but Harry shot him down.
No.
It isn't compatible with your magic, Neville. You are getting a new wand. Shut up and try them. Harry pointed at the bench where Mr. Ollivander had been opening long, thin boxes of wands and lining them up one after another. Neville's teeth clicked as his jaw shut, and he approached the counter. Harry stood there for 20 minutes as Neville held a wand, gave it a wave, and promptly had it snatched out of his hand by Mr. Ollivander. Harry could see Neville's shoulders rising higher and higher with every seized wand, and Harry had to resist snapping the man's wrist. Harry rolled his neck, shaking his head to rid himself of the sudden and violent thoughts. He needed to ask Remus if he had the same tendencies for bodily harm or if Harry was even more unique than he first thought. Finally, when Neville's eyes were shining with tears ready to burst, he picked up a light beige wand, and, with a resigned wave, golden sparks trailed from the end of the wand, and Neville gasped. Harry jumped from where he'd been leaning against a wall and beamed at Neville as the boy choked on a wet laugh. Congratulations, Neville. Harry cheered as tears rolled down his godbrother's bright red cheeks. Neville's eyes squinted as he stared down at his wand lovingly. I never knew magic could feel like this, Neville said in wonder. That is what a compatible wand should feel like, Mr. Longbottom Ollivander said, his first complete sentence after 20 minutes of muttering excitedly about tricky customers and digging out his prized creations. Wow, Neville breathed reverently. Harry and Neville visited one last store before the end of their shopping trip to purchase their new school books. Neville was the first of his friends to learn about Harry's intense summer study session and new elective classes. He was overjoyed for Harry and lamented not doing as much revision. He told Harry that he'd spent his last weeks practicing the spells he'd been unable to do correctly for the past 3 years. After they found their school books, Neville insisted on stopping at a small cafe for tea and cake as a belated birthday get-together before they split up to go home. Harry immensely enjoyed hanging out with Neville and admonished himself for not taking the initiative in the past. He could have had so many good memories if he'd just extended his hand to the shy, lonely boy who loved herbology. See you on the train, Neville. Harry waved the boy off. See you then. Have a good rest of the summer. Neville smiled brightly, and they parted ways. Harry found Remus reading quietly in the quaint book cafe. The man turned before Harry could call out, his eyes glowing a subtle amber that dimmed when he saw him. Harry received that familiar small smile that settled the itching under his skin, which he hadn't noticed was there until then, and smiled back. Ready to go home? Remus asked as he pocketed his book, and they left the cafe. Harry gave himself a moment to revel in that simple sentence, understanding what the kids in primary school felt when their mums and dads picked them up and what the students who got off the Hogwarts Express felt when they saw their parents waiting for them after months apart. Harry contemplated the question and remembered, can we stop by the magical menagerie? I need to buy some more petrified mice for Hedwig. That's fine. I'll stop in Flourish Blots quickly. Someone at the cafe said Bathilda Bagshot has published a new book. Can I read it after you? Of course. Remus left Harry out the front of the magical menagerie before he headed down the alley towards Flourish Blots. When Harry first stepped through the door, the animals closest to him fell silent for a moment, which gave Harry enough time to look at them curiously as they regarded him warily before starting up their various noises again as if nothing happened. Harry glanced around, but the store was practically deserted of Wixen, so no one noticed the animals' strange behavior. He headed to where the petrified mice were kept in bulk sacks opposite the terrariums, and Harry picked up a couple to last a few months before he needed to order more and glanced at the glass cubbies. Usually, snakes would inhabit the tanks and chatter to one another non-stop, making Harry wary about opening his mouth lest he hiss in response and freak out anyone close enough to hear him. Nevertheless, he was disappointed when he noticed the signs on the various tanks. "Sold out," he mumbled, eyeing the tanks. 2 tanks held greenery for Boomslang. Another had blazing hot coals for Ashwinders, and another had various rocks, roots and dirt for a runespore. A magical snake Harry had read about, but never seen. The remaining tank, and the only one with a spoken-for sign rather than a large sold out, was a small tank hidden in the corner and washed in shadows. The dull glow of a charm warmed the tank from below rather than above, so the light wouldn't illuminate the tank as it did the others. This one was dark and quiet. Curiosity piqued. He approached the dark tank and knelt to peer inside. He only saw darkness. Disappointed, he made to stand and pay for his mice when he heard something. His ears twitched, and if he'd still been human, he doubted he would have noticed the tiny noise from the dark terrarium, but he heard it now. Strange creature, like the handler but smells of beast. He heard the whispers and looked more insistently through the glass. He couldn't see anything within the darkness as the whispers kept up their hushed murmuring, but he had been learning more about cores and sensing magic. It was easier to detect magic in smells, but he could also feel them like the muggle belief of auras when he wasn't concentrating. It was like catching specters and shapes in his peripheral vision. He tried to focus now on the terrarium, feeling the magic heating the tank from below, and realized it wasn't a charm but a runic configuration carved into a leather mat beneath the tank. It reminded Harry of a broken child named Boy in a cramped cupboard under the stairs, a place that was his but could be looked into by anyone, like a display cage. "Hello?" Harry whispered, cautious of being overheard by non-reptilian beings. There was a sudden silence in the low muttering, and then a hesitant, hissy voice spoke. "Who?" the voice asked, but nothing revealed itself from the shadows. "Where are you?" Harry asked, bringing his face closer to the glass. "A speaker?" The voice wondered, and something gleaming and black poked a small head out of the darkness into a thin beam of light. Harry blinked. He'd never seen this kind of snake before. As it emerged from the shadows, Harry saw more and more of the shiny black scales, which reflected hues of blue and green in the light like a gemstone Harry couldn't place. Its eyes were pure white, and he stared into their depths. The serpent's body was shorter and thinner than he'd assumed, but Harry expected it could likely wrap around his bicep multiple times without trouble. "Hello, beautiful," he murmured and watched in fascination as the snake preened in the distinct way only snakes could. It tilted its head back and forth coyly like a dance and flicked a pitch-black tongue back at Harry. Harry smiled, feeling safe enough to murmur. "I am a hatchling wolf," Harry said, furrowing his brows at how the words had come out. He considered it and found no literal translation for werewolf in Parseltongue. Just as there was no word for man, woman, girl, or boy, there were only males, females, and hatchlings. He found the only correct description he could give himself was as a hatchling wolf. "A wolf that speaks?" The snake wondered. "A wolf cannot speak, cannot move as you." "A lunar wolf," Harry said, wondering if that would clear it up. He buried his frustration with the language he had little practice in. "Lunar? A false human with magic?" The snake hissed, almost pressing its small face to the glass. Harry shrugged. Close enough, he acquiesced, finding that he'd lose his mind if he tried to discuss it anymore. He looked closer at the information around the tank and noticed a smaller label. "Hybrid black desert snake / Ashwinder / runespore," he mumbled. He recognized the black desert snake from the Book of Snakes he had used to identify the one his spirit guide most closely resembled. He'd yet to find a white snake and wondered if there was a snake that was known to be white. Said Spirit Tattoo was curiously poking its head to watch the snake beneath the sleeve of his left arm. "Who are you?" Harry asked and turned back to the snake, watching him. The snake bobbed its head, and Harry realized it mimicked how he had shrugged earlier, which was the only way it could. Harry held back a grin. "I am who I am," the snake told him, and Harry couldn't argue. It was a straightforward way of looking at oneself, and Harry thought it was enviable. He had so many titles and monikers that he wished he could be just Harry or Harry. Do you have a name? Harry wondered.
No.
We do not need names like other creatures. We know who we are. What is your name, Wolf Mage? Harry blinked. That was one way to call a werewolf, he supposed. I was given the name Harry, but others call me Harry, he said. The snake nodded its head sagely. Harry. A name worthy of a speaker, the snake said, and Harry grinned at how it completely ignored his bastardiest name. Do you want a name? Harry wondered. The snake shrugged again with a bob of its head. I do not need one. You may give me one if you wish, but I am to be taken soon, the snake told him. Harry furrowed his brow. Taken? A big, old human with magic exchanged the yellow flat discs with the handler, and the sign was placed. It happened to the others before they were taken away. They did not return. The snake turned to the empty tanks lining the wall beside them. You were bought, Harry murmured, nodding in understanding. Are you male or female? I cannot lay eggs. Chem, Harry hummed. Can you take me from the cage, Wolf Mage? The snake asked. Harry snorted again. Are you venomous? The snake bobbed in confirmation. Harry pondered it for a moment. Will you bite me? The snake shrugged. Will you bite me?
Harry es mirquez. No.
Then I will have no reason to bite you either. Harry thought this was a good enough reason, so he removed the lid and reached into the tank. As he felt the smooth scales wrap around his wrist, his ears picked up on someone approaching. He cursed himself for his distraction. What do you think you're doing? The monotonous voice spoke behind him, and Harry turned around. He found a vaguely familiar boy standing in the way of the only exit out of the aisle he'd secluded himself in at the back of the shop. The boy was taller than Harry by a head, but so was most of his year group before he began taking the potions to help try and correct the damage the Dursleys' neglect had done to him. Even with the growth flowed that hopefully put him a few inches above Hermione, most boys his age seemed able to look down at him, just as this boy was doing. He had a mess of light brown hair that was short underneath and longer on his head. It curled around his ears and eyebrows, barely missing the startling eyes that bored into Harry's bright emerald. Unlike most of the Weasley family's bright, lively periwinkles, these eyes were dark blue with a glint of gray. They were depthless and unforgiving like the stormy sea, hiding a danger beneath waves no one would dare explore. Harry wouldn't be surprised if the boy had stared someone into backing down before. His pale features were sharp and aristocratic but also different from those of the British purebloods he was used to seeing at Hogwarts. If Harry had to guess, he would think the boy had a Scandinavian family member with thicker, straight eyebrows and a chiseled jawline, which he recognized from the foreign librarian at his Muggle primary school. He was the only adult who tolerated his presence and sometimes slipped him pieces of sliced fruit while telling him stories of his homeland. The boy's body was long and lean, with broader shoulders than Harry's, stretched snugly beneath a dark blue button-up and a black cloak made of thin material for the warmer season. Harry blinked his large, bright green eyes at the familiar yet unfamiliar teenager before him. The boy glared into his soul and then turned those entrapping eyes down and away from Harry's. Harry watched as the boy's eyes narrowed and his posture grew rigid. He removed his hands from where they'd been buried in the pockets of his pressed slacks and reached for something. Hi, Harry said as he watched, perplexed. The boy slowly took a wand from his robes, his eyes still stuck beside Harry's neck. Harry stiffened as the wand inched slowly into his line of sight and heard a menacing hiss at his ear, exactly where the boy was staring. Harry tensed, only now remembering the highly venomous serpent winding up his arm and turning to face the snake. The snake watched the boy before them, sharp, large fangs bared, and its neck expanding very close to the pulsing artery in Harry's jugular. Harry remembered from his days hiding in the library at primary school that cobras have a hood to warn off predators. He heard the snake hiss threateningly at the boy again, now sounding more like words than threatening noise. You dare to point your magic stick at a speaker. The snake reared in outrage. You dare threaten what is mine. Harry thought it was presumptuous of the serpent to claim ownership over him after barely conversing with each other for a couple of minutes. However, he ignored it for now when he realized he had two very dangerous individuals on either side of him, and he was stuck in the middle. Wait, he called, holding a hand towards the boy to stop his movements. Dark eyes twitched as the snake's hood widened, the hissing becoming louder. Lower your wand, Harry commanded. When the boy didn't move, he huffed and turned to the snake, hoping for more cooperation on the opposite end. Calm down, he isn't threatening us. He is wary of you as you are so deadly and fierce. He fears you may hurt him. He ignored the slight movement of the boy in his peripheral vision as the snake's head turned towards him. Only then did Harry notice the black vapor emitting from the snake's scales, which glinted turquoise and silver in the dim light. The snake's hood shrank as it listened to Harry, but continued to glance at the boy warily. Harry also turned to examine the boy but found a contemplative and cautious look on his face. Potter? The boy asked, brows furrowed. Harry blinked. Yes? The boy's dark blue eyes widened, and he blinked back, seeming not to have recognized that it was indeed Harry Potter holding a highly venomous serpent until it was confirmed. Harry felt offended at that for a moment before realization passed over him. Over the past few weeks, he had changed a lot, with longer hair that tamed the infuriating nest and new clothes that didn't drown his lean frame. Multiple earrings adorned Harry's ear, which he had only ever seen a few boys wear, and all had been 6th or 7th years. He was still wearing his glasses, but only because the Oculus Sana potion hadn't restored his sight completely, and the goblins had made new square glasses that adjusted the prescription as Harry's eyes recovered. He did not look like a cookie-cutter copy of James Potter anymore. That's my snake, the boy told him, and Harry blinked again, being slammed out of his thoughts. Harry's cheeks flushed, and he averted his eyes. He'd guessed the boy attended Hogwarts as Harry thought he'd seen him somewhere, but his school years were so packed with craziness that Harry thought it wasn't his fault if he didn't know people in other years. We're in the same year, the boy elaborated. Harry's flush darkened. He wondered if the boy had read the thought passing through his mind, but quickly dismissed the idea. He doubted the boy was a legilimens, and Harry had been meditating nightly and slowly beginning the arduous task of organizing his mind. So he thought he'd know now if someone was trying to enter his mind. I've been a bit preoccupied the last few years. Not a lot of time to make friends with people, even those in my classes. Harry snarked and glanced back at the boy, finding he'd finally lowered his wand. Harry felt something calling him about the wand, but he dismissed it because of the boy's unamused expression. The boy looked at him consideringly before he smirked unkindly. No, you wouldn't have had the time, nor would you have bothered. Especially not with a Slytherin, would you, Potter? Harry's eyes widened. With startling clarity, he matched a name to the head of hair that Harry realized he'd only ever noticed popped over the lip of a book across the Great Hall or in class, always sitting with the Slytherins, but never Malfoy and his goons. Her tilted his head. It's hard to remember someone's face when I've never seen it from behind your book. Not, Harry murmured, and the boy's smirk dimmed slightly. Harry wondered if the boy, Theodore Knott, had been amused by his ignorance. So you do remember those in your year. It's good to know you aren't as unobservant as Draco makes you out to be. Now, would you mind handing over my property? Knott asked, hand outstretched, not at all scared of the snake still reared to strike. Harry's eyes sparked. He is not anyone's property, he growled. He felt his eyes heat briefly as his temper rose. He is a serpent. You would do well to remember that unless you want to find yourself succumbing to his venom, Harry hissed. Knott's eyes widened barely a fraction at Harry's words in anger, and his eyes darted over Harry's face. Then his eyebrows furrowed. My father bought it for me. It is mine. What else would you call it? Knott said. Harry felt the heat grow. He is a living creature, not a decoration for your mansion. Understand that quickly before he aims for your neck. He could be a companion if you treat him right, Harry snarled. He glanced at the snake, who seemed content watching Harry rage on his behalf. Take him, he said, holding out his arm. The snake eyed him before turning back to Knott and sticking out its black, forked tongue. Its tiny, pure white eyes sparkled with something Harry couldn't place. The snake tasted the air with a flickering hiss as Knott watched him analytically. How do I know you haven't commanded Ithim to bite me? Knott asked, eyes darting from the snake to Harry as the snake inched closer, his scales gliding smoothly over Harry's warm, scarred skin. Harry shrugged as he watched the snake lick the air he could reach before turning its head and flicking its tongue around Harry. He briefly raised his eyebrow at the snake's actions but dismissed it as typical snake behavior. "You don't," Harry challenged, waiting with a halting breath. He didn't know why he was doing this. Why was he challenging the Slytherin? But that flame in his chest was growling at him to do it, so he obeyed. He felt the small tattoo of his wolf lift its head in interest in the center of his chest. The Slytherin examined Harry from top to bottom, eyes squinted distrustfully at Harry's smirk. "Well, Not, can you back down from a challenge given to you by a Gryffindor?" Not's eyes flashed with defiance and something calculating, as if the boy weighed the pros and cons of this standoff. Harry felt that if the boy had found this conversation to be without purpose or advantage to him, Not would have left without another word. But Harry had the snake Not wanted, so Harry kept his smirk in place. "I can," Not said, surprising Harry, "but I won't. I am not leaving without that snake. But I also have more self-preservation instincts than to grab at a highly venomous and unknown predator." Harry grinned. "Fair enough," he acknowledged and glanced at the snake, still determining the sense it was picking up. Since Not had interrupted them, Harry hadn't focused on the smells around him, so he subtly inhaled through his sensitive nose. He used every trick beaten into him to survive in the Dursleys to keep his expression neutral as Not's smell enveloped him. He felt like he was back in the forest around Hallows Cottage, except the forest was over a cliff where the salty sea breeze blew through the sandalwood, witch elm and hazel trees, brushing along wild bushes of lavender and rosemary. Beneath that was the same thing he'd identified in Remus and Neville's scents, that base smell that gave their signatures a soothing depth and richness that settled the sparks in Harry's center. Harry blinked, and suddenly he was back in the magical menagerie. Not stood before him, watching him with a closed-off expression. Harry cleared his neck and spoke, cheeks dark. "Give him a name and he's all yours." Not's eyebrows disappeared into the soft hair draped over his forehead. "Excuse me, a name. Snakes don't need names, but he has agreed to receive one." "Give him a name and I'll tell him not to bite you," Harry told him. Not gave him a considering glare before turning his eyes to the snake. He had curled his body around Harry's arm again, licking at the tanned, scar-speckled skin, sending goose pimples up his arm. His fingers twitched at the ticklish sensation while Not observed the snake trepidatiously. "Frere," Not finally said, watching Harry tilt his arm to make the snake dip and sway, the light glinting hypnotizingly off his scales. "Frere?" Harry asked, the word lilting on his tongue. The snake rose to eye level with Not and stared into the boy's depthless orbs. "He is worshipped to bring fertility, peace, and prosperous weather, and was regarded as the most handsome of the Norse gods. The name also means Lord, and is attributed to kingship. I thought it a fitting name for such a handsome and noble creature." Not's arm twitched like he wanted to raise it and brush his finger against the smooth scales, but thought better of it. The snake's head twisted to turn to Harry, and Harry translated. "He wishes to call you Frere, meaning Lord. He says Frere was the most handsome of the Norse gods, worshipped for fertility, peace, and good weather," Harry explained. He ignored the twitching in Not's fingers as Harry's voice shifted, hissing in the language of snakes. He felt his shoulders rise nervously as he spoke his innate language, recognizing how his pronunciation and pitch changed effortlessly after slowly learning Arabic, French, Greek, and Latin with Remus for the past few weeks. "Frere?" The snake wondered, bobbing from side to side consideringly as the name rolled from his forked tongue. A noble name for a handsome god. The snake bobbed appreciatively and turned back to Not. "The Silent One is to take me away from this ugly cage." Harry smirked at the description. "Yes. His name is Theodore Not. You are a gift from his sire," Harry told the snake, turning his gaze to the apprehensive boy, shifting his stare between them. "His scent complements yours," the snake conveyed, making Harry jolt in place. He stared at the snake with a raised eyebrow. "What does that have to do with anything?" Harry wondered, ignoring the curious look Not let slip as he glanced between Harry and the snake. "He is acceptable," the snake decided, bewildering Harry while he ignored Harry's question. I will take the name Frere. Harry started stupidly. He says you have chosen a worthy name and that you are acceptable, Harry informed Not, earning a doubtful look as he condensed the conversation into a sentence.
I'm acceptable.
Not asked. Harry shrugged. Not looked at the snake, Frere, before he extended his arm. He didn't allow the fear to show on his face and eyes, but Harry could see the tense way Not held his broad shoulders as the snake licked the back of Not's hand before slithering from Harry to curl around Not's wrist. He will not bite me? Not asked Harry, keeping his arm warily away from the large, thrumming vein on his neck, unlike Harry. Will you bite him? Harry asked Frere. Frere tilted side to side. If he does not show his fangs at me, I shall keep mine hidden, Frere said, and Harry smirked. He says that as long as you do not attack him, he will not attack you, Harry translated. Not deflated slightly, his shoulders loosened, and his arm dropped a fraction. His face did not betray him, staying blank and closed off. I think I can agree to that, Not consented, and Harry had to pinch himself to prevent him from making a stupid sound when Not's lips barely twitched up as he admired Frere wrapped around his wrist. The slight motion made the boy look more approachable and somehow more dangerous. Harry took that as his cue to leave and picked up his mice sacks. But he stopped when he heard a questioning hiss. He wants to know if you've set up a home for him, Harry translated. I've ordered a terrarium for him, Not said. It is larger than that one. He gestured to the larger empty tanks meant for the boomslangs, and Frere reared back, hissing when he followed Not's finger. Not doesn't flinch but sends his arm far from his face all the same. You will not put me in a cage, Silent One. The snake hissed, and Harry dropped his mice. He quickly stepped in and raised his hands to shield the enraged snake so Not would be less likely to curse it. Okay, I'll tell him. Calm yourself. We can be civil, Harry admonished the snake, who calmed down but glared at the tanks with as much hatred as a snake could. He doesn't like the terrariums? Not guessed, his voice fainter and closer than it had been before. Harry turned and realized how near he was to the other boy. He felt his eyes flare and twitched backwards, barely stopping himself from stumbling as a lung full of that rich, delicious scent invaded his mouth and nose, preferably somewhere dark with plenty of dirt to make a burrow. I think he prefers the heat source to come from below rather than above because his tank differs from the others, Harry said, pointing at the tank, still glowing dimly compared to the others, which were a blazing orange of warmth. Not nodded slowly. All right, and what about his preferred food? Harry asked and received a response quickly, but with a disdainful and annoyed tone. They watched as Frere let the mouse's bulk move slowly down his long, serpentine neck until a funny-looking lump sat just above where the snake was holding its body up on Not's arm. Harry waved his hand, feeling uncomfortable. Don't mention it. Not's eyebrow rose again, seeming to evaluate Harry. Then, as Harry was about to turn away at the boy's silence, Not held his unoccupied hand down at his side and slipped his wand smoothly back into his robes as he dipped his head and said, Theodore Not, heir to the noble and most ancient house of Not. Well met, Harry Evans Potter, heir to the noble and ancient house of Potter. Harry dipped his head and mirrored his palms to Not's while Frere looked curiously between them. Harry raised his head to find the dim, dangerous eyes had something in them now that glinted before they were snuffed out. You've been learning, Not murmured. Is this recent, or have you been playing the fool? Recent, Harry admitted, deciding not to take offense at the last part. Interesting, Not hummed. You'll visit me, Speaker Wolfmage? Frere asked, leaning away from Not to nudge a smooth black nose into Harry's chest, tongue flicking at the slip of Harry's collarbone peeking beneath his AC/DC band shirt, mostly hidden by his casual black robe. Harry blinked but smiled regretfully at the small black snake. That's up to Not. Harry glanced up at Not, who was still eyeing him, but more curiously as Harry was beginning to notice he did when he spoke to Frere. What does he want? Not asked. Harry huffed. Not regarded Harry. Harry kept his eyes on the silver orbs staring at him to avoid Not's. If you want to, you can see him when school starts again, Not offered reluctantly, and Harry's face lit up. Really? He dared to hope. His eyes sparkling like a cheering charm had illuminated them. Not nodded again. It is convenient to have a translator if that is a suitable trade for you. Harry's mouth dropped, but he quickly snapped it closed as he considered what he knew about Slytherin House. I suppose I'll see you when school starts, not, Harry said. See you then, Potter, not said, turning to look at the sacks of mice on the shelf. Goodbye, Speaker Wolfmage. Frere called over Not's shoulder as Harry approached the counter and purchased his sacks. He left the menagerie, smiling when he greeted Remus, waiting patiently for him outside. Remus didn't pry into what took him so long, and Harry appreciated it as they left for the leaky cauldron to flew home. Full moon time first transformation. Off to the Weasleys. I've given up on a proper schedule, so enjoy this chapter. Hopefully the next one will be soon, but I'm not making any promises. Words in underline. Excerpts taken from the book's words in italicize. POV's thoughts Parseltongue. Original characters and places do not belong to me. Do not republish this story on other sites. I do not give my consent or permission. We don't condone abuse of any kind from the comments. Genuine criticism and suggestions are always appreciated. But I've already finished the beginning chapters, so the main storyline is non-negotiable. Harry's skin itched, and his bones ached. It didn't hurt, per se, but it was irritating in a way none of the Dursleys' punishments had ever been. He could not focus on any immediate spot when his body pulsed with heat. The small tattooed wolf that was usually content to snooze away in the center of his chest during the day was stalking across his torso, prowling as though it was feeling the moon too. It was the 14th, the day of the full moon, and Harry had been in a foul mood since he woke up. He'd kept up his routine, hoping the normalcy would curb his desire to send his fist through a window, but it didn't seem to work. On his run through the forest, he was distracted by the smells and noises and, more often than not, sent himself tumbling through the underbrush when his foot caught on a tree root or loose rock. He scared off the wildlife he'd become used to glimpsing as he growled lowly under his breath the entire 2 hours he was stumbling along the path. He returned to the cottage covered in dirt and leaves with a scowl worthy of a dragon on his face that had Remus smirking at him from where he sat at the breakfast table. Good run? Remus asked, his head tilting innocently and earning a louder growl than the subvocal one Harry hadn't realized was rumbling in his chest since he'd awoken. Remus laughed, even as his eyes flashed gold every few seconds in response to the boy's mood. Don't worry, cub. The uncomfortable and irritating feeling shouldn't be present from here on out. It's only because this is your first moon that your body feels so sensitive and your wolf riled up. Come here, he beckoned Harry over, and Harry, not wanting to give in to the rude words swimming around his head, stepped forward and controlled himself from stomping like a child. Remus ignored the dirt and leaf litter sticking to Harry and directed him to the chair beside him. Harry harumphed but sat and was not ready when Remus's hand applied pressure to the back of his neck. Harry had become better at not flinching away from Remus since they'd started this guardian-slash-ward relationship. However, he still jolted in his seat and was shaking away the vision of a giant hand grabbing him around the back of his neck, throwing his tiny body into the hard wall of a small cupboard that was Harry's only solace in jail. Just as Harry was about to let his fear overtake him and bark at Remus to let go, Remus's fingers squeezed, and Harry suddenly went limp. Like cutting the strings from a puppet, Harry dropped to the table with more force than Remus intended, if the wince he gave was any indication. Harry didn't care that his glasses were pressing into his face or that his head had disturbed the carefully placed cutlery and skewed it out of alignment. The feeling of his nape being squeezed like this was a type of vulnerable emptiness that Harry couldn't compare. His mind was blank, his body loose and utterly void of tension. A rumbling noise built in his chest that had Remus snorting in amusement. You're purring, cub, he said, and Harry flopped his head so it rolled side to side on the table. Dogs don't purr. He slurred his disagreement and earned a louder snort. It's close enough, Remus said, removing his hand from Harry's neck. Clarity came back to Harry in ebbing waves. His thoughts were comfortable and syrupy, and his hazy eyes turned to Remus's amused amber as he pulled himself out of the strange feeling. What was that? He asked slightly more coherently than before. A variation of scruffing, Remus said as their breakfast floated to them from the kitchen. Mimsy had been silent since Harry had woken, and seemed content to let him brood in peace on the unfortunate day. For werewolves, doing this close to the full moon has similar effects, but it also relaxes our inner wolf when they're so riled up before the shift. Outside the moon, it's less effective, and it is seen as rude amongst our kind to do this to someone unfamiliar to you. It's very personal and only done between family or loved ones. I won't do it again if you don't want me to, but you seem to need it before you bent all your cutlery while trying to eat. Harry snorted into the tablecloth and shook his head. It mainly consisted of bacon, eggs, and sausages, which Harry scarfed down with gusto. Remus continued to laugh at him the rest of breakfast until it was time to practice his dueling and spellwork in the basement. Remus was ruthless as he shot hexes and jinxes, but Harry was more alert than usual now, unlike during his run. He jumped and dodged and somersaulted over the spells, surprising even himself as he was never usually this acrobatic. It's the wolf's survival instincts mixed with yours. It wants to run and jump whereas you want to dodge and parry. With the moon getting so close, your wolf is taking the final steps to integrate with you completely. Now try that bombardment charm again. Harry didn't have his usual patience to practice brewing the curriculum potions from his last 3 years at Hogwarts, nor could he read for longer than 20 minutes without fidgeting. So he cooked and cleaned against Mimsy's wishes. I need something to do, Mimsy, or I'll go spare before the sun even hits the horizon. Harry cried out desperately when Mimsy found him deep cleaning his bathroom and tried to take away the toothbrush he was wielding like a sword against the grout. He paused and twitched his head, tilting it back and forth to work out the tenseness in his neck. Dinner. He heard Remus call from the stairs. Harry came up, sat, and eyed the rare steak rump before him. So, we have 2 options tonight, Remus said as he slowly ate his injury-red steak with a knife and fork. The first is to lock ourselves in the basement and ward the door and have Mimsy do the same on the opposite side. Harry nodded slowly, calming himself as the delectable meat juices filled his mouth. This option will make it harder on our wolves. They want to explore and mark their territory, but it is safer in case anything goes wrong. The second option is to trust the wards around the forest. Bidsy assured me that no muggles can get anywhere close to us and that they keep magical creatures within the hidden parts of the forest. This means we will be trapped in this part of the forest, but our wolves should be out in the open. The wards will also give our wolves a boundary line for their territory and stop them from exploring beyond. This is less safe as there could be holes in the wards, but I've examined the boundary myself and couldn't find anything. If you want to trust the wards, we can transform out in the forest and spend the night the way our wolves want to. Harry nodded along to the explanation and found himself leaning towards the second option even as a kernel of doubt grew in his mind, screaming at him that the first was far safer for anyone that may wander too close. And we won't want to attack the house elves? Harry asked, knowing they wouldn't but needed reassurance anyway. Remus smiled and shook his head. I promise. They prefer to be left alone rather than actively seek out what they deem intelligent. They're hunters. They're smart and understand what is prey and what isn't. I also checked myself and no human civilizations are anywhere near us. Bidsy checked the muggle parts of the forest this afternoon. There were no campers set up either. Matron Ragnok was right, cub. The drawback from the wolfsbane made my wolf want to attack you more than I did when it was being purged from my system or when I was younger before the wolfsbane potion had been created. From what I've read of both Hookclaw and Iolanthi's research, one of the leading reasons Moony made these wounds on me was because I was locked in the Shrieking Shack or my parents' basement. Moony is a wolf. Wolves are wild and don't like to be caged. Harry nodded and smiled slightly. That's good to know. They stayed on the lounge until the sun had sunk beneath the horizon, listening to the big wizarding wireless they'd bought for the cottage. They wore their cheapest shirts and pants, going shoeless, desiring some modesty but knowing the change would inevitably strip them of it. Harry shifted between being tense and wary, forcefully trying to relax his muscles. Remus watched him, his muscles twitching, but his eyes were full of worry and guilt. Harry noticed. This isn't your fault, Moony, Harry said gruffly as he unclenched his fingers from their broke grip on the pillow he clutched tightly to his chest. I made my choice. I don't regret it. I'd rather be a werewolf for the rest of my days than know that the ritual may not have worked because I was too much of a coward to accept the bite. They hadn't talked about the failed ritual to remove the Horcrux from Harry's scar, and the boy ignored the correspondence between Remus and Master Spearbeak's research about Horcruxes and rituals to remove soul ties. He hadn't wanted to let that hope grow again when Broke nearly made him spiral like he had in that cupboard under the stairs. Harry stared into the man's eyes, challenging him to refute Harry's words. Remus closed his eyes. I wish you had never been put in a situation to consider all that, cub, but I'm glad to know that somehow, in this messed up situation, this is the better path fate has designed for you. He reopened his eyes, and Harry noticed he was less tense. The wrinkles on his forehead smoothed out. When Bidsy called them and said it was time, they stepped out to the front garden. Remus lifted his wand and mumbled a string of words Harry could roughly translate from his Latin lessons. He was happy his hard work was starting to pay off. Remus was raising a ward over the pre-existing one around the cottage, intending to keep out werewolves. It would be strong with the full moon but wane as the moon faded, allowing them entrance in the morning. Harry added it to his internal list of helpful things he needed Remus to teach him. As he finished, he handed his wand to Bidsy and instructed the elf to place it on the dining table. Bidsy looked honored to be holding the wand and popped away with a gracious bow. Harry smirked at Remus's slightly uncomfortable expression before they began walking into the forest. Harry's ears twitched with the cacophony of sounds. Bugs were chittering, bird wings flapped, hares hopped, noses snuffled, leaves rustled, and branches and twigs snapped. Harry ignored the annoying rock or stick that tried to pierce through the soles of his bare feet, content to breathe in the fresh night air that smelled richly of sap, soil, and the wild creatures that lived within it. Harry felt his mind and body calm with every step they took into the forest. Remus was dutifully at his side, smiling knowingly. Remus's eyes stayed their brilliant gold, much as Harry guessed his own were blazing the strange acidic emerald Remus had described if the steady heat he felt behind them was any indication. When Harry glimpsed the brilliant silver full moon rising, he understood why Remus had been desperate to take wolfsbane, even if it had been slowly poisoning his wolf. The thought of losing control, of being unable to control himself, was terrifying, but he had faith in the magic around the property. He also believed in the human survival instinct and Bidsy's assurance that no one was stupid enough to camp in the new forest that night. He was watching the moon, entranced by her beauty, their steps light and careful despite the anticipation humming through his veins, when it finally began. Like a gunshot, the bones, tendons and muscles in Harry's right ankle snapped, and he stumbled, crying out in surprise. Harry saw Remus open his mouth to say something, but watched as the man quickly joined him on the forest floor, slamming heavily sideways into the giant roots of a great tree as his knee popped, the legs spasming out from under him. Fuck! He cursed, but talking became useless when he bit his tongue on a sharp jaw snap. Harry had many broken bones over the years and was accustomed to the feeling more than he was to kindness. Still, even he couldn't take the feel of almost every bones and tendon in his body snapping apart to be forced into a different form, to feel his muscles shifting beneath his skin, which grew thick, coarse black hair. Remus was as close as they could be without accidentally backhanding one another in a sudden spasm. Despite the tremors and flinches, Remus kept a tight hand on Harry's, offering the boy endless comfort as his mind sank further and further away from reality. With a single final snap and a great rip of fabric, a gray-brown wolf and a pitch-black wolf lifted their heads to the moon and howled. Harry woke slowly and far more peacefully than he had in years. His body ached, yet his mind felt lighter than air, even after he had removed all the blocks, compulsions, and potions controlling him. He shuffled a little and groaned at the protest in his muscles and bones, but persisted in opening his eyes. Harry found a canopy of trees above him with a clarity that not even his specially made glasses from the goblins could help him with. He touched the bridge of his nose inspectingly. His glasses were gone, and he wondered if he had lost them in the forest or if he'd remembered to remove them before the moonlit walk. He moved his hand to touch the lobes of his ear and sighed in relief when he realized his earrings were still there. He checked the left ear, cursing his past self and thanking his wolf self for not removing the earrings. All 6 were still on his person. Thank Merlin. Harry shuffled to sit up in the small gap between the roots of the tree he'd made his den, and found another body close to his. Remus was curled in on himself, covered in leaf litter and hidden by prickly shrubs he'd shielded Harry from. Harry was completely naked but found his usual penchant for modesty absent after a night of embracing the tiny flame that purred contentedly in his chest, dancing around his core like a will-o-wisp. He looked down and noticed the small black wolf tattoo snoozing on his sternum, its hind legs stretched out, and a tiny black tongue sticking out of its muzzle. His thin black snake was wrapped around his bicep, content as always to stay close to his right arm. Harry stuck out his foot and nudged Remus's back. It twitched. A mess of brown and gray hair shook the same way Harry imagined a dog would after a good nap, making him laugh, the sound ringing amongst the chirping of birds and the chittering of something Harry had never heard before. Moony, Harry laughed, nudging the man's back again as he stretched his aching arms over his head, hearing the satisfying pops from his shoulders and neck. "Are you hurt?" he asked the elder and listened to a groan in response. 5 more minutes, Remus grunted, curling in on himself tighter as Harry chuckled. "Wake up, old man. We've got a long walk back home." Harry carefully stood up, keeping balance by grabbing onto the lump in the tree root that reached his hips. He thought he heard a grumble of puppies but ignored it. "Mimsy," Harry called and heard a faint pop. Mimsy stood before him, beaming wildly as she took in his uninjured state. "Masters Harry and Moony. Be having a wonderful first full moon for a new Phaelad." Mimsy claps, earning a tired groan from Remus still on the floor. Mimsy and Harry ignore him. "Mimsy, can you bring us some soft clothes, please? We'll take the long way back," Harry requested, and Mimsy nodded with a wide elfish smile. "Of course, Master Harry." Mimsy be getting clothes and starting on a celebratory breakfast for the special occasion. She popped away before Harry could refuse. With another pop, 2 sets of clothes appeared on the root beside Harry. Harry dropped Remus's pile onto the man's naked side while Harry set to pulling his soft gray tracksuit pants up his legs and over his hips, hiding the large, shiny white bite scar from the forest. He heard a sigh from below him and was finally treated with his guardian's face. Harry had expected Remus to be worse for wear than Harry, considering Matron Ragnarok had told them it could take months to eliminate the side effects of taking the wolfsbane potion. Still, the man looked more tired than Harry had expected. He had large, black bags under his eyes, and his short, graying hair was sticking up in 3 different directions and flecked with mulch and twigs. Harry despaired at what his hair looked like with its added length and tendency to become as close to a bird's nest as possible. Harry was pleased to see, however, that the only wound on Remus was a single clotted scratch running from the base of his neck to his shoulder. Harry checked himself over, giving Remus a bit of privacy to sleepily dress himself, and found he also had a few wounds. They were only tiny scratches and nicks that Harry's pain tolerance had not even picked up on, but it made Harry feel a bit better to know that something had also happened to him and that Remus wasn't alone in his pain during the night. Even those minor marks slowly healed, but Remus was barely healing itself with the wolfsbane inhibiting his natural healing factor. Once dressed in baggy pants and loose shirts, they made their slow trek back through the forest to the cottage, barefoot, and Harry already felt stifled in the shirt and pants. He wondered how he would survive at Hogwarts the morning after the moon in the stiff uniforms if he wanted to throw the clothes he was wearing back off and make the rest of the journey starkers. Remus blearily followed him as Harry stretched out his muscles and joints, enjoying the warm ache that reminded him of waking up the following day after a long training session with the Quidditch team. "Are you okay?" Remus said, startling Harry into stumbling over a loose rock. Harry turned to the man, finding a more alert look in Remus's amber eyes. He was happy to see that they weren't glowing as they had taken to doing last night. "Better than okay," Harry admitted, smiling widely. "I thought it would be more painful and I'd feel more disoriented, but I can live with this." Remus shook his head with a soft, sad smile. "It is usually worse. I've spent many moons locked away and clawing at my flesh to satisfy the wolf. It wasn't until James and Sirius became animagi that I finally started waking up without so many wounds, without so much pain and emptiness." "Will that happen to me?" Harry asked, brows furrowing, "when I leave for Hogwarts?" Will I have to lock myself in the shack and let my wolf tear me apart? I don't know, Remus admitted sadly. Would you feel safe enough to transform in the forbidden forest? I could meet you in the shack and walk a fair distance into the trees like we did last night. You are a braver man than your father, or I ever was, Remus told him. I'm pleased you have Lily's courage instead of James' reckless boldness. Harry beamed. They enjoyed a lavish buffet of food that morning, and Harry had thought he'd feel more inclined towards the bacon and sausages, like Remus, who barely chewed them before swallowing the meat. The grease and smell, however, made Harry feel sick, so he stuck to the fruits and yogurt. He was craving meat, but preferred anything raw and uncooked. He allowed himself a few slices of raw bacon and thick cuts of ham from the chilled box. They spent the rest of the morning dozing in their separate beds after long, glorious showers. Harry hoped the rest of his moons could go as well as his first, but he greatly doubted it. His luck was abysmal when it came to his day-to-day life. That night, he had a strange and vague dream. She wanted to eat him. He caught glimpses of a twitching, rat-like man who made his injury boil with anger and a strange, small creature that had his head pulse with pain. He woke up in a cold sweat, breathing heavily. His eyes stung with sweat, and his scar flickered as though wrought with phantom pain, and his head ached. He tried to remember what had happened, but the images and details fell like sand through his fingers. All he remembered was the high voice, the giant snake, a dead body, and Peter Pettigrew. He didn't know if he could fall back asleep after a dream like that, but somehow he fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. When morning came, he'd forgotten the whole thing. Harry, Dad got the tickets, Ireland versus Bulgaria, Monday night. Mum's writing to the Muggles to ask you to stay. They might already have the letter. I don't know how fast Muggle Post is. I thought I'd send this with Pig anyway. Pig, we're coming for you whether the Muggles like it or not. You can't miss the World Cup. Only Mum and Dad reckon it's better if we pretend to ask their permission first. If they say yes, send Pig back with your answer pronto, and we'll come and get you at 5 o'clock on Sunday. If they say no, send Pig back pronto, and we'll come and get you at 5 o'clock on Sunday anyway. Hermione's arriving this afternoon. Percy started work at the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Don't mention anything about abroad while you're here unless you want the pants bored off you. See you soon, Ron. Harry laid the letter beside his plate and refused to meet Remus's eyes. He clenched his fists periodically, biting his lip hard enough to taste a trickle of injury seep between his teeth and onto his tongue. The World Cup. That sounds amazing, doesn't it? I'll need to reply and organize a meeting at the Leaky Cauldron. I wonder what the letter to my relatives said. I doubt they're too pleased to be receiving mail on my behalf when I'm not living there anymore. But it's amusing to think I'm still causing problems for them so far away. Remus interrupted Harry's rambling with a soft rap of his fingers on the tablecloth. Harry's mouth clicked shut as he glanced up, meeting worried and understanding eyes. Cub, you can be honest with me, Remus said. Harry's neck felt smaller. You don't have to hide yourself with me. Not here. Harry took a few deep breaths. He still hadn't gotten used to this while living with a responsible adult whose primary concern was his safety and well-being. Remus cared about his opinions and thoughts. Harry's voice was shaky when he spoke. Is it horrible that I don't want to go? I know I have to. They'll be suspicious if I tell them I don't want to escape the Dursleys. But I don't want to leave. I love this place so much. I don't want to go to the Burrow, go to Quidditch, and pretend the world is all right after everything I learned in July. I'm a different person now, we both know it. The compulsions and blocks hid who I am, and I love who I am. What if they don't? What if they blab to Dumbledore and he puts those spells back on me? What if he changes me again and no one realizes? I'm terrified, Moony, Harry mumbled, eyes dipping to his bowl that now held his lukewarm porridge. Harry heard the scrape of the chair opposite him moving back from the table and saw Remus kneeling beside him in his peripheral vision. He kept his eyes on the porridge. Harry, Remus said, Harry's eyes snapping up. Remus smiled kindly at him, looking up from the floor. It's all right to be afraid, but you know things now that can help curb that fear. Master Blordak said your HEIR rings had various protections, remember? The Slytherin and Black rings protect you from malicious mind magics and potions, giving you more awareness and excellent resistance when casting. Harry sniffed loudly as he wiped at his stinging eyes. Even after everything that has happened to him, he still refuses to cry. Though much of the trauma inflicted upon him had begun to heal with all the people around him, scars, both mental and physical, remained long after the wound had closed. Remus stood and pulled Harry into a solid hug against his stomach and chest, carefully cradling Harry's head and patting his wavy black hair that tickled his skin. "Hi, Mr. Weasley." Harry greeted the red-headed man with cornflower blue eyes he'd passed down to his eldest and youngest sons. A tall and lanky twin accompanied him on either side, both boys grinning down at him with mischief glinting in their hazel eyes. But when Harry looked at them closely, he noticed that the identical twins had a slight difference. The right twin, whose smirk was slightly more challenging than the left's, had a glint of green in his hazel orbs, while the left had flecks of blue. They had very similar smells: buttered popcorn and roasted nuts. However, where the twin on the right had the smell of fireworks and bonfires mixed in with his scent, the left twin had a more soothing hint of embers and roasting pine wood. "Hiya," the twin on the right began. "Harry," the twin on the left finished. Their voices were almost identical, but Harry's sensitive ears heard that the left's voice sounded slightly softer than the right's. "Hi, Fred, George." Harry looked from right to left, noting the slight tick in their heartbeats as Harry guessed who was who. The right smirked, but Harry noticed his heart tick up a beat as he spoke. "Wrong guess there, Harrykins," Fred said. "Better luck next time," George said consolingly, a smirk creeping up on his lips. Harry grinned when he realized both their hearts jumped at the lie. "Was I wrong?" he asked, tilting his head to the side as he looked between the two menaces. George's eyes twitched minutely while Fred's smirk grew. "I wonder," he hummed and leapt forward to stand beside Harry. Harry was grateful the orange-haired boy didn't touch him, as he didn't think he could tolerate people right now, what with the shaky goodbye he'd had with Remus and the house elves at the cottage. "Get yourself a new look, Harry?" George asked as he sidled up on Harry's other side at a more sedate pace than his twin. "I like what you've done with your hair," George said, ruffling the thick, dark locks that framed Harry's face and tickled the back of his neck. Harry laughed and found he meant it as he swatted at the hand. "It looks much better this way. Doesn't give me nostalgia of that bird nest that used to live in our windowsill. I forge." Fred clicked his fingers, eyes sparkling with mirth. "That's exactly what it looked like, Gred." Harry laughed with George. "Have you gotten a bit taller too?" Fred wondered, noticing that the top of Harry's head was getting close to his shoulder, where before he wasn't close to it. "Getting a temporary flu system in a muggle house is difficult, and I was prepared to call in a few favors. We should be off now. Molly and the kids await us." Ron wanted to come but hadn't finished his summer homework, so Molly and Hermione told him to stay put. "That girl has barely been at the Burrow a few days, but she's adopted many of my wife's habits already," he laughed. He appreciated everything the Weasleys had done and were willing to do for Harry, but he wasn't very excited. Not when he was leaving Remus alone at the cottage for the remainder of the summer. "Come on, Harry," George called, and Harry shook himself out of his thoughts of a warm, quiet cottage and the first true feeling of home he'd ever had that didn't involve a giant castle. He followed the twins into the flames, clutching his mother's bag close to his chest. His trunk had been shrunk and was kept safely inside one of the many pockets. The Burrow. When he stepped out of the green flames, he first saw the Burrow sitting room and kitchen. Ron, Harry's first friend, grinned widely at him from the kitchen table, where he was scribbling on a large piece of paper with a quill, no doubt finishing his summer homework as Mr. Weasley had said. "Harry, how was your summer?" "It wasn't bad," Harry admitted. "They left me alone mostly, and I spent a lot of time at the park." Harry lied easily. His introduction to Charlie Weasley was amusing to Harry. Contrary to the rest of the Weasley children, Charlie was shorter and stockier than the rest of his brothers, with bulging muscles covered in burn scars. He also had various moving dragon tattoos that inspired Harry for what he wanted his next one to be. "Nice to meet you, Harry," the man grunted, and Harry greeted him back with a warm smile. "You as well." Being introduced to Bill Weasley was hilarious. The eldest Weasley kept a straight but kind face while his eyes glinted with mischief that Harry mirrored. Lovely to finally meet the person I've heard so much about for the past few years. I love the earrings, by the way. Where'd you get them done? Bill asked with a grin, and Harry had to breathe deeply to stop himself from laughing. Bill had been the one to recommend where he got his piercings and tattoos done, after all. Morella's parlor, Harry said, biting the flesh of his inner cheek. She's nice and helped me pick them out. Bill nodded approvingly. That's where I got mine done, too. He touched the thong hanging from his left ear. I got my first tattoo from Morella, Charlie said. She's injured brilliant. Let's go together next time and get you a few tattoos. They'll look great with those earrings. Charles Septimus Weasley. Don't you dare convince a child to get a tattoo. Mrs. Weasley came roaring around a corner, two girls on her heels, giggling behind their hands. Harry thanked her for interrupting, as he didn't think he was a good enough liar to hide that he already had 3 tattoos. He caught a look from Bill and noticed the boy's eyes widen as he saw something peeking beneath the collar of Harry's shirt. Harry scratched at the spot and felt the tiny black snake slither back under his clothes. Hi, Mrs. Weasley. Harry greeted the woman, accepting the full-body hug she was known for, even as his skin crawled from the contact. Without the compulsion to see the woman with familial love, Harry felt her touch slightly more unpleasant than he had before the compulsion had been removed. He wondered if she'd known about it. Hello, Harry dear. It's so good to see you. Her eyes caught sight of the earrings glinting beneath the front pieces of his longer hair, and then she eyed that too. Do you need me to give your hair a trim, dear? I've noticed it's longer than you usually keep it. She pursed her lips. You don't think it's a bit too long? I could give it a bit of a trim for you, dear. Just around the edges a bit. She stroked her wand lovingly, looking like she was about to cast some cutting charm anyway. When Bill appeared beside Harry, the twins on Harry's other side, a hand landed in his hair, and the owner's voice, Fred, spoke up after his eldest brother. I agree. It looks cool and suits him way more. What do you think about growing our hair out, Gred? George shrugged, a grin on his face. Sounds like fun to me, Forge. Mrs. Weasley frowned at her sons, but was quickly forgotten by Harry when a giant bush of brown hair erupted in his face and thin arms flung around his neck. Harry! A shriek erupted beside his ear, and he felt Bill's arm quickly evacuate from his shoulders and the hand on his head disappear with the girl's sudden attack as he stumbled a step in surprise. Oh, it's so good to see you. Have you been eating enough? She pulled back and looked at him, her hands patting his shoulders and arms. Have you been working out? She wondered, cocking her eyebrow. Her line of sight rose slightly as she looked up at him. And what happened to your glasses? Harry chuckled. I made some changes. I converted some galleons to muggle money and bought my own food for the summer. I wanted to grow a bit and learned from a lovely lady at the library that exercise helps. So I've been doing some running and push-ups. He shrugged. I also went to the optometrist to check my eyes, and she recommended contact lenses. They're cool, and I figured that if I were ever dueling someone, it would be too easy for them to summon my glasses off my face and have me fight blind. Hermione nodded and grinned widely, her chocolate brown eyes bright on her dark face. That's brilliant, Harry. I'm so happy for you. She pulled him in for another hug, and he squeezed her back. As he breathed through his nose, he caught her smell. It reminded him of old parchment and sharp peppermint lollies. But something underlying it was so different from most people he'd smelled since becoming a werewolf. Where the Weasleys, Remus and most of the wizards he'd met in Diagon had a variety of depth and richness underlying their scents, Hermione's was light and airy, reminding him of a soft breeze on a warm day. And it was then that he realized. What he was smelling was the different core types. The Weasley family and Remus, who all had dark cores, had deeper and richer smells, while Hermione, a muggle-born witch with a light core, had a lighter smell. It was amazing. He noticed Ginny looking at him from behind his best friend through her thick, curly locks, and he grinned kindly at the girl but didn't let go of his best friend until she did first. Hey Ginny, how's your summer been? Ginny jumped, her face lighting up red, but she didn't run away. It's been terrific, she said, her voice strong and not wavering like it had the previous 2 years whenever Harry addressed her first. I'm glad to hear yours was better, too. Harry nodded, and Hermione pulled away from the embrace. Mrs. Weasley clapped her hands and began shooing everyone out of the kitchen. All right, now that all the greetings are out of the way, I need you lot to start setting up the yard. Charlie and Bill, can you get the tables set up? Fred and George, condiments, and then start taking the food out, please. She pointed to steaming trays of chicken and ham pies, boiled potatoes, and salad. Girls, plates, please, and Ron and Harry, cutlery if you don't mind. A Weasley dinner was, as always, loud and raucous. At least one person was talking to someone sitting at the opposite end of the table to them in a near shout. The food smelled delicious, as always, but Harry's senses were overwhelmed by the combination of noise, people, and roasted food. Harry and Hermione sat with the 9 Weasleys, Percy joining them after complaining loudly about all the noise interrupting his progress on his report about the international standard of cauldron thickness. He and Mr. Weasley conversed at one end of the table about Mr. Crouch, Ludo Bagman, and some ministry witch, Bertha Jorkins, who'd gone missing. In the middle of the table, Mrs. Weasley was arguing with Bill about his earring, and not for the first time, which hadn't been there the previous summer when the family had visited Bill in Egypt, with a horrible, great big thong on it. Honestly, what do they say at the bank? Mom, no one at the bank gives a damn how I dress as long as I bring home plenty of treasure, Bill said, more patiently than Harry would have. He sent Harry a wink and shoved a piece of fluffy potato into his mouth. And your hair's getting silly, dear, Mrs. Weasley continued, and Harry, trying to focus on his food, noticed her glance at him where he sat beside Bill. She fingered her wand lovingly again, like when she'd offered to cut Harry's for him. I wish you'd let me give it a trim. I like it, Ginny said, who sat opposite Bill. You're so old-fashioned, Mom. It makes him look stylish, and besides, it's nowhere near as long as Professor Dumbledore's, is it? Harry bit his tongue when he heard the man's name and had to stop clenching the fork in his hand before he bent it. He felt a subtle tap on his thigh and noticed Bill glancing at him inconspicuously. Harry tried to give the eldest Weasley a reassuring smile, but knew it probably looked more like a grimace if the sympathetic look he earned was anything to go by. Opposite Hermione and Ron, beside him Fred, George, and Charlie were all talking spiritedly about the World Cup they were to travel to the next day. It's got to be Ireland, said Charlie thickly through a mouth of pie and potatoes. Harry immediately realized where Ron had developed his habit of talking with a full mouth. They flattened Peru in the semifinals. Bulgaria has got Victor Krum, though, Fred challenged. Harry nodded his agreement. Since getting his own wizarding wireless, he had followed the World Cup's progression over the summer and had been lucky to catch a match replay. He and Remus had spent comfortable afternoons reading while listening to the match commentary. That was horrendous, Harry agreed, earning a strange look from Ron sitting on Hermione's other side. How would you know? He wondered, mouth just as full as Charlie's. Harry looked at his friend strangely. I got a wizarding wireless in Diagon Alley. He shrugged, happy that Mrs. Weasley had been pulled into a conversation with Mr. Weasley about Percy's work. How else would I keep up with Quidditch? Ron squinted his eyes. How much does one of those cost? He asked. Harry tilted his head back and forth, considering whether to lie to his friend, knowing his insecurities about money. I think mine was a bit more expensive than the standard ones are, he admitted, his shoulders tensing slightly as he felt his friend's magic pulse. A whiff of sour apple drifted to him, giving him a strong impression of growing envy. I had to get one of the better ones that work around Muggle technology, so it was a couple of galleons. He shrugged as if it wasn't a big deal, and could see his friend's frown grow. A couple of gall Ron began, but was interrupted. Hey Harry, wanna play a round of Quidditch when we return from the World Cup? George asked, likely noticing his baby brother's sudden emotional upheaval. Harry could see Hermione release a sigh of relief at the interruption. Don't want you getting rusty if we want to bag the cup again this year. Yeah, sure. Sounds fun. I haven't been on my broom all summer. Harry silently thanked the twins for being so attuned to the emotional state of others. The dessert was as delicious as always in the Weasley household, but very sweet to Harry's sensitive taste buds. He'd become spoiled by the fresh fruits Mimsy always served with her puddings and cakes but didn't have the heart to ask for any. When the rest of the family were distracted by a story Mr. Weasley was telling about having to find a man for charming a muggle fridge to sing about the contents, Ron leaned over Hermione and whispered, "So have you heard from Sirius lately?" Hermione looked at him with the same question in her eyes, her mouth full of ice cream and pudding. Harry tried hard not to frown. Sirius had sent him 2 letters since Harry had watched the man fly off on the back of Buckbeak, Hagrid's convicted hippogriff on death row. In it, Sirius understandably confided he couldn't specify where he hid away from the Ministry and Dementors. Harry liked to think he was somewhere warm and tropical, but the thought was pushed aside by the man's paranoid raving about watching for Death Eaters, Wormtail, Voldemort, and every other no-good crook in Britain. Harry hadn't heard anything since. Remus had assured him that Sirius still cared greatly about him. However, he did admit that even before Azkaban, Sirius was always the more paranoid one regarding authority figures watching and tracking him and his friends. Harry appreciated the man trying to defend his godfather, so he promptly ignored the doubts growing in his head. Not recently, he admitted he sent a letter the other week. What did he say? Ron urged eagerly, almost making his chest kiss his ice cream. Harry glanced at his friend before taking another spoonful of pudding. Was this how they always discussed sensitive and secret information? In plain view of others and barely below a whisper. This isn't the best place to talk about it, is it? He asked, subtly nodding his chin at the boy's family laughing at something Mr. Weasley had said. Ron frowned. They're not even listening, he said. But Hermione nodded to Harry's caution. He's right, Ron. We can't risk his safety by talking about him around anyone, even your family, especially if we're using his real name and not a pseudonym, she explained. Ron rolled his eyes. Lighten up, Hermione. And since when were you offering sensible opinions, Harry? Are you and Hermione swapping personalities? Are you going to be brainy while she's a trouble magnet? Ron asked, taking a large spoonful of ice cream into his mouth. What? Harry asked, furrowing his brows. What are you talking about? Ron opened his mouth, but thankfully, Mrs. Weasley glanced at her wristwatch and gasped loudly. My! Look at the time. You'd all best be off to bed. You'll be up at dawn to make it to the World Cup. Harry, leave your school list out in the morning. I'll get your things for you tomorrow in Diagon Alley. I'm getting everyone else's. Dumbledore's already sent me your vault key, and there might not be time after the World Cup. The match went on for 5 days last time, she told them as they started to clear the table, bringing piles of dishes into the kitchen. You don't have to worry about my school supplies, Mrs. Weasley. I went to Diagon a few days ago with Neville, so I've already got everything. You can give me the key now. It'd be nice to have it on me instead of needing to ask for it. He held his hand out expectantly. He, Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley, Bill and the twins were the only people still outside, everyone else having taken some plates and dishes inside while Mrs. Weasley spoke. She looked startled to hear Harry had already bought his school supplies and was even more startled when he stood there waiting for her to give him his. Useless? But she didn't need to know that. Trust vault key. Harry had revealed to Bill his first inheritance test while they ate breakfast in Harry's private ward at Gringotts before he let Remus bite him. Bill had been shocked when he learned about the amount of manipulation Dumbledore had blanketed Harry with to control the boy's life. But discovering that the man had illegally taken possession of not only the key to Harry's trust vault but also a priceless, most noble and most ancient family heirloom and not returned it until 6 months after Harry was supposed to have inherited it was practically sacrilege to the cursebreaker. Mrs. Weasley hesitated. Dumbledore asked me to return it to him after I'd finished your shopping, Harry. She tried to explain, but Harry furrowed his brows. But Dumbledore is technically one of your guardians, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said, smiling kindly. But he said he wasn't, Harry said, surprising Mrs. Weasley further. What? At the end of my first year, I asked to stay at Hogwarts or go somewhere else for the summer, but he said I had to remain with my relatives and that they were my guardians. He said he wasn't one and could not let me leave their home. So he has no right over the key to my vault. Right? He asked. Mrs. Weasley visibly swallowed, and her smile turned shaky. I'm sure he didn't mean it like, Mum, Harry is well within his rights to keep the key to his trust vault, Bill said from behind Harry. Harry looked back slightly to see the man's periwinkle blue eyes. Dark. I'd understand if it was his main vault, But even then, only his legal guardian has the right to withhold his keys from him, and neither you nor Dumbledore has that right. Bill, don't interrupt, Mrs. Weasley began. But Bill interrupted her again. I have every right, Mum. I work for Gringotts, even if I am a cursebreaker and not a manager, and one of the stipulations to work with the bank concerns being up to date with the policies and regulations, including the matter of false guardians manipulating children into letting them access their trust vaults. It happens more often than you'd think, and the punishment is hefty. He put his thumb and index finger together, rubbing them back and forth with a raised eyebrow. Mrs. Weasley turned slightly pale as Bill spoke and quickly dug her hand into the front pocket of her flowery apron, pulling out a tiny iron key. Dear Harry, dear, I'm sure Dumbledore wasn't keeping it from you, but only making sure it was safe and that you didn't lose it. I'm sure he'd agree you're mature enough to keep it on. Early morning for us, Gred. Fred agreed dramatically. Well then, mother, father, brother, George began. We bid you adieu, Fred finished. The two bowed with a flourish, pulling Harry along, and he laughed. Good night, he called back to the three still standing in the garden as the twins dragged him into the house. Bill gave him a reassuring smile that Harry grinned back at, while Mr. Weasley waved, a jolly smile on his face. Mrs. Weasley looked troubled, but Harry was pulled through the doorway and out of sight before he could dwell on it. You've got some explaining to do, George murmured, glancing up the mix-and-match spiral staircase for their nosy siblings. Little brother from another mother, Fred finished with a mischievous grin. Harry looked between the two consideringly. Would you two swear on the Marauders not to reveal it? Harry challenged, expecting the two to laugh, but instead got surprised and curious looks between them, like they were using legilimency on one another. For a moment, he wondered if that was how they were so in sync. Muggles did have a theory about identical twins being connected in strange ways. Twin telepathy? Is this a dangerous secret? Fred began. Something the adults can't know? George continued. Something a certain adult shouldn't know. That you know? Harry blinked. How did you two? Fred smirked while George grinned. Amongst our many glorious titles, George said. One of our less well-known monikers is the Barons of Blackmail, Fred said. Some things can only be learned through careful observation and assumptions. The best blackmail is never spoken or seen but pieced together. Useful, Harry eventually admitted, grinning at the two. I can't tell you what you want to know here, and I don't think I'd feel safe with the information floating around your heads undefended. If you can learn occlumency, I'll tell you the details, but until then, don't look Dumbledore in the eye if you don't want your mind read. The twins' eyes widened as they followed him up the stairs and entered Ron's room. The walls were bright orange with Chudley Cannon posters, the players zipping around a giant Quidditch pitch. Ron wasn't in the room, likely occupying the bathroom before someone else could. As he told Harry in the summer before their second year, there was usually a riot with the single bathroom shared amongst the siblings. Here, he pulled his trunk from his leather bag, which he hadn't let out of sight since arriving at the burrow. His wolf very protective of both items and the lingering smell of lavender and cedarwood that remained. He unshrunk the trunk and opened it with a slight spark of his magic, switching to the azalea compartment. He quickly flicked through the shelves until he came upon the protection charm Your Mind, a practical guide to counter legilimens. He quickly pulled it out and handed it over before changing the compartment on his trunk back to Lily. The disguised trunk was meant for Muggles to see, but Harry had decided to use it when other people were around. Very nice trunk, Harrykins. Where'd you get it? Fred asked, examining it appreciatively. Harry's smile became strained. My mum left me birthday presents with Gringotts for safekeeping. She made me a customized trunk, satchel, and wand holster, and I was supposed to get them when I was 11. I didn't know about it until I went to Gringotts at the start of this summer. They'd been sitting in her vault this whole time, and they're the last gifts she'll ever give me. George placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder, gripping it firmly. I'm glad you found them, Harry. You deserve to keep whatever you can of them. Harry breathed thickly, his eyes stinging. Fred grinned. Have you become a little bookworm on us, Harrykins? The Goblet of Fire, the Quidditch World Cup. Harry woke before she could touch him. His eyes snapped open when the tiny, barely perceptible squeak of the door hinges disturbed the quiet breaths of the twins and the loud snores of his best friend. As the door opened, the light from the hall illuminated the dark room, and the shadow of a woman stopped in the doorway when the light fell on Harry, who stared blearily at her. "Oh, Harry, you're awake?" she asked, and Harry squinted, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "Mrs. Weasley?" he croaked, his neck dry and his mouth parched. He reached for the bedside table and was dismayed to find no water. He'd become too dependent on Mimsy, always providing him a full glass of slightly chilled water every morning when he inevitably forgot to place it out the night before. House elves made life so convenient and easy. He vowed never to take them for granted. "What time is it?" Harry groaned and sat up. He heard the old springs of the pull-out beds at his feet squeaking, and two bright red bed heads popped up simultaneously. "Mum? Harry, what's you doing up for? It's time already?" Harry pulled the curtain back slightly on the window and noticed the bright white crescent moon peering down at him. He looked at his watch and saw the small quartz moon mirroring the real one in the sky. "It's 4 in the morning." Harry groaned his complaint as Mrs. Weasley approached her youngest son, still snoring away like a chainsaw. "You've got a bit of a hike, boys, and we need to get breakfast for you all. Get dressed and come down quickly. I need to wake the girls up." Mrs. Weasley left 4 groggy teenage boys, 3 of whom stood and stretched, getting ready, while the 4th pulled the covers over his head and promptly went back to sleep. When Harry was dressed and able to stand without falling into the wall, he moved over to the lump of sheets that was Ron Weasley and nudged it with his foot.
No.
Ron groaned, and Harry chuckled. "Come on, up you get." Harry yanked the cover from his friend, exposing Ron in his bright orange Chudley Cannon pajamas set. The boy shivered lightly, squinting grumpily up at Harry. "Meet us downstairs or we'll leave you behind." Harry slung his satchel over his shoulder and contemplated taking his trunk with them, but he quickly shook the paranoid thoughts from his head. He trusted the Weasley family, and his trunk was warded to Merlin and back. If anything, he should be taking it in case Mrs. Weasley got a bit too eager and tried to wash his clothes as she did for her children, saving her from whatever nasty precautions his mother created for the trunk. Harry lifted his arms, showing the white printed rock shirt from Guns N' Roses. He discovered that he liked the Muggle rock bands, Guns N' Roses, Red Hot Chili Peppers, and especially Nirvana. There were others, but those 3 were his favorites at the moment. Every day he was thankful that he'd splurged on his wizarding wireless and got the model to catch the Muggle radio frequencies. Muggle music was leagues better than wizard music. He tucked the front of the shirt into washed jeans, showing the silver buckle of a black belt and his plain black, high-top Converse on his feet. His wrists were adorned with his watch and leather straps that he and Remus had made. In the days between the full moon and leaving for the burrow, Harry and Remus had invested in learning about werewolf traditions and what it meant to be a pack, and the one that preserved the most dignity. They'd made 3 with the same scent-infused leather his wristwatch was made of, 2 thick braided leather straps infused with Remus injury and a thinner piece of leather with 6 beads, 1 for each of his houses, both by injury and by airship. Each had a small rune carved into it, expertly done by Remus, that Harry had chosen based on his view of the house and its beliefs. Blue bead, House of Ravenclaw Athala, the rune of wisdom and talent. Red bead, House of Gryffindor Tawaz, the rune of bravery and sacrifice for the greater good. Green bead, House of Slytherin and Suz, the rune of communication and breath. Black bead, House of Black Manaz, the rune of balance and divine potential. Brown bead, House of Potter Algies, the rune for luck, protection and sanctuary. Silver bead, House of Peveril Iwaz, the rune for the mystery of life, death, and the veil. Even now, Harry felt the flame of his wolf in his chest settle as Remus' soothing scent of parchment and books, smoky bark and pelt, and the subtle bitter sweetness of chocolate wafted from his wrist every time he passed it through the air. His outfit, mixed with his slightly longer, messily wavy hair, pulled into a half bun at the back of his head, 6 earrings and missing his glasses, Harry looked like a Muggle kid who had what his classmates in primary school would call cool parents. He was leagues away from Harry Potter, the small boy who was a clone of James Potter, swamped in second-hand clothes. If they saw his tattoos, Harry thought the twins might beg him to help them get their own secretly or faint. "You look cool, mate," Fred said. Very cool, George agreed, grinning. How are you still single? Hey Harry, can we ask you to do something for us? Fred began. Harry eyed them warily. What is it? He asked. You never agreed to do a favor for the twins without knowing what it was first. He'd learnt that very early on in the Gryffindor common room. It's nothing difficult. We noticed your bag has one of those expansion charms on it. Can we assume it has some protections as well? George asked. Harry nodded, still very wary. Are they against summoning charms, too? Yes, Fred grinned. Could we ask you to carry our product to the World Cup for us? Product? Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, George said. What's Weasley's Wizard Wheezes? Harry asked. It's our dream, said Fred. Our legacy, said George. The bane of our mother's existence, said Fred. Her greatest disappointment, said George. Harry's head turned to look at each twin as they spoke. He couldn't help but grin. Right? Okay. Walking through the fields to Stoteshed Hill before dawn was peaceful. They'd set a course for the small Muggle village, Ottery St. Catchpole, as it sat right in front of the hill they aimed for. It was chilly, and the moon sat on the horizon, glowing faintly amongst a galaxy of stars. Harry simultaneously felt the black air ring grow faintly warmer, and the little flame in his chest, where his wolf tattoo was usually content to sit on top, glow as if the constellations he vaguely recognized and the moon gave both strength. He felt the wolf moving around his chest, bounding along the planes of his skin and running laps around his waist. He got used to the ticklish feeling at night, which became a soothing focus when he meditated. They trudged down a dark, dank lane as they passed the Muggle houses. Harry, content as his new werewolf anatomy gave him the advantage of seeing better in the dark. Where a few of the others tripped over a stray stick or root, Harry stepped over them gracefully. Harry thanked his past self as they hiked up the hill. The others huffed as they ventured up the steep incline, while Harry had to hold himself back from racing to the top, his energy and adrenaline growing with his excitement. He was used to running the forests near this time, and his muscles ached with the need to do more. When they reached the summit, Harry glanced around the ground for the portkey Mr. Weasley had been explaining to him about during the trek to the village. Not even slightly winded. Phew, panted Mr. Weasley behind him, cleaning his glasses on his green vest while the others behind him bent over and breathed heavily, elbows on their knees. Well, we've made good time. We've got 10 minutes. Hermione appeared over the edge of the crest of the hill last, clutching a stitch in her side that had Harry wincing sympathetically. He moved over to her, let her cross her arms over his left shoulder, and leaned against his side, huffing as she glared at Harry's incredible stamina and lung capacity. Stupid Quidditch player, she mumbled, loud enough for the others to hear and laugh tiredly. Oi, we play Quidditch too, Fred barked, bent over with his elbows on his knees. And even we're puffing, George complained, his arms crossed over his head. Don't tell me you've been following Oliver's insane workout schedule? Fred gasped, staring at Harry in horror. Harry only smiled at them. George shuddered. That's dedication, mate. Everyone laughed. All right. Mr. Weasley clapped his hands, gaining their attention. Let's have a look for this portkey. He replaced the glasses on his face and began looking around the grass at the tired complaints of the others. Harry heard a few swear words as they picked themselves up from the ground, which he could only chuckle at. It won't be big. Come on, you lot. They spread out, searching in the splinters of light beginning to peek through the hue of the horizon in the east, when Harry thought he heard 2 sets of footsteps moving across the grass. He cocked his head and looked in the direction the steps were coming from. Hermione, who was trailing through the grass near him, glanced at him. Harry! Harry nodded in the direction he was looking and didn't need to wait long when a shout rent the cool air. Over here, Arthur. Over here, we've got it. 2 tall figures were silhouetted against the starry sky on the other side of the hilltop. A breeze passed over the hill, causing the others to shiver, but Harry caught their scents as the wind rushed past the 2 strangers. The other person smelled younger and of broom polish, green apples, and some cologne that Harry realized had nothing to do with their magic. Something in the scent also made Harry think of the older stranger, giving Harry a strange thought that the 2 were likely related. Like the older, he also had a dark core and was likely also a pureblood. Harry had only met one person who had a dark core but wasn't a traditional pureblood in more than one way. Even though Remus had a purely dark core, he was not a conventional pureblood, as his father, a wizard, had married his mother, a muggle. Because she wasn't a squib and had no core at all, Remus inherited his father's core type only. Despite this, Remus was still considered a half-injury. "Amos," Mr. Weasley greeted cheerfully, smiling as he strode over to the man who'd shouted, the rest following behind him like a group of ducklings. Mr. Weasley shook hands with the ruddy-faced wizard with a scrubby brown beard, holding a moldy-looking old boot in his other hand. When Harry got a whiff of the boot, he realized it was where the strange smell of scales came from and knew that it was the portkey. He briefly wondered why his own portkeys didn't smell like that. All he got from them was the comforting smell of smoke, ash, and campfires. "This is Amos Diggory, everyone," said Mr. Weasley. "He works at the Ministry in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. And I think you know his son, Cedric?" Harry admired Cedric, as the other boy had felt bad for not noticing Harry's distress when he'd fallen from his broom before taking the opportunity to catch the snitch, and had insisted on a rematch, but was denied. Harry hadn't felt any anger against the Hufflepuff for the win and had told Cedric he'd earned it. They hadn't needed a rematch when Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup, after all. "Hi," said Cedric, lifting a hand to wave awkwardly at them all. Harry smiled kindly at him as he said, "Hi back," and Cedric relaxed slightly as the others copied Harry. He sent Harry a curious raised eyebrow when he noticed the changes Harry had undergone over the summer, but Harry ignored the look as he focused on the two on either side of him. Fred and George merely nodded at the Hufflepuff, and Harry elbowed them discreetly in the ribs. They had never quite forgiven Cedric for catching the snitch the previous year while Harry was taking a swan dive through the sky. He remembered how scared the two had been, hiding beneath humor as they always did while looking at him in his cot with worry in the hospital wing. "Long walk, Arthur?" Cedric's father, Mr. Diggory, asked. "Not too bad," said Mr. Weasley. "We live just on the other side of the village." "You had to get up at 2, didn't we?" said. "I tell you, I'll be glad when he's got his apparition test. Still, I'm not complaining. Quidditch World Cup. Wouldn't miss it for a sack full of galleon sand. The tickets cost about that. Mind you, looks like I got off easy." Mr. Diggory peered at the group of them good-naturedly. "All these yours, Arthur?" Mr. Weasley chuckled. "Oh no, only the redheads. These are Ron's friends, Hermione and Harry." "Merlin's beard," interrupted Mr. Diggory, his eyes widening as they landed on Harry, noticing the lightning bolt scar on his forehead where his front bangs usually covered it. Harry had neglected to keep the front part of his hair down, forgetting that people outside Gringotts liked to gawp at him. He'd gotten too comfortable revealing his forehead and scar at the cottage. Harry Potter? Ced's talked about you, of course," said Mr. Diggory. "Told us all about playing against you last year. I said to him, that'll be something to tell your grandchildren, that will. You beat Harry Potter." Harry couldn't think of any reply to this and tried to stop the strain in his smile from showing, but remained silent. Fred and George both scowled much the same way they did when they left the burrow that morning when Mrs. Weasley had accosted them, making sure they weren't carrying any Weasley wizard wheezes on them, and then used a summoning spell to try and find anything hidden on their persons. She'd found a few pieces they'd made sure to hide on themselves as a decoy while Harry quietly slipped out the front door with a wide smile. Harry noticed Cedric's face redden with embarrassment. "Yes, but you didn't fall off, did you?" roared Mr. Diggory genially, slapping his son on his back. Harry was surprised he didn't stumble forward like Harry would have done. Always modest, said, always the gentleman. But the best man won. I'm sure Harry'd say the same, wouldn't you, eh? One falls off his broom. One stays on. You don't need to be a genius to tell which one's the better flyer. He barked a loud laugh that rang across the top of the hill. Harry knew at that moment that even though the compulsion Dumbledore had placed on him that manipulated him to be more careless was gone, he knew he was a reckless person by nature and a little shit at heart. He opened his mouth before Mr. Weasley could. "I agree," he said, surprising the others when the silence had gone on a moment too long. Mr. Diggory smiled, but it froze at the look in Harry's startling green eyes as his mouth opened again. I'm sure if Cedric had heard his mother's dying words, begging Voldemort to kill her and not him, he would have kept hold of his broom. He smiled innocently with a tilt to his head at the man whose face paled to ash. We need to train more so Gryffindor can beat Hufflepuff this year, right guys? He turned to Fred and George, who were looking at him with slightly wide eyes but quickly began smiling broadly, if slightly more exaggeratedly than they usually would. Of course.
Oi.
Diggory, you better be prepared. Gryffindor is going to kick you Puffs so far up the... Alright, it must be nearly time, Mr. Weasley quickly interrupted Fred, pulling his watch out to check the time. Do you know whether we're waiting for any more? Amos? Mr. Diggory tore his appalled gaze from Harry's look of pure innocence and turned back to Mr. Weasley with much difficulty. He coughed loudly and shook himself to try to bring back his composure. No, the Lovegoods have been there for a week already, and the Fawcett's couldn't get tickets, said Mr. Diggory weakly, and Harry latched onto the statement. The Lovegoods, like his cousin through his mother's maternal family, the Ravenclaw house, Luna Lovegood? He vowed he'd find the girl before the match started. His attention was returned to the conversation when Mr. Weasley looked at him and Hermione. All right, you two. You need to touch the portkey, that's all. A finger will do, he instructed them, and Harry had to stop himself from telling the man he was very familiar with portkeys. They thought he was still ignorant and unable to learn about the wizarding world from his muggle relatives. With difficulty, owing to everyone's bulky packs of equipment and sleeping bags, sans Harry's magic bag, the 9 crowded around the old boot held out by Mr. Diggory. They all stood in a tight circle as a chill breeze swept over the hilltop. Nobody spoke. It suddenly occurred to Harry how peculiar this would look to a muggle if they wandered up here and found 2 men and a group of children, clutching this manky old boot in the semi-darkness. Waiting. 3. Muttered Mr. Weasley, one eye still on his watch. It happened immediately, and Harry was glad he'd prepared himself. He felt as though a hook had just been latched onto the space behind his navel, and with a hard yank, he was jerked forward without choice. It was a completely different experience from his permanent portkeys. As his feet left the ground and the huddle of bodies around him squished them into each other like sardines in a can, the world dissolved in a howling wind of swirling colors, and the smell of scales exploded in Harry's senses. He lifted his other hand to clamp it to his mouth and nose, blocking out the assault on his senses. He wanted to pull his hand away and get out of this before he threw up on his friends. His feet slammed into the ground, buckling his knees as they collided with the hard-packed dirt beneath him. Ron staggered into him, toppling over face first. The magic and horrific stench of the portkey finally disappeared, leaving a lingering aroma to cling to them. Harry looked around, his vision still swimming and trying desperately not to throw up his breakfast. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Diggory and Cedric were standing, looking windswept, while the rest were groaning on the ground. Harry looked away as Ron gagged, grimacing. 5:07 from Stowshed Hill, said a voice behind Harry. He flinched, whipping around as his eyes suddenly zeroed in on the bizarrely dressed men on the deserted stretch of Misty Moor. One wore a tweed suit with thigh-length galoshes, and his colleague, a kilt and poncho. Sounds filtered into Harry's range. Echoes of voices, birds twittering, and strange bangs that Harry assumed were spells backfiring. It was overwhelming after the murmurs of the hike. Morning, Basil greeted Mr. Weasley, picking up the boot and handing it to the kilted wizard, who threw it into a large box with random useless objects that stank of scales. But he also noticed that scent was fading on the objects as time passed. The smell clung to their group far more potently than the box of used portkeys. "Hello there, Arthur," said the man in galoshes. He reeked of the moor, fire, whiskey, and a mix of airy with a slight undertone of depth that let Harry know the man had a shade of grey core. Harry could also smell that the man was quite ripe, and he wrinkled his nose. "Not on duty, eh? It's all right for some. We've been here all night. You'd better get out of the way. We've got a big party arriving from the Black Forest at 5:15. Hang on. I'll find your campsite. Weasley, Weasley, Weasley." He consulted his parchment list. "About a quarter of a mile's walk over there. First field you come to. The site manager is called Mr. Roberts. Diggory, second field. ask for Mr. Payne. While setting up their site with two far too small tents, Harry quickly wished he knew more about Muggle camping when the pole sprang out of the hole for the second time to whack him in the face. Oops. Sorry, Harry, Hermione apologized. It's all right. Harry grunted and wrestled with the pole until it was connected to the strange two-way pin sticking out of the ground. Mr. Weasley tried to help, but he was more of a nuisance than anything else, and Harry and Hermione couldn't find it in themselves to deny the man from assisting when he was so happy. Finally, after much struggle and curses muttered under their breaths, they managed to set up both tents. They were small and looked like they could only fit a single person in each, rather than the party of 10 staying in them, more a swag than authentic tents, but he could also smell magic on both of them. He knew there was more to them than what he could see. Mr. Weasley stuck his head inside the right one and called back out to them. It'll be a bit of a squeeze, but we'll manage for a few days. Come have a look. The tent had the interior of a large room with a lounge area, kitchen, and rows of bunk beds. Harry marveled at the space and wished he'd had something like this to live out of in the backyard of the Dursleys. It was bigger than the downstairs of the Dursleys' house, and far bigger than the smallest bedroom. Wow! Harry gawped in awe. Magic is amazing. Ron shrugged at Harry and Hermione's amazement. It's not that great, he said, moving past them into the kitchen and starting to look around the cupboards. Mr. Weasley called out to him, "We won't be using any of that, Ron. We're trying to be incognito, so we must cook our food the Muggle way on a campfire," he announced with unrestrained excitement. His children groaned loudly while Harry chuckled. "Come on now, let's divide you all into groups and finish these tasks. Afterwards, you can all relax and look around for your friends." Everyone agreed, some more begrudgingly than others. The twins were sent to collect firewood from the nearby forest, where Harry could see, through the tops of the trees, a towering stadium already flashing with lights. He could guess that the teams were warming up. Ginny was responsible for arranging everyone's supplies and assigning bunks. She and Hermione slept together in the much smaller tent beside the boys' tent. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were sent with 3 plastic water drums for them to carry enough water for the day from the communal tap. They located the tap on the map and set out cheerily, looking at the variety of tents they passed. Some were expertly disguised as those belonging to Muggles, while a larger majority were so strange that Harry thought even other wizards might think it over the top. He remembered Mr. Weasley's words on their journey to their campsite. "Wizards, we can't help showing off when we get together." Harry chuckled as he watched a little boy poking a slug with a wand, making the slimy bug bulge and swell, before the boy's mother swooped in to scold him and stepped on it. The trio laughed as they listened to the boy crying out over his busted slug, while the woman exclaimed, "Yuck!" Hermione couldn't stop giggling and had to step out of the line. Harry took her drum and filled it up for her before she could return. He waved her off, and they started the journey back to the Weasleys' tent. They passed by many familiar faces, tired but excited as they rose from their tents. They saw a group of 5th years, Harry recognizing Cho Chang among them, the pretty Ravenclaw seeker he had won against the previous year, who waved at him. He smiled and waved back, earning a sly grin from Ron. Harry quirked a brow at his friend. They found their Gryffindor dorm mates, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, sitting in a completely green campsite decked with shamrocks for the Ireland team. They couldn't refuse Seamus' mother, Mrs. Finnegan, and confirmed their unwavering support for Ireland. When they arrived back at the campsite, they were greeted by Mr. Weasley, happily failing to start the fire. "Dad's having fun with the matches," Fred told them when they arrived, his expression bored. True enough, there was a pile of broken matches beneath Mr. Weasley. "Let me show you, Mr. Weasley." Harry took a match from the dwindling box and swiped the red end across the edge, lighting the matchstick with a quick flick of his wrist. He held it to the crumpled ball of newspaper and watched the fire start from the center and slowly spread. "Fascinating," Mr. Weasley said and stared hungrily at the flames. Harry chuckled at the man's enthusiasm. Soon enough, Bill, Charlie, and Percy arrived, looking well-rested and perky for lunch. Fred, George, Ginny, and Ron glowered at them, earning a taunting smirk from Charlie, who chased his younger siblings around. Percy stuck his nose at the roughhousing, while Mr. Weasley, Bill, Harry, and Hermione were content to watch and laugh. They had a lovely breakfast of sausages roasted on sticks around the fire, and Harry stood when their bellies were full. "I'm going to head out and see if there's anyone else we know from school here," he told the group, shouldering his satchel. Ron got to his feet. "I'll come with." He brushed off his pants. "Us too," Fred and George called out. "We might be able to make some sales," George whispered to Harry. "Want to look around with me, Ginny?" Hermione asked the only girl in their group, earning her a sparkling-eyed smile. "Sounds fun." Harry ducked away in the growing crowd quickly. It took no time for Ron to get distracted enough for Harry to pass between the tents and disappear after he handed off the twins' Weasley Wizard Wheezy products to them. He felt bad for ditching his friend, but also wanted to find the Lovegoods independently. He didn't know why, but he had a gut feeling it should just be him when he found them, and he knew he would find them. He ducked between people wandering between campsites and greeting their neighbors cheerily as he checked the signs for the name Lovegood and the faces of the people to match. The mousy girl on the tapestry of his family tree. The campsite was large, and he had a sinking feeling that they were on a whole other campsite when he caught a flicker of long, curly, ashen blonde hair. Hope skyrocketing, he moved towards it and found a small, blue tent with a hole in the roof and 2 bean bags around a bright red flat stone boiling a kettle. On one of the bean bags was a man whose features and coloring reminded Harry of Lucius Malfoy, with his long, thin nose and white blonde hair. But where Lucius Malfoy wore perfectly tailored black clothes and kept his hair slicked back and straight, this man had knitted woolen clothes in bright colors, and his hair was frizzy like he'd washed it but forgot to run it through a comb. His pants, which were lime green, were paired with a darker green cardigan and white shirt, and he wore a strange necklace with bottle caps around his neck. His eyes were pitch black and stared at Harry with a vacancy that made Harry think the man wasn't aware he was standing in front of him. Beside him was a small wisp of a girl whose portrait matched that of Luna Lovegood on Harry's tapestry, and he grinned triumphantly. She had waist-length ashen blonde hair and fair white skin. Her eyes were large, and the color was such a pale silvery gray that they almost blended in with the whites of her eyes. She looked haunting but also very pretty. She wore a pastel green knee-length dress with dark green stockings and a matching green cardigan to the man, her father, if Harry had to take a guess. She noticed his presence and turned her gaze from the kettle to smile at him. Compared to the small, mousy girl in front of him, he was the far stranger of the two. His grin grew and he found himself speaking.
Hello, Luna Lovegood.
Her eyes widened, and a spark glinted in her pale eyes. He wondered if it was from recognition, surprise, or both. "You know who I am?" she asked, tilting her head. Harry nodded and considered the way she'd greeted him. Did she enjoy unsettling people she'd never spoken to before? It was amusing, he couldn't deny. "Of course. I've come to learn recently that we're related." Luna tilted her head the other way while the man seemed to blink himself back into reality. He must have been listening because he didn't ask who Harry was, though the scar was probably a massive giveaway, and instead mirrored Luna's head tilt. "Is that so, young man?" Harry nodded again. "Yes. May I sit with you?" They obliged, so he sat opposite their bean bags on a patch of clean grass, coming closer to the red stone, which radiated delicious heat on the chilly morning. Even though his body has produced more heat since becoming a werewolf, the repercussions of his malnutrition and upbringing have made it difficult for him to be warm in his bones. "We are related?" Luna asked him. Harry's smile widened. "Yes. Your mother is of the Ravenclaw bloodline, yes." Harry checked. Luna nodded, and Harry found it odd that her gaze did not become sad like her father's, his entire body drooping with the reminder of the woman who, Harry knew, had passed away 4 years ago if his tapestry was correct. "So was my mother," Harry admitted. Harry nodded his agreement. She was descended from Hestia Yaxley, née Ravenclaw's squib daughter, Almeda, while your mother was descended from her magical daughter, Caldwella. We believe she was either abandoned or left for the Muggle world, because her name changed from Yaxley to a Muggle one. Cook. Interesting, the man said. He looked at his hands for long moments before he looked back at Harry. "Xenophilius Lovegood," he said, holding his hand for Harry to shake. Harry was startled momentarily before he took the man's hand and shook back. Harry Evans Potter. Truly. Yes, Mr. Lovegood. So, what does that make us? Luna asked, her eyes no longer as vacant as they had been. She was looking at him, and Harry could see the uncertainty, the fear. Harry saw, in that vulnerable moment, how she tried to hide her loneliness by not caring what others thought of her. By acting balmy enough, only people serious about being her friend would stick around. She was like him. It means we're cousins, Luna. He held out a hand. We're family. Family. She reached for his hand, but didn't take it. Not yet. And friends, if you want. I know better than most that injury is not everything. Nonsense about injury purity and family legacy doesn't mean shit. But I'd like it if we got to know each other and be a real family. He ducked his head, his cheeks red. Luna watched him, her eyes ghosting over him, seeing things around him that only she could. She smiled. You've lost your Raxperts, Harry Evans Potter, she said, staring at a spot beside his scar. They infest your brain through your ears. They disrupt your focus and cause confusion. I'm glad you've lost yours. Your head was full of them. Harry laughed. It was light and free. You're right, he admitted, and her eyes sparkled at his confirmation. Call me Harry.
Luna Brayton.
The top box was awash with light and the chatter of foreign dignitaries. Minister Fudge greeted and smiled at those around him with so much supplication that Harry wondered how Britain was still standing. Indeed, the rest of the world would have pushed this man around if they knew how much he wanted to submit to their whims for a moment of acknowledgement. Harry sat in the front row with Bill on his left and George on his right. Ron had moved to sit in George's spot when they first found their seats, but it was swiftly stolen. Too slow, Ronikins. Fred chuckled, sitting next to his twin. Ron huffed and rolled his eyes but did not make a fuss, instead sitting with Hermione and Ginny. Harry had raised a brow at the twins, who'd shrugged. You ditched dear baby Ron, I heard? Fred admitted quietly, his gaze curious. Has something happened between you? George whispered. Harry shook his head. No, nothing's happened. I just needed to talk to someone. Alone. I can keep some secrets from Ron and Hermione. Can't I? Of course you can, Harry, Bill said, as his arm appeared around his shoulder, pulling him into Bill's side. Everyone has one secret or another, and they don't want even the person closest to them to know. It's not a crime, he reassured. Harry sagged and smiled at the three red-headed brothers.
I'm George, Harry.
I was wearing red this morning, remember? Fake George smirked at Harry, and Harry knew he was trying to catch him and reveal their identifying difference. How do you know which of us is which anyway? It mustn't be good if you've forgotten who's who already, Fake Fred added. Harry grinned, the glint in his bright green eyes cocky. Another secret. It's why I also know that you two swapped shirts while you were off selling your product. He smirked and pointed at the twin in the green shirt beside him. George. He pointed to the twin in red. Fred. George groaned and covered his face in defeat while Fred's mouth gaped. What is it? Harrykins, you're killing us here. What's the secret? Please. Lifetime supply of free product. We'll swear never to use any Weasley Wizard Wheezies on you, ever. Come on, Harry. Harry laughed, joined by Bill, and soon Charlie when he asked what was going on with the two and their whining. You can tell them apart? Really? Charlie wondered, smirking at the twins who glowered at their bulkiest brother. Yep, Harry confirmed. Bill chuckled. Even Mum and Dad can't tell them apart now. According to Mum, George has a mole on his thigh, and it was the only way she could tell them apart when they were little, but no one's seen it since. He gave George a look, who grinned. There was never any mole. Mum found one of those muggle markers that need a good scrub to come off in Dad's muggle hoarding shed. She used to mark a dot on my thigh every night after bath time and then dress us in green or red during the day. When we were old enough to realize, we started swapping places with the dot and bathing by ourselves. She's never been able to tell who is who since. Bill and Charlie chuckled. Harry joined in, but quickly turned when he felt a presence staring at him. He turned and was met eye to eye with curious brown eyes peeking through long, spindly fingers and a large, tomato-shaped nose. Bat-like eyes sprouted from the tiny creature's head, and Harry immediately knew this was a house elf. He smiled kindly, making the creature blink. "Hello," he said. "I'm Harry. What's your name?" The elf's eyes darted to the scar on prominent display on Harry's forehead, where he, once again, forgot to release the front bangs of his hair from the top knot he'd made. He did not reveal his thoughts on his face and instead nodded. The two eldest Weasley brothers and the Weasley twins watched as he interacted with the elf. "Is there any other?" he asked her with a slight chuckle. She shook her head so fast Harry was worried she might hurt her neck. "Winky B's hearing of the great Harry Potter from Dobby, sir," she whispered. Harry's smile turned into a grin. "You know Dobby? How is he?" he wondered. He felt the attention of the rest of their group focus on his conversation with Winky, no longer hearing Hermione and Ginny's quiet conversation at the end of the row. Winky nodded enthusiastically. "Winky be knowing Dobby. He is thrilled. But Winky is not thinking you did Dobby a favor by setting him free," she admitted. Harry frowned but couldn't deny the concern hadn't been on his mind since meeting Mimsy and the other Peveril elves, as well as reading more about them in the Hall 0W Cottage's reading room. House elves lived as servants, but not for monetary gain as maids and butlers did in Muggle castles or manors. House elves formed contracts with a master or a family line. Family lines were more dependable and enabled better job security for the elf than contracting to a master who would die, leaving the elf to find a new master. House elves needed magic to survive, much like humans needed food and water. All living creatures required a form of sustenance, and house elves lived off pure magic. Long ago, they lived in forests abundant with magic, but humans destroyed these sacred places and drove the elves to form these master-servant contracts to survive. "Is he okay?" he asked, concern filling his voice. Winky shook her head morosely. "Dobby is unable to find a job. Sir wants to be paid for his work." "Sir?" Winky shuddered. Harry sighed and nodded in understanding. No one wanted a house elf who not only had to let them add a drain on their magic, but also wanted their money. "I was hoping he'd find a good job somewhere else. I didn't know he'd have such ideas, though." He smiled sadly at Winky. "I'm sorry to ask this, Winky, but if you hear from Dobby, ask him to come find me. I'll try and help him out." Winky's eyes welled with tears. "Harry Potter is just as kind and generous as Dobby be saying," she declared. Harry ducked his head, embarrassed. "It's nothing like that, Winky. Dobby's my friend. Friends help each other, no matter what." He grinned. He smelled something like fur, but not canine, as well as light incense and quartz. It was a unique scent. He'd not smelled anything of the like before. He squinted at the empty seat, wondering why it was drenched in the strange smell, wondering why a sound came from a supposedly empty chair. "Are you waiting for anyone, Winky?" he wondered, turning back to the elf watching him with eyes too large and curious for Harry's heart. "Winky is saving a seat for Mr. Crouch," she squeaked before she clapped her hands back over her eyes when a gust of wind entered the open windows of the box. "Winky is not liking heights, but Winky is doing what Master is telling her. Winky is a good elf," she announced, mostly to herself as she devolved into mumbling. Harry reached out and gently patted her head. "You're doing very well, Winky. Just lean back and keep your eyes closed. Would you like a blanket?" He reached into his satchel and pulled out one of the many small blankets Mimsy had supplied him with at the cottage, indignant that he didn't have enough, announcing that Scotland was too cold for werewolf cubs. He silently thanked the motherly, stubborn elf now. "Here." He handed over the soft material to her, watching her take it wonderingly. "It's not clothes, so it's fine, right?" She nodded and draped the small blanket, which was very large compared to Winky's diminutive size, over her head and shoulders, burying her in the soft, light blue fabric. She sighed contentedly. "Winky is thanking Harry Potter for his kindness," she squeaked, burying her head in the folds and pulling her legs up to hide beneath. To anyone else, there was a strangely tall blanket mound, with tiny toes sticking out of the bottom. Harry chuckled. "My pleasure, Winky." He turned when he heard a droning voice further down the row by Mr. Weasley and Minister Fudge. "Fudge, always a pleasure." Harry scowled as he watched Lucius Malfoy approach the two adults, wondering what he'd missed with his focus on the interesting house elf. They gained the rest of the Weasleys' attention as their father straightened and his conversation with Fudge died. "Ah, Lucius! Welcome, welcome!" Fudge greeted merrily. Harry grimaced, imagining the Minister of Wizarding Britain would have kissed Lucius Malfoy's boots if given ample reason. "I don't think you've met my wife, Narcissa, or our son, Draco." Lucius introduced them in his drawling way, not unlike Snape but without the obvious contempt. Lucius Malfoy did a far better job of concealing it. Draco smiled winningly at Fudge, earning a huff of geniality from the minister. "How do you do? How do you do?" Fudge greeted the two. Harry examined the only Malfoy he'd not yet met, finding a beautiful woman with high, aristocratic cheekbones, a soft chin, ice blue eyes, and perfectly styled blonde hair. She was the mirror image of the portrait on his family tapestry. But Harry was sad to notice Draco had inherited little of his mother's looks except his cupid bow lips, thin eyebrows, pale skin, and thin arm or leg. Instead, Draco Malfoy looked nearly like the carbon copy of his father, with slicked back whitish blonde hair, piercing gray eyes, a pointy chin and long face. Whereas Narcissa Malfoy looked more akin to a duchess, the two Malfoy men looked more akin to the elves described in The Lord of the Rings he'd read in the Muggle primary school library. While Harry watched the Malfoy lady, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy had devolved into petty remarks. He watched in amusement as she rolled her eyes and gave her son a subtle nudge when he smirked. His face immediately froze into a careful neutrality with the nudge, as the two patriarchs glared at one another. Harry snorted into his elbow when he caught sight of Narcissa's abhorrence of her husband's childish display, earning himself the full weight of her gaze. He froze, but did not look away. He subtly lifted his hand and gave her a short wave. He wanted to get up and speak to her immediately, determine whether she was someone worth getting to know as one of the only members of his family left alive and not outwardly evil. He only had so many, and he was greedy to keep as many as he safely could on his side. He knew he had Remus, Sirius, and Luna. Andromeda and Nymphadora Tonks were two he'd yet to meet, and he was in no way going to interact with Bellatrix Lestrange after the awful things he'd heard about her. Narcissa and Draco were the two he was most uncertain about. They weren't on Dumbledore's side and were publicly neutral to Voldemort, but Harry knew Lucius Malfoy was aligned with the man who'd murdered Harry's parents. When he told Bill about the diary and the Chamber of Secrets adventure in second year, Bill was horrified when he realized Harry had destroyed one of and likely the first of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Remembering where the diary had come from and how it had ended up in Ginny Weasley's hands, the two, plus Remus, realized that Voldemort had likely entrusted it with, if not Lucius Malfoy, the man's father who was on record known to have been of the psychopath's inner circle by Lucius's declaration. But no one had told him about Lucius's wife's allegiance. Was it to her husband, her birth house, or was it to her son? Harry felt in his bones that the last was the truth. Whatever outcome gave her son the most significant benefit and the least chance of suffering was the road she was more likely to take. Conceiving this, he subtly separated his lips and mouthed the words, making sure only Lady Malfoy was paying him any attention. "I am Airblack." Her eyes widened imperceptibly as she looked upon Harry, taking in his appearance with a keen eye. Her gaze drifted from the longer, dark hair reminiscent of his godfather's shaggy mane to the earrings adorning his ears, the pair of subtle snake sleepers with emerald eyes. He grinned sharply at her, watching as her mask cracked with the tiny quirk of her lip. "Owl." As she drifted behind her husband and son to her seat, Harry caught a barely there tilt of her chin in assent. Harry grinned. When the Vila appeared, Harry felt underwhelmed. They were beautiful, that he couldn't deny, and their dancing was magnificent, but he didn't understand what he was missing that had a large majority of the males in the top box, and one witch in the back row, leaping to their feet and trying to launch themselves dozens of feet down onto the pitch. Charlie was caught in Bill's grip, the eldest Weasley red-faced as he struggled against Charlie's impressive, hulking muscles. On the other hand, George was making great efforts to keep his twin alive as the boy tried to swan dive off the balcony. Hermione and Ginny held on to Ron down the row as he dazedly drooled at the pitch and dancing bird women, making Harry chuckle. He looked back and saw Lucius Malfoy sitting stiffly in his chair, Draco swaying dazedly beside him, but not moving. Harry had to cover his eyes when he saw the two witches holding back Minister Fudge beside a beaming Ludo Bagman, the head of magical games and sports. Harry turned to Bill and asked, "Why are some affected and others aren't?" Bill turned a teasing grin at him, matching George opposite him. "The allure of villas only affects those who are too weak to resist and those who are attracted to women. You see the girls." He tilted his chin to the girls holding back Ron. "They're either too young or don't find females attractive. Essentially, they're straight." Harry nodded in understanding, then furrowed his brow. "What about us?" He gestured to himself, George and Bill, not including Mr. Weasley, holding back a hooting Percy. "Why are the three of us unaffected? But Charlie, Percy, George, and Ron are?" George cleared his neck, his grip tight on his twin's wrist. "I can't say much for Bill, but I am not attracted to women," he admitted. Harry's eyes widened. "Really?" he asked. George shrugged, but there was a wariness in his eyes. Harry wondered if the bigotry in the wizarding world extended to duality. It was undoubtedly looked unfavorably upon in the Muggle world. If his relatives were anything to go by, they always sided with the majority opinion, after all. Harry dropped the topic without pushing the wary twin as he turned to Bill. "What about you?" Bill smirked. "I like both men and women, so the vila should still have some effect on me, but I am also a cursebreaker. We're trained to resist compulsions and allures, lest we be led into a trap that gets us and our team killed. Charlie was never trained for that, as it's unnecessary in the Romanian Dragon Reserve, and our dear Fred is straight." "Huh!" Harry nodded, then furrowed his brows. He glanced between the two, watching him. "What about me? What about you?" George asked. Harry glanced at Bill, clearly seeking assurances for questions he couldn't ask aloud. Bill smiled at him and finally let go of Charlie as the Vilas stopped their dancing, letting the leprechauns enter the field. He ruffled Harry's hair, causing the half-bun to get messy, so he pulled it out and handed the tie to Harry. "I know what you're thinking, and the answer is I'm not sure. It's never been documented as far as I've found." "Do you like girls, Harry?" Bill asked. George looked confusedly between them, but didn't ask what they were talking about when he saw how small Harry was trying to make himself. Harry shrugged. "I don't know. I've thought there are some pretty girls, but I've also seen some boys who I've thought are rather good-looking. Does that make me attracted to them?" he wondered. Bill wrapped his arm over Harry's shoulders and pulled him into his side, enveloping him in his soothing scent. "You can think someone's attractive without being attracted to them," Bill assured him. Harry glanced at George for confirmation, and found him nodding his agreement with a dazed Fred behind him, squinting questioningly at their conversation. "Then, what if I don't know?" Harry began cautiously, ignoring the cheers as the teams and players were announced. "Then that's okay too. You're only 14, Harry. You don't need to decide who you like yet. You don't need to decide if you want to like anyone yet. You can go years without finding anyone attractive, and that's perfectly fine." Bill ruffled his hair, making Harry grumble as he tried to fix it, but he didn't pull away. Was Bill a part of Harry and Remus' pack? The match was fantastic. Harry watched the whole thing through his omnioculars, the device worth every galleon he'd spent it on. It was even more impressive when he remembered it had recorded everything he watched, allowing him to review it and analyze the players' techniques and strategies. He was obsessed with the Ronsky feint and wished he'd brought his firebolt to the campgrounds to try it out as soon as possible, anti-Muggle security be damned. When the players were brought to the top box, the Irish team to receive their trophy and the Bulgarians to be congratulated on a good game, Harry got a good look at the seeker that Ron had been obsessing over down the row. Victor Crumb was surprisingly duck-footed but very broad-shouldered, with a crooked nose and cheeks smeared with bright red injury. Harry winced in sympathy, his nose broken once or twice during childhood. He was only lucky that his relatives had always tried their best to fix any injuries he received on his face, making sure there was not a single sign of their mistreatment in plain view of others. It left his nose, thankfully, crooked free. That didn't stop the too large clothes, entire days in the sun in the garden or the dislike they showed. But Merlin forbid one of the neighbors saw his face covered in injury to bruised. "All right, you lot," Mr. Weasley called over the excited murmurings of their large, red-headed group. It's time we head back to our tents and start winding down. Come on. Mr. Weasley herded them out of the box, and Harry took the opportunity to hang back for a moment, waiting till he was at the end of their party to look back at Narcissa Malfoy, already watching him with a calculating gaze. Harry gave her a shallow bow of his head and turned and chased after the twins down the stairs. That night was raucous, with the Irish celebrating their win. Their group sat outside their tent with large mugs of steaming hot chocolate, some spiked with Ogden's Fire whiskey, regaling favorite moments about the match like they'd not all seen it together. Harry was having a great time in the lively atmosphere, but his ears felt quite sensitive to all the noise. He also found his eyes drooping constantly, his body having gotten used to the routine he'd developed at the cottage. The thought of Hallows Cottage brought a pang of longing. He missed the peace and serenity that came with being with Remus, Mimsy, Tinsky and Bidsey, as well as the freedom to act without restraint in the secluded forest cottage. The wolf, which he'd come to think the warm flame in his chest as, wanted to roll around on the grass. The image the wolf provided him sent him into chuckles that had the two eldest Weasley boys glancing at him bemusedly. When Ginny knocked over her mug, having fallen asleep on a table they'd pulled outside to admire the night sky, Mr. Weasley called them all in to bed. Harry dozed off dreaming of pulling off incredible maneuvers on his firebolt, even flying beside Crumb as the older teen showed off more and more daring stunts that had Harry's heart racing in excitement. People were cheering from the Hogwarts Quidditch stands, the Weasley twins announcing each trick as the two seekers competed recklessly. It was a fantastic dream. It was too bad when he was woken abruptly when the cheers turned to ear-piercing screams. Please to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.